opinion, and that's God's word, and you know, that's it. It's a really scary thing because everything is so mental, like mentally in your head. Like if you're thinking these things, these thoughts, they end up bringing destruction and end up becoming illogical. You go down the weirdest roads. You just start. That's why we end up meeting so many of these people, and it's just like it baffles you of how blind they are because they've followed
So
this road that ends up leading to whatever object or whatever reality they want. It's
I even asked him if he can walk through a wall, and he's, oh God, can you walk through a wall? And he started stuttering.
like, yeah, like can't you just say no? Like I don't understand. It's just
Is it people will fight over the dumbest shit, but they won't stand up for a fact or something that will even be selfish. You know, if it impacts you, please stand up for it. Stand up for it. Don't don't get taken for a ride. Or stand up for other people too. No, but they'll argue about the dumbest shit and just go against.
Yeah,
So I
maybe next time
suppose,
we should say, well, we're not sure if you can walk through a wall either. Can you find out for us?
yeah. I said to him, I go, keep on walking into the wall, bro. Like you're just like Homer Simpson. I don't know, bro. Like, Elijah was saying, like maybe, like I've been thinking about this since I've come on the server, how to connect to these people because something is broken on a psychological level, like on a soul level. It's yeah, it's something's stuffed. Not to be able to listen to something that's valid and to keep on just repeating something like a broken record. That's something psychologically, spiritually, mentally. I don't know. There's something's up.
yeah. It seems that we like in society with TV, I think, especially in academics and getting grades and just how we're just like in school and whatnot, that um that we take the authority of someone and what they say just for what they say. Like it baffles me that we
Yeah, but
do that.
authority doesn't mean nothing. The word, even I tell
Exactly.
people, words mean a lot. So authority just means somebody that wrote something that is the author of said writing. Doesn't mean that it's true.
Yeah.
So when somebody even does a law, it's their law. They're the authority of it. They can't bind me to that law. Same with, you know, even if you go to spiritually, everybody there's an author for every single spiritual book. But it's meant to be the inspiration of God or whatever, or there's or scientific books. There's millions of authors. That's all. It means nothing. It means somebody that wrote a book. He's the author of it.
Yeah.
It's under his authority. Nothing's stopping you or anybody else writing this stuff down. Then you can be an authority. It's very simple. I don't get how it's not viewed like that. Like it's sorry. Yeah, they authorize it. To all the guys, everybody's lobbing off their genitalia, so the authorities said to go and just lob it off. Grab a big Rambo knife and just on the chopping block, bang, and you'll be fine, apparently. Fuck's sake.
Mhm.
Wow.
And it kind of baffles me too that when someone says like, "Oh yeah, all just like all these people are just gonna like lie and believe this and just go along with it," and but like, have you not been paying attention to anything that's been happening in the last year and how easily people are swayed and easily people are pushed to follow some weird agenda like Black Lives Matter or whatever, you know, like it's just everyone just jumps behind it, doesn't really know what the fuck's going on, and they just like follow the crowd. And then they turn around on us and say like, "Oh, like how, like you really think that everyone's just gonna just follow?" Like it's like, yeah, I see it time and time again. Like people just blindly believe bullshit. Like we've seen it in history, like with Hitler, and we've seen it with many regimes and just like if read history, you see people just blindly following, just ignorant, and you know, it's just, and they don't think it's happening now. Like
I was speaking to one of your guys from America, from the States before, and we were talking about a few things, and one of the things was like this about leaders and all that. I go, and this is not having a go at the good people in America. Like I'm in Australia, there's so much dummies here, it's not funny. But do they not realize that stuff that they watch on TV, like Chinese communism and we're capitalists, that both the same thing? Capitalism, you just buy the game Monopoly and you find out what capitalism is. That's why that game was invented. Because there's only one winner, the bank, and one person. You look at communism, there's one person up the top, same thing. In America, you've got one dude that can make and break laws, that can send troops into war with the stroke of a pen. But they're telling the American public how China is like dictatorship and communism. And again, this is not having to go to people. They just need to realize they're being lied to, man. You got a dude that touches, you know, little girls in that office. They can do what he wants. And somebody's going to tell me about, you know, China or whatever. Same here in Australia. It's all bullshit. The communists infiltrated. And nobody can infiltrate nothing. The only names. What? Who's hot micing for fuck's sake?
yeah, God, Rick, you're hot.
Sorry, I turned it off. Sorry.
I thought somebody was trying to like whisper something. I'm like, what the?
Yeah, it was like a wind or something, I think.
Yeah, it was weird, but I sort of heard a whisper. I don't know. Maybe I'm going nuts with all this some stuff. But yeah, do you get what I'm saying, bro? Like, you're feeding the people, even they're doing the same thing to us in Australia. Oh, join the communist. Blah, blah, blah. But what are they doing? They locked up the whole country. We can't go out till like December, and they're gonna tell me somebody else is a communist.
Yeah. And then like the World Health Organization or like the UN, they're all working together. And then like even just like we were talking about the Antarctic Treaty, and just like it seems like they're, they are working together, like they do
They are.
have,
Huh.
and like they know that the higher ups, they know if they work together, they can hide certain things from us, and it benefits all the governments, so they can all keep their power. So why wouldn't they all work together? And especially with their space agencies and things like that, like
They run the
keep
world.
us
They
all
are in every
contained.
single corporation. This is factual information.
Yeah.
You can see it with the signs and symbols, and if you few people, but some people have got access to their bank accounts and who owns what.
Yeah.
I know who owns the United States. I know who owns Australia. I know who owns all these countries.
Yeah, if two big corporations or big people want to like unify or seal a deal, they'll both commit like an awful act, all right, and then they'll have evidence on each other, so it's like now it's sealed even more. We're in this together. We've both committed this awful act, and we're both in it, like. So like there's like it seals that kind of trust with each other. I've heard they do those
Leverage.
sort of things. Like like if you want to do business with us, then you have to kill this person, and we'll have it on tape. So if you betray us, then your whole thing's screwed, or we have this on you, like there's why wouldn't they do that,
That's the thing. Are you willing to do that for some material gain?
Yeah.
To me, it's not worth it. Doesn't matter how much material gain, I get. At the end of the day, I can't even enjoy it properly because they'll have something on me. So it's an oxymoron. I don't get. I still can't understand it. It's dumb. Here, you'll get this. Do something stupid, and I'll have I'll have the one up on you. But you'll get all this. But don't you think I'll use whatever I have on you? Like, man, like.
Yeah, or just to know that like if you go against them, like any doctor that goes out talking against the vaccine, you lose your whole medical degree, like people that go against the corporate interests, they always end up becoming silenced, rejected, their whole lives are turned over and ruined. And then now people come into this chat and they speak with audacity saying, "Oh, why would these people lie? Why would all these people like not speak up and say the truth?" It's like, well, because there's people that are pushing this, and there is an agenda behind it, and it's for their interest. Like we see it in everything else, and then you say, "Oh, it's not going to happen in sciences," but we do even see it in sciences. If anyone like even hints at in a paper that maybe creationism or that there maybe is a creator, all of a sudden all these atheist crazy people go against this article even to suggest that maybe that there was a creator. Like we see it everywhere, and then people like don't see it. I don't understand how you don't see it everywhere, and then to still have that thought that maybe that there's not gonna lie to you about certain things. It's ridiculous. I mean, like, how do you not know that? Like, I guess.
If people knew the proper history, that would be in they'll be like in mental institutions, like knowing, you know, nations are corporations. Like a nation state means something different than a country, you know, and on the flat earth and all the rest of it, it's just like this so-called one world order, whatever you want to term it. It's existed
Great reset.
for a long time. It's existed for a long time. They're just clamping down now. It's always been. Mankind has never, ever been free. Not in the stories that they tell in the US or back, you know, in Russia or wherever, or in Australia or whatnot. It's all stories. You look at the proper history, even written by those people that did this, whatever deed, whatever, founded this or whatever did, made that, they worked for the people who were in charge. It's the illusion of freedom. Like freedom, like if you think you're free, you're dumb. So, and it gets propounded, you know, in many, I can't even say, like, I feel bad at saying country, because a country is something different, you know. There's countries don't exist, nations or corporations now. So in these different nations or whatever you'll call nations, it's been propounded, oh, you know, we're the best and we're this and we're that and but, you know, to do something, you always have to have a permit or a license, or it's always something. Are you free? No. Are they taking money from your paycheck without your consent? Yep. Is that slavery? Yes. Are you a slave? No. Okay. No worries. This country's the best. Rah, rah, rah.
Pretty crazy. It's only gonna get worse though. You know that.
Well, they're planning to do this till 2025, brother.
Until the next. Till the next.
Sorry, you're breaking up.
Oh, I was just saying, yeah, this until 2025, and then there'll be something else.
Well, till that's 5 years of slapstick propounding on TV, fighting amongst people. That's a lot of psychological damage, bro. Like, and especially the young children. This is what kills them the most, man. Like the young children that don't get a choice. But
Yeah.
put it this way: everybody from the age of 0 to the age of 50 is going to be mentally like incapable. They're going to be retarded.
Hmm.
They're going to think, like air is going to kill them, and the kids are going to be like, they won't know how to act around other people because they haven't seen other people's faces, and they'll be hipped up on, the jabs and other
I don't know.
psychological things. Like,
I think those things will continue, right? But like I think it's gonna, like, have you seen the whole um nanotechnology and how it's like can be used on people, and how now people are going to be hooked to the cloud? So now you
yeah,
become
so,
part of everything. Have you
yeah,
seen that?
yeah. Yeah,
That's
listen,
essentially what they want, right?
well,
To transhumanize us.
so, what will happen is, so I need to try to actually convert I don't know what's wrong, why I can't do it. Could do it before, but I need to convert the papers. Because I've got the way that the patent works. So all these people that are getting the jab, they're actually volunteers. Yeah. So
Right. Yeah, you have to give consent.
yeah, so they're actually volunteering for this experiment. So what happens is all this thing about them changing your DNA and you're losing your soul and blah blah blah. They can't change your DNA. Yeah, that's just they cannot change it. Your DNA is not that picture that they show you of a double helix. What happens is with this, that can make you just dumb. They'll incapacitate you, and then if they've got the technology hooked up properly, there's certain things they can do to you with the frequencies.
Right.
Make you feel pain or hear voices or whatnot because you've got metal and stuff, and plus the other crap that will go along with it. With will give you other sorts of trouble, illness, the normal kind. But even I told people the other time, those cotton buds that they stick up your nose into your brain are made up of silver. It's like this silver polyplastic thing. So it's like more gallons.
Yep.
And they're shoving it up your nose. And that stuff's got the dust on it too. Why do you think nobody had everybody was waiting for test kits? Nobody had like earbuds. Earbuds are that shit for cleaning out ears. You just stick with cotton on there, man.
Hmm.
That's all it is. You take some saliva, that's it. Why was all
That's
this?
all you would.
I say to everybody, I go, if you're so connected and, I go, think about this. Most people don't want to think about it. Why was there such a wait on these test kits? It's a cotton bud. What you use for your ears. Old school, telling me like country like America can't make cotton buds? Or Australia?
I also heard something crazy that they had like ordered a whole bunch of those PCR tests or whatever to America in 2018. So
yeah, I've seen that too. Here as well.
yeah.
Here as well.
And then also Fauci or whatever was saying around that same time, like he was talking about how sure he was that that Trump was going to have to deal with some sort of virus.
Yeah.
Like
And
what? Like there's so. It's just, yeah. I don't know.
now
I don't even know what to say.
now they're just doing it out on the open. Listen, if I had to choose between two evils, go.
Also, Bill Gates told us we don't have to worry about World War III. We have to worry about a virus pandemic coming about 5 years ago. He said that.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So the thing is, there's no Trump is gonna save us or this, that, or whatever. Like out of two evils, I'd rather have Trump than the pedophile in there. You know, but he's still working for the team, just in a different way.
Yeah.
You know,
You went to the same school, same.
we went to a Jesuit school.
Hmm?
You went to a Jesuit school. He's a Jesuit.
Yeah, he went. That's what I was gonna say. He went to the same Jesuit school as all the other people, so it's like just another person in the whole scheme of things. And I mean, it's almost genius to even do something like that, to make the opposition leader. You know, like to control the opposition leader, and then you're able to see all your enemies, and then you're able to control all your enemies because you can control the opposition. You control their leader. Or the person they follow, kind of thing.
Yeah, same. I made that Q thing. That oh, what a psyop! What a psyop! I don't know. Apparently, people are still following it. I don't know what's wrong with? I don't know. Maybe you can fill me in with that one, but
I don't.
over here it was just like, oh, Q and Trump, and I'm like, dude, the guy got paid $20 billion from Eleanor de Rothschild before he even got into office. 20 billion. He's been bankrupt 5 times. Bankrupt 5 times. This so-called self-made millionaire. Fuck, effing bankrupt. Drained the swamp. He's a part of the swamp. Not in the middle, but he was on the outskirts. He wanted to get in the middle. Maybe he wanted to be team leader of the swamp. But
I do admit
people,
though. I mean, like I do like the direction things were going. We're getting all of that nonsense Democrat Nancy Pelosi bullshit out, but I mean, there's when they like the enemy, it's like they're fighting each other, but yet the real enemy is the one controlling everything and is distributing the vaccine, sending it out. So it's like he's not really addressing the real problem.
no, he's
And
the
then
one that
all
did
focused on this
Warp Speed.
bullshit.
Yeah, Warp Speed and the Space Force and
Space Force.
Project. Yes, Project Monkey Fly and Unicorn, whatever else he had going on. Oh, it's all those guys don't fight. people should take the time to watch. Maybe watch the Congress and watch them for a whole week, like from morning to night. They treat each other like best buddies. You get sound bites on TV, one person arguing with the other. After that, they like sit down after they're talking and they laugh.
Yeah, when the cameras are off, their attitude changes, everything changes. They put on a mask.
Yeah, even
Easy.
they forget that the cameras are on. That's why I said, like, maybe people should watch the thing, like from start to finish. Watch them at work for the whole day because they've got cameras there. You can watch the Congress or the House of Representatives or whatnot, and you can see what they're really like.
Yeah,
I remember asking my.
They should be like a police officer and have to wear a camera on them at all times, and then a live feed streamed for everyone to watch.
But there is a live feed, bro.
And you must say,
hey, did you guys see Nancy Pelosi's left eye freak out? What's up with that?
No, I didn't say it. She's, bro. He is, something's wrong with him. Nancy Pelosi, Nancy boy. But yeah,
it's the video where her left eye spins around, but I'm not sure if it's legit. I can't tell.
I'm saying, check it on. I'll have a look at it. Yeah, yeah, they've actually got a live feed going on, bro. So I think they have to have it because they're public figure, and you have to have access to what they're doing and whatnot. So I used to ask my granddad ages ago.
I think also they should be like NASCAR racers, where anyone who lobbies for them, any corporation that they work for, should be sponsored on their suit. So when you see them, you're like, oh, that person works for Monsanto. That works for Bayer. Oh, that person over there is being paid by those people. Okay, this makes a little bit more sense why this person's asking for this bill. Okay, yeah.
I would ban lobbyists because those people are there to apparently represent the people.
Exactly. I mean, I can't even believe lobbying is a thing. Like,
never was, but
yeah, there was a time when lobbying was not allowed.
Yeah. See, people don't even know that they're in classes. You've got your Congress, that's one class. Then you've got your House of Representatives, that's your second class of people. They're under different laws. Congress are under different laws. And then you've got, everybody else that follows every single thing that anybody writes up. Some like in England, House of Lords, House of Commons, and everybody else.
Any place where you have men in power, you're going to have corruption.
Yeah. Anywhere where there's power, there's going to be corruption. Don't even have to be a man. I mean, look at the Queen of England.
I've got very bad feelings towards her, but she actually, what was it, in the year 2000? This is for anybody in England that can look this up. I'm not saying she's a good person, but she publicly said that people should stop paying taxes.
The Queen?
Yeah.
Oh, I don't
even
know that.
Even though taxes are illegal, because of terrorism. But people don't listen. Again, even though it's hilarious. I don't know. My granddad said to me ages ago, when he used to see him, he'd be sitting down, watching the politicians that have like a live feed for whatever hours back in the days. I'd be like, Brenda, what are you watching? And he'd just say, the circus. I'm like, what? Oh, it's a clown show. Oh, didn't get it till like, I was a bit older. But I understand what he was saying. It's a clown show.
All just theater.
Yeah. If people didn't realize when there was a petition up on the US.gov, whatever, to get Bill Gates, was it investigated or indicted? It was one or the other. Within like 8 to 12 hours, there was over half a million signatures, and they pulled it down.
Really?
Yeah, and I'm in Australia nowadays, so they pulled it down. So if people didn't realize something is, amiss, or they have to do something else, then nothing can help these people.
Yeah, I'm curious to know how many people are actually not going to take the vaccine. And
More people than you know.
Yeah. And I'm pretty sure they're not going to be able to hide it. Like if they're actually making all these vaccines and distribute all these places, like there's going to be, I don't know what's going to happen, but it's in the next couple of years it's going to be very, very interesting. I mean, the CDC even came out saying that only vaccinated people can meet with each other. So they're already pushing it.
Yeah, they want to make these passports, vaccine passports. They want to make. See, when they say redistribution of wealth or level playing field, they want to level everybody else but themselves. So steal from everybody, and then make themselves richer, but everybody's poor, equally poor.
Yeah. And then they're going to come by and say they're the savior. And then be like, we'll bail everyone out. You just have to sign over everything. Us.
Yeah. Own nothing and be happy.
This way, you're relying on the all-perfect, all-powerful government to take care of you. And your children.
If the sheeple are doing what the government is telling them, and they're not. It's not like not letting you. They're making it very, 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 very hard for you to earn a living. What are you going to do? You have to do something to, I suppose, to survive or to eat or whatnot. Not because it's your fault, because of all the dummies around you.
It's gonna happen.
Yeah, I reckon there'll come a tipping point, though.
I think so too.
Let me share something about two dichotomies. Okay, so there's a stimulus check, right, from this pandemic. So in Canada, I have a friend in Canada, and he's getting $2,000 a month, and they're worried. He's telling me they're worried that when they stop it, a lot of people are going to be screwed because they're relying on it because they've been getting it for over a year in Canada, $2,000 a month, and they got to stop it eventually. And when it happens, it's going to be like a domino effect. A lot of people get fat watching Netflix on their couch because they've been getting $2,000, don't need to work. So that's bad in that way. And then in U.S., it's the opposite. We've gotten 2 checks in a year. That's like by $200 a month. Is that going to pay somebody's rent or pay someone who lost their job or lost their business? And then they've been promising us like forever on the TV, on the news. Oh, the next one's coming. Next one's coming. And it's like they screwed us just waiting for it. So that's the opposite way. They haven't really helped us, with the stimulus. So you have 2 situations where one person's helped too much and they're screwed. And another country is not helped enough and they're screwed. They're talking about all these trillions they have, but we haven't really gotten much help at all. So.
Yeah, that's a shame, bro. I feel for the people. This is why I said before, I don't.
They were never trying to help us. Promising us checks. So we've gotten one for $600 and one for $1,200 in over a year. How does that work?
That's nothing. That's absolute bullshit.
And the third one's coming, and they're saying we're giving 100 million in stimulus checks, and we're doing 100 million shots. They say in the same sentence, we're doing 100 million shots in the arm, and we're doing 100 million stimulus. Like you have to get a shot to get the money. They're putting it together on the news. You listen.
That's why you have I gave out a free document. When was it? A couple of days ago. When was it? You get the doctor to sign it. They won't sign shit.
That's when it's time to take the doctors out, get rid of the entire medical field because they do nothing. When have they ever helped anyone?
Well done. Who said that? Who was that?
That's me, Josh.
Josh, well done, Josh.
But why, the medical industry has never helped anything. The entire reason why the medical industry is there is to find cures. They have found 0 cures.
Yep, they've just covered up the cures that were already there. So just made
because there's no money in cures. Once again, it goes back to money. It all goes back to money.
So Josh made a very, very good statement. There is always a time to take action. So when these pricks start to do this is when you take out the medical establishment. And you can do it in a nice, in a grand way, with no fighting, in their own bullshit system.
Let them starve to death. Let them go on minimum wage.
Nah, bro, they'll lose their jobs. They won't get insurance.
They can't even tie their shoes, man.
Well, exactly. If you're greedy, you're gonna hurt people. If other people have to lose their jobs because of air, and these guys are promoting it, then
see, I don't know how
then all the doctors will be gone.
I don't know how it is in most countries, but out here, for them to be a doctor, they have to take what's called the Hippocratic Oath.
It's the hypocrites.
I tell every doctor, remember your Hippocratic Oath. What's that supposed to mean? Do you remember what it is? Yeah. That means if you harm anyone with your knife, you will be harmed with your own knife. But they don't want to hear that.
Well, you shouldn't be really going to doctors. Doctor is a giver of poisons. He's not really there to help you. Doctor means somebody that does harm to your body, mutates it, and doesn't let it go back to its organic or original form. So a doctor, you shouldn't be...
They're called sorcerers.
You can call them sorcerers, but that's the actual technical definition for a doctor. You need to go to a physician, which means physics. Physics is the word for physiology. It has nothing to do with physics. The other physics. Physics is your body, biological body. And you get help there.
And I've noticed like they like throwing that word around system, right? It's like, okay, well, I know system is sewer. That's where we get the word system from, is the word sewer. Or, yeah, system is Latin for sewer, rather. You got cistern and system. Cistern is good water. System is bad water.
Is that why they call it a sewer system?
Yep, that's why they call it the political system, too.
That's where the word the "sir" derives from as well.
Yeah.
So it's like sewage, like underwater aqueducts. Obviously, that's where all the crap goes. That's why it's a surname.
I guess that's why they call it the educational system.
Exactly.
So shit.
Now people are waking up to the the English magic that is all around. The plain word magic. And they just go blindly on what they know, but they don't think about the definition of what they're speaking. They don't know the meaning of the word. Because
Yeah, that's why I think you can prove that the Earth is flat just with the language that we've been taught, because atmosphere doesn't make sense. You got atmo and you got sphere. But how could I breathe the atmosphere while looking at the horizontal horizon?
Right.
Yeah, while looking at the sea level.
And atom means like the smallest part of substance that cannot be divided. And then they claim they can shit more particles. That would mean they're not atoms that they're playing with.
That's all bullshit theory. There's no such thing as an atom. It doesn't exist.
I know, it's all plasmoids.
Atoms and fucking electrons and da-da-da-da-da, like magical
Particle
balls
physics
bouncing
can't
around.
even come up. Particle physics can't even they can't even explain their own logic. They have to make things up, make math up. That's a circle math. It's kind of like carbon-14 dating. Well, how do you calibrate the carbon-14 dating? By the layer of rock that it's in. Well, how do you date the layer of rock that it's in? Carbon-14 dating. Doesn't make sense. They judge how old something is by how deep it is. Well, how do they know how deep it is? Because they said that's that old. So they know, okay, well, this layer has to be this many years old.
Yeah.
But they've never seen it happen.
It's retarded. It's absolutely retarded.
It's mental gymnastics.
Yeah, but and with that same thing, oh, they're breaking through the veil and they're doing particles. They're smashing all these atoms. And how can you smash nothing into nothing, man? Are you retarded?
When they break through the veil and the stars fall to Earth.
Oh, yeah, they're smashing nothing into nothing, man. Literally. Yeah, they're smashing particles into each other. What's a particle? A part that tickles you? Yeah, it's fucking hilarious. Particle.
Yeah, I know.
And they've got all these places
CERN,
everywhere.
Like CERN, a lot of people don't realize that CERN had a lot to do with the creation of the internet.
That's all to do with the technology. It's got nothing to do with no particles or bullshit like that.
I know, right?
They had the first CERN was opened up in 1945 or something, 1950. People don't even know. I think they opened it up in Switzerland in whatever year.
That's just a Large Hadron Collider. They've had all sorts of facilities everywhere.
Oh, I know of at least 5 that are in the US. I know there are 2 in Europe, plus the one in Switzerland. There's fine heaps of them, and yeah, it's got nothing to do with no particles or fucking hadron collider. What does that even
The
mean?
hadron. What is a hadron? Helium. Beta ray.
So they're bumping helium, huh?
It's supposed to be the nucleus of an atom with the electrons stripped off. Oh, so you mean an ion? No, not an ion. No, because an ion is an atom with no electrons, so it's in solution. So, and people just blindly regurgitate what they've learned in their seminary school.
Yeah.
I mean,
that's the thing.
secular school. Secular school.
Yeah.
My bad.
Yeah, I guess so. It's funny. It's people learn a few things, or they think they know some symbology or whatever. They don't have a clue.
In reality, they don't know nothing. Just because you can regurgitate what was been crammed down your throat that's not a measure of intelligence. I'm sorry.
It's a measure of slavery.
Coming to a conclusion under your own logic. That's why a psychiatrist is the one that measures IQ.
Correct. They're not really there to help you think. They're there to mess with your soul, to keep you in line.
Yeah.
They don't want people thinking. Don't worry, it will hurt your head. Let somebody else do it. You'll be alright. Unbelievable. Paying for our own demise.
Yeah. But seriously, what's up with the caduceus?
Oh, that's just which one?
The medical
There's
caduceus.
Oh, there's 2 of them. Okay, so you're talking about the ones that that's more popular, the American one, the one with the 2 snakes.
Yeah.
So that's just
one snake like the WHO, but yeah.
So they're 2 different meanings. The one with the 1 snake and the 2 snakes. So the one with the 2 snakes means that it's for the god of Mercury. Was it Mercury? He is the god of trade. That's why it's the double-headed. The 2 snakes going around. The one with the 1 snake. I'm having a mind blank now. Who was it? I can't remember which god it was attributed to, but it actually means to bring health and to cure something.
Yeah, I know when Moses was wandering through the desert, he put a brass serpent on a pole to cure snake bites. Right? Whoever gazed upon it would be cured.
Yeah.
And that's like the archetype of the caduceus. Because it's one single snake on a pole.
Yeah, people don't get the Bible that
I know.
I'm going to get stoned through the phone. I'm going to get stoned through the phone if I say something.
When
better keep on
in Greece, they used to have like an open air, like what the hell, sanitarium or something like that, and the sick and wounded would be laying out, and there'd be like underneath. There's like ways to get underneath that little place, this open air sanctuary type thing, and serpents would come up and crawl all over them. That's supposed to heal them.
I don't know about that one. I don't know about any Greeks, because Greeks was made up in like the 1800s, so 20 whenever. So it's all fiction. I don't know. I'm fairly sure, because I'm from that area. That wasn't a common practice. I think the people were much better educated and knew better than that. They actually had proper baths, hot baths, and like spring waters and places, and healers and all the rest of it. But yeah, there were some people that were a bit mentally deranged. Wouldn't put it past them.
I think the best prevention disease ailment is a good, healthy diet.
Oh, sorry, bro. You broke up there.
Oh, I think it's the cures for like the stuff like that, and the best medicine for diseases is a healthy diet.
Yeah, correct. And get rid of stress.
And McDonald's.
Oh yeah, McDonald's and Burger King.
Well, because when you eat that rich food that's high in fat and sugars, it stresses your body out.
Yeah, of course it's
Right?
yeah. Yeah. That's why they put these people that do these make these things. What was it called? They've got a name for it. What it's called now. So they hit a point where they put so much sugar and so much salt in there. There's a point, and those retards that make these concoctions to get you addicted to it. It's just sugar and salt. The bliss point or some I don't know how to forget what they term it. Hey,
like Bull, Monster, Rockstar, things like that.
yeah. So there's a special process that they undergo. Yeah, where they put as much sugar as they can, counteracting it with salt. Yeah, and it hits a point where the flavor and the taste can't go any better, and there's a maximum amount of sugar and salt inside, and it gets you like addicted and ruins your body.
It's like Gatorade.
Yep.
Hey, I got to point out to you guys that it's not quite that simple. So there's such thing as good fats and bad fats. An example of a good fat would be fresh grass-fed beef fat taken from your butcher shop, baked in your oven, and something that has omega-3 fatty acids in it, and a good balance of polyunsaturated, monounsaturated, and saturated fat, calibrated in a way that's ideal for the human body. So that would be beef fat, And there's a few other fats that are also well calibrated to the human body, but most are not as good as beef fat as far as ratios go. And then an example of a bad fat would be the kind of fat that McDonald's French fries are deep fried in, which would probably be either canola oil, soybean oil, or some other crop oil.
Soy oil. Yeah.
Yeah, and it's not just that it's a plant-based oil that makes it bad for you. It's that factor and the factor that it's been sitting at room temperature or hotter for a long period of time, and also other factors as well.
Well, not just that, but they add a lot of industrial oils, like I think it's the rapeseed oil or rapeseed oil was originally designed for and cotton oil was designed to lubricate the rollers in the cotton gin and things like that to keep things spinning, not to eat.
How about pork fat?
Oh, I don't eat swine. I don't touch it. It's not food.
Oh yeah, I love bacon.
You know what's
A
funny?
pig.
I saw a video comparing UK to US ingredients in McDonald's, and I think in the UK we only use like 4 ingredients for French fries, and there's like probably 20 ingredients that's used in America, including that seed, the oil seed you said, the grape oil seed or rape.
Mhm.
And in the UK we actually just use sunflower oil, and then they use potato and stuff like that.
Also,
So
they
it's
put
actually
caramel
crazy.
coloring in the French fries. That's like
So,
why.
How about avocado fat?
How about what?
Avocados
Avocado.
don't have fat.
Yeah, avocados are mostly fat with a small amount of protein and small amount of carbohydrates and dietary fiber. Just if you're going to eat an avocado, that's probably the best plant-based fat that I know of. Just remember to throw a little bit of salt on it, because the reason why they taste good with salt is because sodium and fat go hand in hand in the digestive system.
That's why you never see a sad kid eating bacon.
Yeah, but keep in mind that bacon, just make sure it's stuff that's from a fresh butcher shop, not something with sodium nitrate added to it, because it might be carcinogenic. And as far as pork goes, I mean, if you can stomach pork, by all means, more power to you. But just keep in mind that it serves the same function on land as a clam does in the ocean. It's meant to clean things. It's not meant to be a food source. Kind of like the vacuum bag in your vacuum cleaner.
Didn't a pig and a bat start this whole thing?
Start what?
Somebody's imagination did.
Yeah. So this thing with
And for the
people-
record, there's nothing wrong with eating hogs because necessarily they have to be killed. So if you kill them, don't waste them.
They only have to be killed if people grow them.
That's not true because where I live in Oklahoma, they run wild. It's called feral hogs. They're everywhere and they tear everything up.
Yeah, because they were brought over.
So-
Do you apply the same logic to
No,
rats?
they weren't
not
brought over.
natural here.
Don't
You have
believe the
javelina.
story.
You have the javelina that's here. They were
Listen,
imported.
the reason that the hogs are running wild in America is because its natural predator, the wolf, has been killed off.
It's not native to America, though.
Yes, it
I
is.
agree with that wolf
all
thing,
animals.
Does
All animals.
that mean that you eat rats?
Listen, all animals are native everywhere. Don't believe any story that some white dudes brought them over in boats. You're convoluted if you believe that story.
and
Yeah, the same thing goes with
these-
pigeons. Pigeons aren't native to the United States. We brought them over as food.
Yep.
Don't believe that. All animals are native everywhere,
This
just
guy
like
is
humans.
on
Yeah.
something. I can't.
See,
I just
humans
can't.
are
I just
also
can't.
native.
I just can't.
Human,
I just can't.
yeah,
I'm sorry.
humans are
dude.
also native everywhere.
Hang on, if we come over your place, we service up some native wild hog.
Yeah.
I've got a view on that. So what is not pleasant to one people is pleasant to another people. So in, I don't know, Japan, they'll eat horse meat. That's cool. In China, they'll eat dogs and cats. that's cool. Some people will say swine is whatever, and other religious people will say this for this and that for that. If you
I
believe
think
in the
it's more-
Creator never made anything bad.
Exactly.
So
it's more
Yeah,
what they
but in
eat.
some of the wet markets in China, they also cook a few animals that are still alive and then eat them. And I would say that's not good.
yeah, nah, that's not good. If
I would put
obviously
it
if you
this way. I put it this
cook
way, like
something,
if you got a
cook it all the
pig,
way.
if you got a pig and you fed it healthy food like grass or whatever it eats, and it's non-GMO and it's healthy, compared to a chicken that you fed GMO corn and GMO all this stuff, what would you rather eat? The pig or the chicken?
What?
If you feed a pig a natural diet, but you then say you have a chicken and you feed it a GMO corn,
Oh yeah,
and
the
you feed
pig.
it all the genetically modified foods, would you rather eat the chicken or would you rather eat the pig?
Yeah, the pig.
Yeah.
In the past, I would be able to stomach the pig better because I used to be able to eat pork. But these days, I've become so intolerant of it, I think I'd actually have to eat the chicken because the pig would just be that hard to eat anyway.
How come you've become intolerant of it? Do you still eat meat?
Oh, I still eat meat, but I can, for the most part, really just only eat red meat, and I can't really eat birds of any kind. I can't eat pork. All I can eat is beef, lamb, goat, elk, things like that.
Interesting.
I guess my point is, though, I think it's more important of what we're feeding the animal too.
Of course,
Yeah, that is correct.
A pig is not a naturally a dirty nor a filthy animal. It's because when you force somebody to live in those conditions, it will adapt, just like humans. You tell them that there's a mystical bug flying around and it'll wear nappies on their faces. If you lock up a human in a room and it's got no food, it'll eat its own crap. And they've done tests and studies on this.
Well,
So-
hold on. You just said that pigs are not naturally dirty, and I was going to say, I mean, that's actually my point, is that they are naturally dirty. They serve the same function in the ecosystem on land as a clam does in the ocean. It's nature's vacuum bag. It absorbs crap into it and doesn't do a very good job excreting it. You know, you put clams into a container of dirty water and come back, I don't know, a couple days later or something, and the water's all clean because of the clam. The pig does the same thing. It's just on land. So I'm just saying, you know, you can make it less bad for you, but it's just not meant for human consumption.
Who said that?
That's a good point, I guess, yeah.
How is that come to a conclusion?
Yeah.
They just,
I don't
just to
understand
the
how
best
that's
of my
been
knowledge, they
concluded
don't
either.
they don't excrete toxins from their body the way most animals can. Like a chicken can, a cow can, a human being can, but a clam in the ocean and a pig on land, they don't.
So that means
things from their body
that
the
it's
same way. They just
so that means
absorb
it's
things like
easier. So that means it's easier. Wait, what? They don't excrete it. I'm confused. So really, you still haven't like explained how a pig is worse to eat than a cow. You've said some stuff about them not being able to excrete toxins or something. But are you saying then that cows can absorb toxins better?
they have the potential to. No. I'm just saying they have the ability to excrete toxins better. But it's not just
Cows
that;
do?
it's also that a pig can eat a lot of things that a cow can't, and that's part of the process too. Is that a pig functions as a vacuum cleaner? It eats a lot of stuff that the other animals
Okay.
won't.
So
And
so
keep in
since
mind, when
a
you're eating
pig,
flesh,
hold on.
that means you're
So
eating
since a
flesh
pig-
grown from those things that it's eating.
So since a
think I
pig
just
is an omnivore, hold on. So since a pig is an omnivore, they would technically have their correct diet all year round, and it would be easier to do that for them. Whereas like cows, especially in America, they can't have their natural diet all year. So Fundamentally, the meat that you're getting from cows that are grown in America are grown wrong, because half the year they're probably fed something they're not supposed to be eating.
And that's why in the past we would collect hay and store it in the barn next to the barn holding the cows so we could keep them alive through the winter time. And by the way, I just want to point out, the pig is not the only thing on the farm that's omnivorous. The chickens are omnivorous too. They're supposed to be eating bugs and plants of some kind.
Yeah, but chicken, they don't have enough fat on them to really satisfy you. They're kind of puny. I mean, pork is way better. I mean, you make a ham, that's going to last you. You know, a chicken is what, 2 days? Maybe a day.
Well, hey, I mean, like I said,
I can eat it. I can eat a chicken.
More power to you if you can eat it. I'm just saying I can't.
Yeah, one chicken in one sitting.
I'm glad you
pretty
can.
Easy. Pork fills me up though. Pork chop, I'm good.
Just make sure to watch out for the sodium nitrate, man, because as far as I know, that'll give you cancers as fast as cigarettes.
Oh yeah, just sea salt. It works.
Does pork make you shit?
No. Beef does though. It's weird. And another thing I've noticed about beef is there's never enough fat. I always have to have like butter or cheese with it. But it's like, it never fails. I can't just eat like a steak or some hamburger. I got to have that extra fat with it. But with pork, I can just eat the pork chop. I can just eat the bacon. I can just eat the ham. And that's it. That's all I need. It's amazing.
It's easy to get really cheap or free fat. All you got to do is go to your local butcher shop and ask them for the fat they normally throw in the trash. Half the time they'll give it to you for free. Half the time they'll charge you $1 a pound or something.
Yeah, but I don't need extra if I'm eating pork. That's what I'm saying. Why should I have to go through the effort to change what I'm doing that's working perfectly well for me now?
Well, you just said that you weren't getting enough fat from the beef you were eating. So
yeah,
I was just saying
so I gave up on the beef. Yeah, no, I didn't need. Yeah, I found a solution. It was pork. It's much easier, tastier too. More satiating.
There's a thing that
you would save money if you went with the free beef from the butcher shop.
Dude, I just told you, and pork is cheaper because people stay away from it, right? They think it has parasites, and they think that beef is better for them. Beef is super expensive. Pork, cheap.
There was a test done ages ago. Beef has a parasite that actually goes into your brain and makes you dumb. This is a fact, but anyway, everybody, whatever they want, whatever they think. I was just going to say
what you're talking about is caused by people grinding up cows and feeding them to other cows. So I don't think the cattle I'm eating fall into that category.
As I stated before, if you put an animal in an environment and force it to do things, it will adapt. Usually, that is the pig being forced to live and eat certain things. Yeah, my point was with what they do overseas was, if like people back in the days, they still do it now. Like people that don't have money, you'd buy fat from whatever, lamb, pig, whatnot, and you get that fat that's cut off and you fry it in fat. And yeah, you get this like, I don't know, funny looking thing. And I never could eat it. I smelled it a few times. But yeah, fat in fat. But yeah, people overseas, when they don't have money in winter time, you need to have more calories and all the rest of it. That was the thing to eat. But yeah, you eat too much of it, kind of affects your heart.
I gotta say, today I bought some duck eggs. Duck eggs are awesome.
Yeah? Never.
Have you ever tried duck egg?
No, bro, no.
Yeah, I've had it before, and they do taste better than chicken eggs. And just so you know, they have trace amounts of all 6 B vitamins, while chicken eggs have only, I think, 4 out of 6 B vitamins. Make sure to eat the yolk so it's liquid, because that way the cholesterol is more bioavailable.
Cholesterol is
they're
what your
good.
brain is
Good.
made out of. Duck egg.
I don't know if anyone's ever experienced this, but have you ever like purchased like cheap eggs compared to like like the free range GMO like good eggs, right? Whenever
And they're different
whenever
color.
they have an egg that's like cheap and like was made how like with GMO corn or whatever, I always have a burp after and it's like disgusting and it's eggy. But
Yeah, you
whenever
can
I have
smell
a fresh egg and it's not GMO or whatever and it's made free range or whatever, it tastes good and I have a burp and I don't taste that eggy taste.
Are you downing the eggs? Like what?
I'm just saying that the eggs or the chickens that are producing these GMO eggs, something's fucked up. Something's fucked up about them.
Oh yeah, I'm just asking. Are you eating the eggs raw though?
or are
No,
you drinking them?
like I eat it.
Like or
I make an
cooking?
omelet.
Oh, okay. That's weird. Then I thought you said you were like eating it raw and you coughed.
Rocky.
And felt.
Rambo.
Yeah.
Dun, dun,
That's right. I'm Rocky style.
So we have to buy eggs that are made from non-GMO chickens. Is that right?
I think it's definitely noticeable. At least free range. At least like let them like, because like I heard that they actually have to put a certain antibiotic in the food that they give them if they're not free range and they're all like stuffed up together because they can cause diseases in the chickens. So now you're also eating an antibiotic that was put in the food that was in the chicken, and then it like, so like who knows what that's actually doing to the chickens. It seems silly, but I mean it's like it is concerning what they're actually starting to do with animals and like how that could affect our health. Yeah.
Yeah, it's the same argument with milk. Like they give hormones to cows and stuff for the milk. It's the whole weird area to like stay away from.
Yeah, I heard there's
We're
also
not meant to be eating any animals anyway, but
yeah.
we kind of changed that. So everybody's free to, do as they please.
I like my organic human breast milk.
He's a bodybuilder. He wants the HGH directly from the tit. Wow, good call. Oh gosh. Made me laugh. Oh.
So does someone was talking about John Money, and that like I've never heard of that, and I just kind of like looked into it a little bit there, and I was like, what the fuck? Like what's like does anyone know more about this dude, John Money? Like what is up with that dude? I don't know.
He had some He was the first person to go public with this dumb stuff. Not that it wasn't happening before.
Right. He
was the
like
first-
wrote a book on transhumanism or something.
No, transgender theory and like,
Oh,
you know, how you can have a penis but be a woman. I don't know. Some dumb shit like that. Yeah.
that it started from that dude? That's fucked up.
Oh, he was the one that made it public. It was before him. It's been written about quite a bit.
He was
the
like
first.
Copernicus, gender stuff.
Yeah.
Uh,
The first like villain to come out on the scene. Yeah.
they sent all the Globers down into the next one, into the second channel, and now it's so quiet up.
Yeah, I don't know what happened. Like, oh
I'm
yeah,
still
there's
left
another.
here.
Let them talk about their dumb nonsense. Oh,
That's true. It's hard
Sometimes.
to actually listen to that.
yeah, it's like before. Like, I asked the guy. Like, I was even polite. Like, a guy, are you a guy? I assumed that he was a guy. I go, are you a guy or a girl? He goes, I'm a guy. So I go, if you put your hand down your pants and you obviously you feel your male body parts, I go, that's a fact, yeah? And he started going on about a tangent. About, you know, that's how we came to the John Money guy. And then I asked him, is every person on this earth born from a mother? And then it started making us some fucking crap like, oh, maybe I was engineered and C-section. I'm like, dude, are you like serious? Like, like, what is wrong with you? And then I go, just last question, man, because I wanted to see how far it would go. I go, can you walk through a wall? And you have to like say something dumb. Maybe if I, I'm like, yeah, keep on walking into the wall, mate. Keep on walking into the wall. Everything's subjective.
Yeah, but everything's subjective to them unless a scientist tells them. Then it's fact.
I dropped my stuff and I missed out on your comments. Sorry, bro.
I thought it was hilarious how he was trying to bring up the sticks and the shadows, and then he's like,
straight away. Yeah, I lost it straight away.
the axis of the Earth? Like what?
What's that got to do with anything? That's what I said to him. I go, so you are standing in a room. I go, you turn on the light and you see a shadow. Yeah, and I go, you look down and see the shadow. I go, what's the floor? Because level. I go, so then there you go. He goes, no, but you need two people. I go, okay, then you have two people in the same room. You turn on the light and you have both shadows. I go, what happens then? Oh, no, but they have to be further apart. I go, have them at your mate's place. I go, it doesn't matter. It doesn't solve or achieve anything. It's got nothing to do with nothing. It has nothing to do with the price of fish. It's got nothing like. Oh. Sticks. Imagine you can solve the world's problems with putting two sticks in the ground. This guy managed to work out the whole world with two sticks. Unbelievable. If I was to say that to somebody, you know what we should do? We should do a test. And go around, but not say it's a scientist, whatever. Go around to random people and say, hey, I did this thing. I put two sticks in the ground and I figured out the measurement of the Earth and record it and get the reaction of people. That would tell you to go get stuffed. That would tell you to get off whatever you're smoking and go jump off a short bridge. That should be something that I reckon we should do.
But do you understand why they use the sticks in the shadow argument? Do you understand the globe argument?
Because they're retarded.
That's not why, but
Oh no, that's
yes, that is why. It's because they're retarded.
He's a Glober too, Arian Matthew. So
Yeah, we know.
Yeah. That's brilliant.
Yeah, Matthew
Go
unlearns.
on, tell us.
Let's go back into the cave, Matthew. Come on now.
Go on, Matthew. Why don't you tell us?
Draw some pictures and show us some lights. Make some noises. Lead the way.
Do the building in the sun again. Let's hear that.
Grog think Earth ball.
Like this guy with two sticks managed to figure out the world. If you put three sticks,
please,
let's
let Matthew actually make his point.
Yeah, sort of. So basically, it's the idea that if you assume already that the Earth is a globe, then you can use two sticks to determine the radius of the globe.
Correct, but that's not what globers tell us. You get it, but other globers tell us that it proves the globe.
No, yeah, they're wrong. It doesn't prove it.
They are wrong. Can you tell them, please? Because we're trying to, and they don't believe us.
Yeah, this we will understand.
Got it.
Oh, he's not a douche. Oh, my bad, Matt.
Yeah, Matthew's all right.
No, he's cool. He's cool. I heard him before. He was awesome.
So next time we have a glober come in here and tell us sticks and shadows, therefore globe, you're going to correct them, right?
I will, yeah. Generally, I try to let you guys... I mean, if you have more than one glober, it gets complicated, but next time that happens, I will.
But you know that they don't believe us because genetic fallacy. We're flat earthers, therefore we're wrong.
That's interesting.
You know,
I think you might be right. Yeah.
It's interesting how when there is more than one glober, it's complicated because the globers never agree with each other. Isn't that weird?
Yeah.
Seems like the only thing they actually do agree on is that they live on a globe, even though they have no evidence for it.
Oh god. Yep, and if you look up at the sky, you know what you're standing on. Oh, the guy doesn't know if he's a man, if his mum gave birth to him, nothing. Crypto, you there?
Certainly am.
I got a bit of an idea.
Okay.
I don't know if you like it. That the sticks and shadows thing. If we get like some of our people to just say, whoever's got like channels or whatnot, or even out and about whoever's got the guts to do it, to pitch that story of said Eratosthenes, and to say that they came up with the idea and this is how they did it. I would like to see the reaction of the people. they will probably get told to piss off and that they're insane.
I'm not sure exactly what you mean. Can you explain
Like
another?
if I was to say that, like if I was to co-opt the story, say this is how I measured the Earth with the Eratosthenes with the 2 sticks.
Oh, you said you did it rather than yeah. I see. That's an argument. That's an argument I used to use for the LEM. So when there was like a picture of the LEM, if you've seen it, and then I'd say to someone like, if I told you I flew to the moon in that, would you believe me? People would just say, yeah, they'd always say no, because obviously it looks like a piece of shit. But they still believe NASA because, who knows?
Oh, it's like 2 sticks, man. Like I can't get over it. I still like it's. If we put 3 sticks in the ground, can we like cure hunger? So we got the Earth settled, and then 3 sticks, hunger.
Yeah, definitely.
Might be an idea. I don't know. You put 3 sticks. Might do something else. I'm trying to wrap my brain around how to approach these people. Like Matthew, that guy's great, but rarely you get like reasonable people like that. You know what I mean?
Higgs, we got to do the Odysseus, bro.
Yeah, with 3 sticks, actually, that's where you get a difference in a prediction of what would happen between the 2 ideas. Like if you have hundreds of miles, if you had 3 sticks in the ground, like hundreds of miles apart, all at the same longitude, directly north and south of each other, then I think that the 2 models would have 2 different predictions of what the angles would be.
No, I don't think that's right.
You think they would be the same?
Well, I've heard this many times, and in fact, I've had full-blown arguments with quite a few people about this, and I've said to them, come back to me with the data, and I've never had anything back. So,
got it. No, yeah, I don't have any data. I'm just sort of thinking off the top of my head that I think I wonder what the predictions would be.
But I mean, bear in mind as well, like you would have to. So you wouldn't know which way it was because you'd have to assume one to then compare it to the one that you don't see and can't measure because it's the other thing, right? So how would you go about even knowing which one it was based on what you've measured?
I'm sorry, Crypto.
Okay, I see what you're saying.
But yeah, to answer your question, Iggs. Do I call you Iggs?
Yeah, brother. Yeah. Iggs.
Oh, Iggs. It seems like you're already on the right track, so I probably don't need to help you much, to be honest. I think I still struggle with a lot of these things because it seems to me like a lot of people, even when you tell them, like you're actually showing them, like 2 + 2 is 4, they'll argue with you because you're a flat earther, not because they don't believe 2 + 2 is 4. And so I always feel like I need to pretend like I'm like a hardcore globe zealot and then just throw in these subtle red pills to get them to actually listen to what I'm saying.
Yeah. There's no other way. Like I've racked my brain about it, It's and like the mind boggles like how bad it gets, like with that young bloke before. When I asked him, if his mother gave birth to him, and I don't know, he couldn't give an answer. Or if you could walk through a wall. Everything was subjective, like this.
Yes, it's a phrase that I've coined, selective solipsism. They know that the Earth's a ball, but when the Earth's flat, they can't know anything.
Yeah, I like that solipsism, selective solipsism.
It's the best way I've found to actually describe the phenomena. It's really, really odd.
Yeah, it's not a bad phrase. I like it. So selective solipsist. I find that they cling to one thing. They will always pick one thing to cling on. They won't let go of it.
I mean, you must have seen that video where I was going through the sex robot video. You must have seen that, right?
No, I haven't actually.
Right, things it's quiet. You guys mind if I play that video? It was a discussion I had with someone who couldn't. I can't even remember exactly what it was, but he was. Yeah, guys, I don't want to just take over the chat, but I'm happy to play it if you guys want to hear it.
Yeah, go for it, bro. I'll listen to it.
Yeah, sure. Let me see if I can find it.
Yeah.
All right, fine. Let me find it. 2 minutes.
No worries, bro. Like the French guy with those pendulums. If you imagine the pendulum, we cannot use words because words they cannot tell you. If you imagine, have a picture. Oh, bro, how do you learn if you don't read? What do you mean? The book is no good. Words
Okay,
are no
guys.
good.
I'm going to play
Go
this
for it,
through the bot, so if you want to hear it, you have to unmute the bot if you haven't already.
Okay.
So that doesn't mean server mute, but there'll be like a personal mute. The bot's automatically muted, so you have to unmute it if you want to hear this.
What's the bot called? Which one is it?
Just go to the bottom of the chat. It says Groovy.
Oh, okay. Yep. Cool.
Cool. All right, let's play this.
Thanks,
then.
bro.
No worries.
Let me ask you a question, Paggis. Let me ask you a question. Let's say you got home and I don't know, your wife is banging the next door neighbour. Yeah. Do you think it would be sufficient if your wife said, "Oh, I've got a model that explains how I didn't cheat on you"?
So technically,
yes or no?
Most likely.
Why is it
But
whenever I
yes.
ask Lopez yes or no questions, I never get a yes or no answer?
Because the world isn't a temple.
He's about to explain how technically his wife could come up with a model that may be possible, and he'd have to consider it.
It could. One possibility.
Either yes or no.
But it isn't a yes or no answer.
Are you serious? You're saying that your wife can construct a model to explain how she didn't cheat on you after she banged the next door neighbour?
Yes.
This is the level of sophistry we're dealing with.
So, let me tell you this. My wife, let's say...
seriously, you're going to justify this?
My wife went on Amazon and she found this amazing new thing, which a sex robot.
This is the ultimate cuckery, my friend.
You're not, but you guys are not letting him finish. I'll finish for him, though. Because he's talking about sex robots. Hold on. But here's the conclusion of his argument. The next door neighbor has been proven to be a sex robot and is not a human being. That is amazing. Because no, that's not our next door neighbor. That's a sex robot that lives next door. Clearly, if your wife is banging the next door neighbor, she objectively cheated on you. The end. There's no model that can explain that away. Can't be done.
I think his wife is banging the next door neighbor right now.
Probably. She's probably sick of his obfuscation. She's like, Maggie, so are you going to have sex with me tonight or not? And he's like, well, technically I could, maybe, possibly, maybe I could build a model. And then she's like, fuck it, I'm going to just... Can you construct a model
like the next door neighbor. It was like an exact replica. But then she buys it, she gets it, and she's having sex with the sex robot. Then I enter the door. Then I enter the room. And I see she's banging something which resembles and is in every way looking exactly like it. So,
I mean, this is what they call in America the good old college try, right?
Well,
then look. But when I am looking at the thing, then I see, oh, she's banging something. It could then be the sex robot, but it could also be the next door neighbor who just walked over and is banging her. And like, there's no way this is different. Like when I enter the room, both possibilities are true. But as you said, which one is more likely? Yes, more likely that my wife banged the next door neighbor, but there's still a small, very, very small possibility that it was the sex robot. But then I go over and I look at if the next door neighbor is in his house, and then I see, oh no, he's not at home. Oh, yes, this model is false. Then I have proven that that model was false.
You enter that room, and what you see is your neighbor banging your wife, and you're like, holy smokes, it's my neighbor banging my wife. And then that moment goes through your mind when you're like, wait a minute, there might be an explanation for this. And you start thinking about Amazon, you start going through the price range, you start thinking, how much money does my wife have? Is that even possible? But for that initial view, you'd be thinking, well, I'm going to be going with what I see. And what I see is that my neighbor's banging my wife. So that would be the logical assumption at that point, wouldn't it?
No, what?
Occam's razor. It looks like your neighbor. Whether or not you think it's some high-tech sex doll from Japan, it looks like your neighbor. So you're going to be thinking, oh, that's my neighbor. And then it might come into your head, but, oh wait, my wife, she's kind of loaded, she was really looking into those sex dolls, there's a small possibility. But the most logical assumption would be what you observe directly, which is your neighbor, right?
So, you can actually just verify whether it's a sex robot or not. You can just go up to it and go, oh, here's a battery. Or, oh no, it's a human.
So, what I am observing when I enter the room, if I start with that is not actually, I don't observe my neighbor. I observe something which looks like my neighbor. I observe something which looks like a flat earth.
Something that it is a robot.
When you get up to
please, like, I can't finish the whole sentence.
Sorry, does that mean that when you wake up in the morning, you see whoever you live with in your house, you go, well, that's not actually them. It looks like them, but that could be something else entirely. Is that how you think?
Technically, yes.
Technically,
right.
yes.
So, any talk of robots is stupid. No one ever mentioned robot in the example. I know that because I gave the example. There are no robots. Let's leave the robots to one side.
And
I'm sorry, man,
another
you sound like one of those people that, like, even if you walked into the room and neighbor was banging out your wife and you realized it wasn't a sex robot, you'd be like, well, the neighbor would be like, well, I'm sorry, man, I just fell. And somehow I just happened to wind up inside her. And you'd be like, oh, shit, that makes sense. Yeah, we can make a model for that. Makes sense to you. I'll have to get that step from the front door removed so it doesn't happen again.
Oh, yes, that is true.
Yes,
I agree with that statement.
Oh, brother man, you need to go get your man card back. I don't know where it went. This would have been much easier for you if you'd have just said at the start, you know what, yeah, if there was a dude banging my wife, I'd be pissed. This would have been over 20 minutes ago. Yeah, this is an fallacy.
But I'm trying to explain my point.
I think to be fair to Pagas, we should let him explain how the neighbor could be a sex doll when he gets a shit dog.
Robots fucking exist, and we've experienced them.
There'll be another model, then we know the old model was wrong. But then you have a new model,
Wait,
which explains that he fell, right?
No, this I need to get for Pagas, right? You check the battery is not there, it is a human. Now you're saying there's potentially another model, could you tell me what that model would
So then that model could be like, oh yeah, he fell and well, actually, that's decided. So yes, but
It's not even Italian.
So he fell.
He just repeated exactly what I said.
I need to be serious. Pagus, I need to be serious. What is this other model? After you check the battery pack, it's not a battery pack. What's the model that could explain it?
I think your example, as you said, was very good with the folly. But then I look, what is most probable? What is the most likely? And I see, oh, it's very unlikely that they fell and that happened. So therefore, I choose to believe and I choose to use the model which is the most likely, which is that my wife banged the next door neighbor and therefore I am divorced. I can't know that she's objectively having sex with the man next door.
Wait a minute.
We can't because we verified it. No, but the verifying, there might be another explanation.
What the fuck are you talking about? We verified it. We checked that the battery pack isn't there. We checked that the penis is in the vagina. It happened. Yeah?
Yeah.
But
And now we're constructing a model to make the cheating go away.
So the fundamental way of what I am saying is that I can't technically give you an exact model because the whole premise of this is that it is something which is beyond my understanding, beyond my knowledge. It could have been, like say, an otherworldly, all-powerful being, like a demon or something, which then altered the visions and my memory, as well as my wife's.
And you can't see evil demons, right? Okay. Sonny, what were you going to say?
Like, and then we look, oh, this model, it's an explanation, it's actually likely, but it's very unlikely. It's extremely unlikely.
Yeah, this is
therefore we don't
Sonny, go ahead. Pagus, you're embarrassing yourself now.
Hey, Pagus, I just have one question, okay? Very simple.
Go ahead, please.
Do you believe there is such a thing as objective reality?
No.
There you go, folks.
That's it. Nail on the head.
Yes, I believe there is, but I don't believe we can actually. We can't figure it out.
Bro. Dude, are you objectively on Discord right now talking to us?
I can't actually know that. And as Roger, as you said,
then you're a psycho.
Well, then you can't objectively know if I mute you. So I'm just going to do that.
Yeah, that's a good place to put a pause on that, I think.
Oh, yeah.
And really...
I think that's it.
Bro, that was that was something special. 6 robot. What a tangent.
Yeah, it was one of those things like when you're having the conversation, you're just like, am I really having this conversation? I had to like slap myself a few times, like, pinch my leg just to make sure I wasn't in some fucked up dream.
Yeah, you ask yourself, like, how do we get to this, like, from just a 6 in the ground to a 6 robot to his wife on Amazon? And then he couldn't believe it as well. I don't know if it's her or somebody else. People won't be able to recognize their mother and father anymore, I don't reckon, after this.
I just thought it was so funny because the whole premise was your girlfriend's cheating on you, and we show you the evidence, and are you gonna accept it? And then like you don't want to accept it. And then it goes into he actually walks in on them cheating on him. Like now it's definitive. She's actually cheating on you with the neighbor, and then He just wants so bad for there to be some way to explain away flat Earth with some kind of model or explanation that he's willing to jump on anything. So he supplies the sex robot himself. I found that amazing.
They pull stuff out of the ether. Like, it's just truly magical and crazy at the same time. Make a model to see if your wife's cheating on you. That's just.
7 January 2021. The Booger Eating Schmuck, PhD, M. Scott Beach.
An equator is a straight line. In spherical geometry, that's true. Look up the definition.
No, straight lines do not curve.
In spherical geometry, a straight line is one that will curve as long as it curves in a straight way along a sphere. That's correct.
Scott, that's what the said. Has he told you to say that?
Look it up. It's the truth.
Curves in a straight way. Where's
We
that?
refer to these lines. These are straight. These are straight lines. Even though they curve on the surface, they are straight lines as long as they're straight on the surface.
Straight lines do not curve.
What's up?
What's up? What's up? What's up? I'll just start dragging
What?
people up.
What's up?
Okay.
What's up? What's up?
Drag up KJB Mod. Drag up Hams. Should we just leave Reasons down on his own? Just because reason.
What are you guys talking about in this live stream? Right, Crack? We're trying to find out what you're talking about.
Can I?
Talking about?
Line curve, guys.
Pardon?
Can a straight line curve?
No, sir.
Why
I
not?
actually used a curve level recently. This is a funny story. So I used.
You got a curve somewhere.
I used a
If
curve.
you're going
level.
straight.
It's
I mean,
curved.
come on, think about it. You're going straight, and then you've got a curve, right?
Wrong. It's got a curve because it's a ball. Is that what you're saying?
Says
Because it's a ball.
you go straight, and then it says that you have to curve.
I know. I want to get confirmation that Justin is okay. Send me a signal, some kind of a sign that you're actually okay and that you haven't like flipped, flicked some switch.
He's right, guys. No, he's right, guys. He's right, guys.
No.
Justin, this sounds like witchcraft. This sounds like witchcraft.
The number.
No.
7 January 2021.
Yeah,
the
perfect.
Booger Eating Schmuck, PhD, M. Scott Beach.
An equator is a straight line. In spherical geometry, that's true. Look up the definition.
No, straight lines do not curve.
In spherical
They are not
geometry, a straight line is one that will curve as long as it curves in a straight way along a sphere. That's correct.
Scott, that's what the said. Is he told you to say
Look it up. Look it up. It's the truth.
Curves in a straight way. Where's
We
that?
refer to these lines. These are straight. These are straight lines. Even though they curve on the surface, they are straight lines.
I believe him,
straight
Matt.
On the surface.
He's talking straight.
Right, guys, you know what he's trying to talk about? This is what's hilarious, right? He's talking out of his ass because he's applying 2D. He's applying 2D geometry to 3D geometry.
I know,
and this
right?
is what-
I know.
Right? So he's talking out of his ass. Why is the 24/7 live stream bot talking? Helio, shut up. Why are you typing? Wait there. This is let me elucidate with the point, right? This is quite funny. So I'm gonna just show just for his benefit, right? I'm gonna show you guys a circle. No, I'm not sending pictures of my arsehole. You shut up.
Should we be concerned?
You can carry on concerned trolling. Right, watch this though. Look, right, this is what he's trying to say. I'm actually having to build a straight line right now, guys.
From a curve?
This is disgusting. Not even having to do this.
You got to make that curve straight line. Straight line curve. Curve straight line?
Yeah. It's got to be done, mate. I feel like it has to be done, mate.
I'm going to
Right,
construct this curved line from a straight horizon.
Right, so we can see what he means.
That's what I'm
Unfortunately,
gonna
this
do.
is where right, so look, there you go. There's a straight
I'm going
line.
to actually... Hold up.
That's a straight line.
I'm gonna actually ride my horse out to the plain on the plateau.
But I see curve.
Mesa.
Dude,
I'm gonna
look,
go
there you
on
go.
the Mesa. I'm gonna go measure that horizon myself because I don't trust no dude in fancy duds coming here from the East Coast somewhere.
Sonny, this is what he's talking about, though. Sonny, this is what he's talking about. Look, Justin, this is what he's talking about. So there's a straight line through a circle, look. But if we turn that into a sphere, guess what? That straight line is still a straight line. Do you want to know why?
No. I got it. I got a good.
That's what he's trying to say.
Hold on. There,
Which one
this
was a
right
straight line?
There you go.
Yep, there you go. A straight line that's curved.
Oh, it's so awesome.
But you see the point. So the picture where I posted. Oh,
yes.
That's silly. Well, wait a minute. Maybe not.
It's amazing.
It is amazing.
So you could put that cylinder through a square or a circle. What about that? Yes.
It's amazing.
How was that possible?
Although that line is still not going straight. It's still curving.
Well, even if I turn that into a sphere, it's still straight though, right? Because it would just be like a dart.
But what about when somebody comes out and says, but it is.
Right here, this is right, guys. I'll elucidate the point to you.
Doesn't that make a difference? I'm sorry.
Luckily, what I do is this is genuinely what I do. I edit stuff, right? So I'll do this for you guys once, and I'm never doing this again. And I'm not for you guys. I'm doing this for fucking him. This is what he's trying to elucidate to, right? But this is where But the fact of the matter is, I'm showing you now.
Oh, okay.
I'll show you right now what he's trying to talk about, okay? So what I'm going to do is I'm going to emulate that circle into a spherical model, right? Okay? And I'm going to show you how a straight line can be curved.
Okay, we're standing by.
But the point is the straight line is no longer a straight line. It's still curved. This is what he's not understanding.
Okay.
That's the bit where he's failing to understand. I don't quite know how, but he is.
Yeah, we're standing by.
Yep, stand by.
Coming right up, folks.
Coming right up to a town near you. Right. Oh, right there, right, yeah. Snap. Come on. You can do it.
Meanwhile, remember that we had the longest conversation about sticks and shadows earlier. Did you realize how long that was? Like, it's 2021. I have to smack myself in the forehead sometimes really hard and think, wait a minute. Are we in 2021? We're still talking about for 2 hours, sticks and shadows. It's supposed to be a curvature measurement. Face slam. What do they call that? Face plant.
This isn't going to be perfect, by the way, guys, because I'm not doing perfect work right now on this.
But that's why he said spherical geometry. Yeah, if it's a sphere, that works. Yeah.
But I'm about to do spherical geometry. I'm about to do that.
Right,
yeah, exactly, Fraud. You're correct.
He has to prove that it's a fucking sphere first. You can't just jump.
That's true. Yep. Anyway, back to our regularly scheduled program, waiting for Crack Villain, like coming shortly.
Sorry, you can carry on talking. You can
to the Flat Earth server, where it's still about the flat Earth.
Hey, Sonny, you're exactly right about this wells and sticks and shadows.
Oh no,
it's like, come on, bro. It doesn't prove a goddamn thing.
I want them to drop it forever, like I was trying to get that guy to concede, and don't ever use it in here again. I don't want to hear those words from your mouth. I'll smack.
No, sure. I mean, we have to be patient because a lot of people that do come in here and bring it up. We have to be patient. So that we can explain to them how it doesn't prove anything.
Mm-hmm, mm-hmm. That's true. Yeah, that's the best we can do. Works pretty well.
Anyway, how you guys doing?
Pretty good. It's been funny.
I've been listening back and forth to you guys and watching this crazy fucking new show on Amazon. Holy shit! This
what is it?
It's what the hell is it called? It's called Tell Me Your Secrets.
I knew it was going to be something creepy.
It's fucking weird ass. It's fucking weird. I'm not even sure if I should be watching it at all.
I'll have nightmares. I'll have nightmares. I can't watch it. I'll have nightmares.
Anyway, but yeah. So yeah, we have to be patient with people when they. You know, like with the 3 questions, or most of them don't even know anything about Aristosthenes when they come in.
Yeah.
It's like, and for the most part, you guys do a really good job. But yeah, I mean, like today, it was. I ain't gonna lie, I was listening for a while, and I was just like, "Holy fuck! Can somebody just one person talk to this motherfucker?"
Stop it! No.
Like, what the hell is wrong with you guys, man? Do you feel like you have to scream over everybody? It's fucking. To be honest, I don't like it, man. When I'm trying to listen to the live stream and there's like 6 flat earthers just trying to berate or roast somebody.
I hate it.
I fucking hate it. So I would ask that you guys stop doing it, man, to be honest.
Right, I've done it where I can show this in both images for you guys because I'm only doing this once. Like I said, I should only ever have to do this once. Here.
I could probably.
This is what he's trying to talk about. So there you have a 2D circle behind with a straight line. Now I've emulated said straight line into a sphere. There you go. And that's what he's trying to straw man people with. Because I can rotate that sphere if you want. Do you want me to rotate that sphere for you? And make it straight again?
I don't know if that'll be necessary. Sorry.
Oh no, I can do it for you, Sammy.
Okay, let's see it.
Fine. Right, so let me rotate the sphere back. I'll emulate it back to straight again.
Will that be another 90 degrees? Oh, there we are.
Right. Okay, so right, so let's do this again.
I'm already confused.
So now that's straight, right? That's straight. Okay. So now let's make it not so straight.
Which part is straight? The straight line. That would be the straight part.
John Simmons.
Oh, whoa. That sounded really good. I'm sorry it got cut off.
I was talking about the wrestling that he.
Didn't say John Cena.
Righto, John.
Hey, shout out to Neo, man. I haven't seen you in a while.
What up, bro? Yeah, I haven't seen you in a while either.
Yeah, what's up, bro? How you doing?
Pretty good.
Oh, you weren't here? He actually came in, and we had to actually verify that it was him because we took his mod away.
Right.
Uh-oh.
Well, because when you're gone for so long, that's it.
Yeah, that's cool.
Yeah, I was wondering why. I was like, I thought I did something wrong.
That's part of the just making sure we don't have a mod that's away forever and then comes back with a hacked account.
Right. You don't want me to be some sort of agent guy.
Yeah, but you've told us what you've been up to, and stuff. So you're not always.
So you guys get the point, though, right? How a straight line can be curved.
Yeah.
How a straight line.
You see, folks. Here we go.
This hung up on it. He's still. We got to go over crack again. We got to go over the cracking again. Okay.
This is how street cred works in the flat Earth, man.
Just
flat Earth neighborhood.
And everyone into changing from 2D geometry over to spherical trigonometry straight away, or spherical geometry. That's what he's doing. He's trying to say you can have it. He says all lines on a sphere are curved. Okay, so let me straw man him then. Watch this.
What the? Who said that?
That's what he said. But you see the image of 11 minutes past the hour. Would you say that's a straight line, guys?
Leo, you weren't here. It was a numpty clip that we did of Mike Scott Sveach.
I've disproven his claim.
I've talked to him many times. Yeah,
he says that spherical geometry, straight lines are curved.
Right.
No, well, but not every line on a curve is straight.
But that's what he said.
But guys, I've just disproven his straw man argument, though. Guys, that's what I want to show you. I've disproven his straw man, not even just his argument, because he's already straw manning people, remember? He's straw manning people with this, right, which is this, yeah? Look, on the left, right, we have the 2D circle with a straight line. So it's a straight line. And he's right. We get a sphere. We rotate the sphere to the right. It becomes a curved line, okay? But we can all admit that that thing on the right is a sphere, yeah? This is the same sphere.
Yes.
That's a straight line, is it not? There's a straight line on a sphere. There you go. Straight line on a sphere.
On the surface of a sphere, it's not a straight line.
You are just so smart, dude. Down. Dude, stop. You've got to shut this server down now. Gosh,
I've just proven his straw man wrong, bro. I proved his straw man wrong.
You put the straw through the sphere. I see it. It's fine.
Stabbed them through the heart with their own straw man.
It's a good idea, though, man. Like for real.
It's like if you look up the definition of straight line, it's just a straight line. It's a distance between point A and point B. If you look up the definition of curved line, if you look up the definition of curved line,
then why do they keep coming in saying it's straight as curved?
I know. I'm trying to figure that out. It's fucking weird. Why do they think straight lines are curved? That's fucking weird.
Dude, I need something to eat, bro.
It's really retarded. Sorry about that. You slow people out there, but you're retarded. Okay? Let's just get it right.
Man, no, don't talk about retards because they are actually smarter than the globe.
Well, that's true. Is there a drone flying around my place? I wonder if they can hear me.
No, it is actually retarded, but it's not that they're retards. Their argument is retarded.
Yeah.
It really makes no sense.
There you go.
It makes no sense at all.
Yeah,
how can a straight line be curved?
Straight line, yeah. I'd like to know. Put it in my DM. I need to have that information right away. Thank you. I really need it. I mean it. I would not kid you about that type of information.
Straight line curve. We're going to have to write a freaking song about that. Straight line curve. I mean, we need to get one of them, the Globies, to make a song called Straight Line Curve.
I know. Oh, that's funny.
Oh, that looks like a good condenser mic as well.
Yep. Looks just like mine, actually.
Does anyone know of any good headsets that are like... oh, this is not a bad one, actually, right there. I need to know the headset I've got is pretty good, though. Oh, that wire's pretty thick. Okay.
You mean with a microphone attached, or...?
Oh, mate, do I sound good to you, Helio, or not?
No, you
sound pretty good, right?
Yeah.
I've got a good headset.
Yeah.
And this is without the and like I said, this is without my what do you call it? My this is without the blue voice attached.
I mean, I'm using my Blue Yeti with some Skull Candy headphones attached to it.
I got a Blue Snowball.
I don't really know how I could, No, I don't want to. I don't want to pay $400 for some like studio headphones or anything. But I paid like $20 for these headphones. So
that's pretty good.
I don't really. As long as I can hear you guys, you can hear me. That's all I really give a shit about.
Man, my system's come a long ways from what I started with. It must have sounded terrible. Sorry about that.
No, dude, you always sound great to me, I feel.
Well, since I got this...
Did you say Sonny always sounds great?
Yep. Sorry, but
no, that's not true. No. He does now, but yeah, he's had some problems in the past. But he's fixed it, which is good. Good thing. because I always wanted to hear Sonny, man. Sonny's got some good stuff to offer to the convo. And I think it was.
Glad people can finally hear me. I'm glad people can finally hear me.
Yeah, sure, and I want that for everyone that gets in here. We always want everyone to hear everyone good. You know what I mean?
Not true.
Oh wait, no, hold on.
No one told me my mic sucked, and I've noticed no one can rumpus me anymore because my microphone is too loud.
Well, I'll just have to turn you down then.
Is my mic loud though, Sonny? Like for real or not?
Yeah, it's funny loud.
Sometimes it is. Sometimes it is.
At 80%.
Or what if I come and talk to you like this?
Yeah, I can get really close to my microphone. Is my microphone loud?
I can get closer to my microphone than you, mate.
Yeah.
How about that?
Anyway, so
I'm 2 feet away from mine.
I'm about a foot. I'm about
the snowball is good, bro. The snowball's good, but there are other microphones that are better than the Yeti and the snowball that are cheaper.
Yeah. I need one that's isolated away from the table, so it has a shock absorption. I need it.
Right, that's not hard to do.
Yeah, it's like
do that with that one.
I have my Blue Yeti on a mic stand next to my desk, so that my desk has the computers on the desk, and all the vibration would be absorbed if I had it on the desk, and so I have it on the floor, so it doesn't.
You know how to sort that out, though, right?
What?
You guys know how to sort that out. Buy some honeycomb matting, so you can buy like a honeycomb mat, like 2 layers of it. And then put the stand itself, like the arms that come off the snowball, for instance, or the Yeti with the actual stand part.
Mine's clamped. Mine's clamped to the table.
I mean,
yours is clamped to the table, of course. But what you do is you put where the clamps go on the table, right? Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, I got.
Get a piece of honeycomb or memory foam, right, and put that under the clamp on the top and the bottom of the clamp. I don't know what type of clamp you've got, but then put it on.
See.
And then clamp it to that, and clamp it to that, so that then it has wiggle and it's stable.
Yo comprendo. See, I put the cushion.
That's what I'm saying. I tried to use my Blue Yeti sitting on my desk, and it picked up all the vibration from the fucking computer fans and shit.
It's probably doing it now.
So that's why I have a straight stand right next to my desk. That's where my Blue Yeti is set up.
Nice. I got a Blue Yeti too.
Excellent. So I mean, because it's so sensitive, and even if you put your Blue Yeti, I mean, it comes with a little short stand, and you put it on your desk. If your computer's connected to your desk, if it's like sitting on your desk, you're gonna hear.
Well, that's how I learned how to use the threshold. So I turned it so it's not fully open, so it cuts out the background noise for the most part.
All right, cool. Well, hey, I recommend that you get a floating stand or something, something that's not attached to your desk.
Probably a stand, like you said. I'll get a boom stand for it.
Yeah, something that you can attach it to that's not connected to your desk where your computer is. It's got the fucking fan and the freaking hard drive and shit. Just
I know. That'll be the next phase. It'll get better and better. Probably get an interface then at this point pretty soon here. Just do it that way.
I've got a microphone that's a dynamic and a condenser microphone all in one.
That's pretty cool.
Well, I have another setup too
But I don't know if it works yet, and I don't have a way of using it yet. Do you guys want to see it, or are you just gonna leave me out on this?
No, show us the microphone. I want to see it.
Is it USB?
Nope, it's not, mate.
Yeah, that's what I was. Well, yeah, it's like my other setup is USB, but it's through a Zoom product, and I do have a better microphone. And I was messing with it about a month ago. You guys probably heard me talk through it before. But anyway, something happened with my computer, and then I was just like, it just happens every once in a while. It's just like,
Helio, stop messaging me stuff as well like that, man. Like, upsetting, man.
No, the Blue Yeti is like every time I plug it in, it works. It's like when I go through with the external microphone with the XLR going through the Zoom platform, and it doesn't always work. When it works good, but when it doesn't, it's like it's so frustrating. You know? So anyway,
I can't compete with you, bro. Your mic's better than mine. I can't compete. All right.
No, I'm just asking you we're asking you what microphone are you? We wanted to hear your new microphone, man.
Does this one sound alright? The one I'm using currently, though. How good does it sound?
Yeah, it sounds good. Sounds good to me.
I've got one of my headsets stopped working properly, and now it seems to be working a bit better. I'm gonna test it in a minute with you guys, but this one is a full-on audio jack cable. But you know, it came with a Faraday cage box because it was made for I swear down. It came with a Faraday cage box.
Is it a cable connected to your PC or your phone?
I don't. My PC got fried. Remember?
Oh, so it's to your phone.
Nope. The one I'm using.
No, I don't remember that your PC got fried. I'm not that involved. You know, I don't know everything that happens 24 hours a day on here, so I didn't know your PC got fried. But anyway, so
that didn't happen on here, dude. Like, oh, man, we spoke about this for hours, Helio, man. Like, wow.
What? When?
When? Like, when it happened, dude. Like,
when? Like, was it a month ago?
Nope.
2 months ago?
4 months ago. When I remember, I was away for like 2 months.
No, I don't remember it. No, honestly,
I'm glad. It's lucky no one remembered that.
Dude,
I was away.
PCs. You can go to fucking Walmart and buy a PC for $200.
Dude, I was made moderator after being away for God knows how long. I don't know. Like, you know, it was ideal because no one remembered that I was gone. No, they did.
Okay. I'm not trying to take a piss out of you. I'm just saying, no, I don't remember.
I barely remember. I don't remember what I wore yesterday.
Oh, I do. It's still on my bedroom floor.
So you don't have a PC that you can use to get on Discord?
Nope. Not at all, mate.
All right.
It blew up. It blew up, mate.
All right. Cool. Anyway, what were you talking about?
Been talking. Right, I got this microphone anyway, Helio, right? I got it from an auction, right? Okay. And I didn't know it was in the auction lot, and I was so happy when I opened it, right? Because I got it for like £4, the box. And the box that it came in alone, right? This box here.
Well, you bought a headphone set for $4.
Listen, because I go to auctions all the time, right? Yeah. I used to before the Rona. This box that is in is technically a Faraday box. I didn't realize it was, but I've put phones in it. I've put all sorts in it, and nothing works when it's in it. Nothing works. But this is the mic I've got, and this mic won awards back in 1997.
Well, you got it at a fucking like a flea market or something. What we call flea markets. Like an old school.
That's an OG mic, bro.
So it's got the 1/8" jack or 3mm jack that you just plug into your phone.
8-inch or whatever you call it. I don't know what.
Sounds pretty good. I ain't gonna lie, bro.
Quarter-inch phono jack, like a guitar.
No, he's plugging it to his phone. You can't plug a.
Oh, his phone. Oh, I got you.
If you've got the right connectors, you might be able to. But
yeah, the 3mm.
Yeah, you can get adapters.
3mm. That's
I doubt it would work on a phone. I doubt it would work on a phone. I'll be honest.
That works. What the heck?
That's crazy.
No, it wouldn't. The phone. No, the thing I'm using at the minute is a headset. Quite a good one. That I bought the other day. I got it the other day. This is the box that came in. That. Okay, and then this is the mic. I posted it right now. But I saw one on eBay the other day. Brand new on eBay, right? And it ended. I thought it was only $260, but it ended up selling for about $1,000.
This is what you're talking through right now?
Nope. This is what I'm hoping to try and. If I get a PC, I'm hoping that this will work, even though it's old. 1997. It's a B&O Bayo Mark 1000.
What does the end of the cable look like? What's the plug look like?
Well, the cable actually you can take apart and rewire yourself even because it's an old one. So, and I can rewire that myself easy.
So what does it have on it now? What does it have on it now?
I'll post an image.
Okay.
Sorry, are you talking through Bluetooth or wired headphones right now?
Wired right now.
Okay. And it's something you just bought at a store?
Nope, I bought it on Amazon. It's a Logitech Pro G something.
That sounds like a good one.
Approximate value, price that, you don't have to tell us.
They can be anywhere from like, they're like, like $150 or something. They're meant to be,
holy shit, that's a lot of money for some freaking wired headphones.
Yeah, that's a regular 1/4-inch phono jack.
Yep, the same as a guitar, nearly.
Yeah, it's just like it. So,
but it's not stereo. It's not stereo, though. It's not stereo.
It doesn't need to be, but you could plug it right into an interface. If you got an interface like one of those Red Scarlet, whatever those things are.
Dude, I've got a $450 pair of headset that's Bluetooth.
You're gonna plug that shit into your phone?
No, I'm gonna get a PC soon.
Hopefully, yeah. But hey, to be honest, your audio sounds great. I'm not gonna lie, sounds great.
But I want to be making music. That's also. But then this is the other microphone that I might be able to use that I think might be USB, but I don't know if it is or not yet. Because I can either take it from the studio or I can spend it. But I can tell if I go up to the studio, I'm not going to be able to just sit there long enough that I'm going to have like all of the shit come to me that I need. So I need to get a laptop or borrow a laptop off someone around where I live and then use. I'm just going to rob the microphone from the studio for a bit.
Yeah, if you're going to do music, there's a difference between talking on Discord and recording audio for music.
Well, I'm just thinking, I'm hoping I can use that dynamic Bayo mic for talking on Discord eventually, and I'm hoping that will be all right. But I'm going to be using this microphone. I'll show you the microphone. This will be the one I'm using to make.
So you're working. You don't have a laptop now or any type of PC to talk on Discord, and you're working toward that.
Yep.
Yeah, we want you to. We want you to be. Boom.
Me too.
Boom, lock, boom. Just like.
But I'll get that pretty soon.
Yeah, I think you will. It's all good.
Like this pair of headphones, bro. These are like worth $400, but they sound like.
I'm trying to figure out how does this.
They sound like shit.
That will be a mono. Will that just work with a regular 1/8-inch input?
This is what I'm using right now.
No, I'm talking
the last one.
Those headphones you're posting now is what you're using.
The very last of what I'm using, yeah.
What do you mean by very last of what?
Because I've just posted 2 headsets in quick succession.
You have these headphones that you're posting.
Both, yeah.
Plugged into your phone, and you're talking to us through that microphone.
Yeah.
Okay,
not
cool.
Both.
I just wanted to make sure.
No, not the big one. I'm not using that. I'm saying that's what I want to use on the computer. But I'm asking you guys, will that work on a computer? That microphone that I showed you with the bigger jack.
See, that's what I was trying to clarify. I mean, they look cool, but why would you want to buy some aftermarket shit that doesn't sound as good or work as good as something that you could buy now? That would probably cost you at least half or 1/4 of what you can get now.
I'm confused. What do you mean?
Well, I mean, Why are you talking about these headphones?
I'm saying I was just making sure they sounded good to everyone. That was all, dude. Like, because if these sound good enough to like
wait,
make a song with,
are you
then I
saying
can make
that
it sound quicker?
the headphones that you posted, that's the ones you're using now, plugged into your phone?
The ones that are from Amazon are the ones that are plugged into my phone. The Amazon picture.
Yeah. The picture. No, I'm talking about in the live stream voice text.
Oh my god.
The ones that you posted.
I've posted more than one though, haven't I? I've posted 2 images of 2 different headsets. Right?
Well, I mean, a couple of them look like pictures that you took.
Yeah, all the ones that I took, I'm not using any of those devices right now. The one that is the Amazon one, there's only one Amazon image. That's the one, that's the headset I'm wearing right now.
But straight lines curve.
Oh, am I just off, or is what the fuck are you talking about, Black Villain? What? What pair of headphones are you wearing right now? Anything? Are you wearing one of them that you posted? Are you
the
wearing
Amazon one? Oh my god, the ones from Amazon that I posted.
So you want to buy some ancient headphones?
No, who said that?
You can use later.
What?
Kind of weird.
Oh, I don't know what you're talking about, bro. Anymore. I'm not gonna lie. I've not said any of what you're saying.
All right, cool. So I don't know what you're saying either.
I have the Astro A50s.
Yeah, they're pretty good, but like,
But
I
that's
tested.
just for gaming.
I tested them out. Yeah,
and NW-700 newer.
They're
nice.
great for gaming. They're great for gaming, and so are the literally. Look, so Justin, these ones here, right? If you look at these, right?
Yeah, now he's gonna about to post some more confusing headphones.
No.
Like, here's what I might or might not choose in the future.
No,
but
what are
you
on about?
haven't even posted what you actually are using now, or
Yes, I have. Are you fucking literally nuts or something? Right?
Yes, I am. I am.
33 after the hour.
I'll shut up now. I'm just fucking.
Dude, 33 past the hour. I posted what I'm wearing at 33 past the hour.
The Logitech G Pro X gaming headset. Those are actually really, really nice. 7.1.
Yeah.
And it does for all of them, even PlayStation. That's nice. I like that.
They're just not very good for gaming. The ones I'm using for gaming right now are the Neurophones.
Ah, gotcha. See, the A50s that I have are specifically for PC or Xbox. They have a specific one for PlayStation and PC.
They've got the audio jack as well, haven't they? The audio cable, the actual.
So nice.
Yeah, they are nice.
Mine's wireless, so it has an optical cable.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. It's optical, and then they are very nice for gaming. Definitely, they've got the good 3D sound.
Yep.
My friend's got a pair, but you hear your own voice when you speak.
Pay to win. It truly is a pay to win.
It is pay to win.
And you know why?
Do you want to know why? The Neurophones are even better than the A50s or any of the A. Yeah, because listen,
right.
yeah, look.
And you know why I know a Crack Villain's full of shit? Because he doesn't have a computer to game on.
What? I've got a fucking Xbox One X, dude.
Oh, Xbox. All right. Well, fuck you, man.
Dude, I'll fucking mute you.
I'm not a gamer either. All right, fucking.
Dude, I'm playing GTA right now.
So what kind of headphones are you gonna? I think you use the same kind of headphones on a on a phone or a PC within a certain type of adapter. It's not really that hard to figure out, bro.
I'm not struggling.
You have a decent game. Well, I'm just saying, if you have a decent gaming headphone set,
I was just asking you guys how I sounded on this set.
Yeah, you sound great.
Man.
My bad.
What headset?
Sorry, guys, if I was being an asshole. My bad.
No, you're fine.
You're fine.
We know you, Helio. It's okay.
Yeah, look at this, Justin. I'm going to send it to you now so you can look at this is what I use for gaming, yeah? Because at first you couldn't use them for gaming. They're the first in-ear, outer-ear headphones, so they can have surround sound.
Yep.
That is so loud because it protects your ear because of the in-ear Wait, I'll just send you the link as well. I just screenshot it. I don't know why, but it's got a plug-in microphone. I don't know how good the microphone is yet. I'm yet to order it. Because if it's really good, then I'll use that as my headset. But this thing is more comfortable. I need these anyway that I'm wearing right now, because they're comfortable enough to wear for hours and hours and hours. The only thing about that I love the ones you've got, but I don't like the sound. The mic quality is not as good as this mic quality. I don't think. And you haven't got the blue, the voice. You know, the blue voice technology.
Wired, right? So.
That they're wireless, as well as wired. You don't have to keep them wired.
Oh, okay. That cord looks like it's just okay. Cool.
Yeah, that's just for when you're gaming. You can use that, right? But I'm saying that they're bar none look how much money they cost, mate.
I bet.
They're like, wait there. In my money, they are, wait there. Because like I know that the best ones that you can get are the ones you've got, bar none. These are left field. They've come out of nowhere. They do a hearing test on you, bro, before you play, right? It adapts to the shape of your ear, and it's silicone. But they are, wait there, for that headset, it is, how much does it cost again?
Up to 20 hours too. That's nice.
It's £370, which is.
Yeah, it's over 400 here. 420. It says on the chart right there. I bet those are really comfortable too.
They're very good, bro. Like that's scary to use. Yeah, it's $513.
Well, once you go with a game, you can't go back. You just cannot go back.
I can't hear you for some reason. It's really annoying me.
Sorry, no, it's my.
Well,
mic.
that's kind of fucked up.
I was away
fucked
from
up
the mic.
because I was about to say, hey man, Crackville, your microphone sounds great. There's no reason for you to actually improve it in any way. Your
right, sweet. That's what I was trying to find.
Yeah, it sounds great. Sounds great.
We actually.
That's all I was trying to find out.
Clear. Crystal clear.
Yeah, I thought it would
be. Are you on the headset right now, or are you using that boom mic that you posted?
I'm using the no. I'm on the headset right now.
Okay.
Yep. That big boom microphone. That's what I was trying to ask you guys.
So
will that work on a PC or a laptop?
Yeah, you're on a headset connected to your phone. Is that what you're saying? Right.
Yep.
Sounds great. Sounds great. Have no worries here as far as this live stream goes. Sounds great.
Yeah. I was really trying to, a couple of people noticed that my quality was really bad, so they
I've heard you before. Like there was some internet. I think it was more internet issues, but I mean, for the most part, most of the time when you talk, you sound pretty good. So I'm not.
Now, did you just get those?
Just got them. Yeah, that's what I'm saying.
Oh, okay. Yeah. It sounds a lot better than it used to. Okay, I was just like,
you did sound a lot further away yesterday. So yeah.
Yeah, I've just sort of fixed because these headphones have also got not just this boom, right? They've also got the and I've not done any of the settings with the voice activity or anything either. Like I've just left it on automatic. But
it sounds a little loud.
Automatic is great.
Automatic is good, but just
you can't turn it down, though, can you?
Yeah, you can go. You have to automatically. Not automatic. You have to uncheck the box, and do your input sensitivity.
I don't know how that works. I really don't get how that works, at all. Because
just go into your voice and video settings.
So if you put it down, listen. If I put
Well, that's what we're here for. We're here to.
That's what I'm saying. So listen, when I put that up, like the sensitivity thing, how are you supposed to adjust that? Are you meant to adjust it to where your voice is buffering all the time? Or
No, it's
like
not
this.
about
No.
buffering. Has to do with your internet connection.
No, I mean the bar where it's buffering. I know that, Hedo. I mean where the bar's buffering on the sensitivity on my phone. Like, I've got it off of auto sensitivity right now, right? And I'm wondering what it picks up and what it doesn't pick up. I'm wondering how I sound right now, as opposed
I'm not
to
hearing
before.
any other any background noise or anything, and when you talk,
No,
I
wouldn't.
hear you speak, and that's it.
Sure, but and I'm not saying it's.
Does this make me a lot louder though? Like if I do that?
It does sound pretty loud. Does my voice sound loud to you guys?
Yeah, very.
Okay, well then, all right. I
It's
guess
okay.
we're all
We're
the
all
fucking
mic'd up.
same. I guess whatever.
And
All right,
straight
just
lines
what-
curve.
You're fine. You're fine.
The auto sensitivity seems to be the only setting that definitely works for me.
It's not distorted. As long as it's not distorted, then we're all good. Your
the
voice
auto-
doesn't sound distorted to me. Correct.
Yeah, that's all I wanted to know. But then I was also sort of asking, you know, that boom arm one that I've got, Justin? Yeah? The big Bayo one that I showed, that I got in the auction for like £4. Would that be able to be used on a PC, or is that strictly a microphone to be used with
Perfect.
a massive amp?
Perfect. You can just plug it right into a headphone jack, and it should read it just like a microphone.
But it's the size of an electrical guitar
And
jack.
your point?
I've never owned a PC with an electrical all right, get an adapter.
There is an adapter that will put it into a 3.5 millimeter.
All right, sweet.
One of those big, huge jacks. Yeah, I have one, and I converted
Oh, I
it.
remember. I wonder if I
Either
can
into
buy
USB either. You can convert them
Actually,
into
wait there.
USB too. Uh-huh.
I'm going to build my own PC, so I could probably buy an interface that actually has
Yes,
a straight
sir.
jack.
Yes,
Because then
sir.
it'll
A
work even
sound
better,
deck.
won't it?
A sound deck. Yes.
Yeah, that'll work even better then instead of using an adapter.
much better. Yes.
All right, I'll
Then
do
you
that
can
then.
Adjust it from the deck instead of actually the computer itself.
Yeah.
And by the way, Crackville, you know this is on live, so you can go back and listen and see what your mic sounds like, and then you can adjust it, appropriately.
Yeah, but if my headphones are shit, because that would be a
just telling
Listen,
you.
wait, I'm saying it would be a reification fallacy, wouldn't it? Because I've got a shitty phone.
No, you can
I've got a
actually,
shitty phone, and if
test
these
it yourself.
I agree, but I'm saying, let's say my headphones are shit, and I'm like trying to find out if they're good. Yeah.
No,
Listen to me a second, please hear me out.
Go
I know you're telling me that. That's why I'm asking you, and not going onto the live stream and listening to myself. Because let's say my headphones are shit, yeah, and I'm like, oh, it sounds good to me, but maybe that's just because I have no contrast to know what good sounds like. Do you get what I'm trying to say? That's why I'm asking the people with the Yetis.
I'm just talking about the gain. It sounds a little hot, so you can just turn I would recommend just going.
I'm on a phone.
Yeah, just turn your input volume down up. Like 5 or 7%. And then and you'll sound better. That's all I'm saying.
How about if I just move the boom away like that a little bit more?
Or you can pull your microphone away from your mouth a little bit. Yeah.
I can't turn down the input though because I do not have the option.
Well,
that was better when you moved it a little further.
See?
Yeah.
Fucking easy. Anyway. But yeah, your new mic sounds great.
Thanks, dudes. No, I appreciate it. No, I just
want that sounds so much fucking better, doesn't it, guys?
Yeah, I just moved it away.
Oh, yes. Love it. I ain't trying to give you shit, Crack. I was just saying it was pretty hot. But if it was really close to your mouth, move that motherfucker away.
Yep, but it's okay.
Good. Cool. Excellent. Let's move on.
Look, India just had to go at me. He's like, dude, take those posts to the leather mask fetish. This Mate, so CJ gets away with it. Alright. With his hot dog eating contest motorbike mask. Alright.
Yeah, put your mask on. Maybe that shit'll be muffled even more.
Oh, dude. No, I'm on about it.
I don't want to get your COVID, bro, across the internet.
Dude, I looked crazy 2 days ago, right? I was inside of a shop talking about consciousness and God and the neurological framework of our mind and how to expand like ourselves into, you know, being better people really by sort of just understanding on a fundamental basis that even if praying does nothing in your own mind, that believing in it releases and lowers cortisol levels and allows for essentially, and I was talking about this out loud like with a shitty mic, Helio, and I mean a crap mic, so I was having to shout it, right? And that I was in a room full of like, I mean, like there was 100 people around me. I had no mask on, and then I started saying like, look at, and I was like, everyone around me's got a mask on. I was like, they all look ridiculous. Like, oh, dude, I just started going. I was going crazy in there, like literally just going nuts.
I fucking hate masks more than anything.
The girl behind the counter was like, literally, like she was like, "You're literally hilarious." She was like, honestly, she said, "You're so much fun when you come in the shop," because she's like the only person who doesn't wear a mask. She's like, and then today you come in and then start having a go at everyone for wearing them. Like I was in there going, "Why are you all wearing masks still?" I was like, "What are you all doing?" I was like, "You all look like idiots." I was like, "What are you doing?"
It's the COVID-19 pandemic, man.
The pandemic, right? The pandemic. And people are like, I'm gonna like I have
a couple people took them off.
I have family members like using sewing machines, creating custom masks and shit, and they're like
they aren't regulated.
Yeah, regulated by what? Anyway,
yeah, I mean, you got the little blue ones. There is actually a stamp in those packages from some Chinese guy that said, "Yeah, this is good." But those fucking cloth ones, they could be literally anything, you know?
Yeah, and any old mask will do, right? I mean, you get a neckband, you just throw it up. But we're not supposed to be talking about this necessarily, but I mean, we can throw it. We can throw it out there every once in a while. How ridiculous it is! It's like, man, there's several states that just have lifted this shit, and I think within the next few months, there's going to be several more states. Hopefully, mine, where I can actually go shop at Walmart without worrying about whether or not these guys are going to fuck with me. Anyway. So silly. But it's weird how it, like, when it became a thing, everyone wanted to customize their mask, and they was like, "Oh, I have a red and blue one. I have a."
They want their individuality.
Yeah, it's just like I hate masks.
I find like as time has gone on, I can stand them less and less for like wearing them for however long.
I mean, I hated the mask that they carried before they actually put it on their face. But I really hate this bullshit. I ain't gonna lie about that one. It's like everybody puts a mask on, when you're, in certain platforms, even like this platform. We don't tell everything about ourselves. But when you put a mask on because they told you that there's I'm not gonna do it. Never mind. I'm not gonna do it. You guys already know. Anyway.
Man, I hate it when you're going to the store and you just about get there and you realize, what was I forgetting this whole time? Oh, right. The only thing that lets me go in the store now. You get your mask and you're just instantly mad.
Well, it's like I'm sometimes I'm like halfway to the fucking door, like, oh. Son of a bitch, they're gonna fucking fuck with me if I don't wear a mask if I go in there.
And they like at Walmart here and stuff, they like don't give them out anymore either. They're just like, all right, that was costing way too much money. Fuck you. You bring your own.
Yeah, they charge you $15 for a box of masks and shit.
Yeah.
It's like, you know what? Oh. Anyway, it just pisses me off so bad. It's like, are you fucking scared of the air? It's like everybody's walking around with these fucking face coverings and they're scared of the air. It's just,
Yeah, I got my own little barber shop, and we got people that are immunely compromised, so they actually don't need to wear a mask. But I had like a whole bunch of people, like 3, threaten the phone.
You're a barber?
Yeah.
Cool.
Threaten the phone. WorkSafe BC, which is our like government regulator of safe workplaces. You're like, oh, I saw that guy. He didn't have a mask. I'm gonna phone him. I'm gonna tell them you're not following the rules. Like, for one, you don't even know who this fucking person is that's sitting in my chair. For 2, you don't know if they're immunely compromised or not. You just assume that they're not, and you're not supposed to ask them like, oh, you are. There is something terribly wrong with you. Hey, what is it? You're not allowed to ask that either, because that's a privacy violation of personal health, whatever. So, I mean, if someone comes in and they say, I'm not wearing it because I'm immunely compromised, you're not supposed to, like, question them. Are you really allergic to nuts? Really? Just try one. Let's make sure. It's like fucking stupid.
Dude, it's fucking silent. So, how long have you been a barber?
3 years now.
Really? My mother was a beautician. That's how she made her living, when I was growing up. So,
yeah, it's like a very, very happy job for sure.
Oh yeah. Well, you have to have conversation. Well, you don't have to talk to people, but it would be kind of weird if you didn't. If you don't have customers, that you get to know and kind of. I'm not as sociable as I might appear. I like to people talk. I like to talk to people on the internet, but I don't think I could do what my mom did. Just like have customers and like cut their hair and get to know them and all. I'm more of a construction kind of, fucking kind of guy.
Well, someone comes in, they sit down, they want to get their hair cut. You find out pretty quickly if they want to talk or not. And I usually just have the same few questions I ask everybody. It's like, oh, how was your day? Do you have any other plans today? It's like, well, and if they're just like, nope, nope. It's like, okay, that's the way you go.
You know what's really cool about? I mean, I kind of do that when I check people in to the server. I was like, hey, how did you find us? I mean,
right.
But they'll say, well, I was just looking up Flat Earth Discord servers. It's like, oh, you were? Why are you looking into Flat Earth?
Right.
So,
yeah, it's the exact same thing as you checking people in. And they'll either just be like, oh, let's talk about it, or just like, yep, I'm here. Yep, give me a roll. Yep.
Are you still practicing barbarism?
Barbarism.
I'm just fucking with you.
I know. I practice barbarism at my hair cuttery.
Are you still working?
Oh, yeah.
All right, cool. Awesome.
It's just people have to wear a mask while they get their hair cut. And
like the entire time they have to wear a mask?
Yeah, they do, yeah. Or we're getting big trouble. And you know what? It's like more of the trouble of people gossiping and being like, hey, don't go to that guy over there at that barbershop. They're not wearing masks and shit. And they tell everybody, and then all their friends are crazy anal about getting COVID. And then they're just like, oh, everybody don't go there. Like shit just spreads like wildfire.
Oh, man.
But, if it's like, oh, I'm not going to wear the mask, but I want to get my hair cut, it's like, oh, well, I can't force you. Oh, well. Someone's going to have to call the police. But I'm not going to do that. I don't fucking care.
Rapidly spreading fire of retardism is headed your way. Watch it.
Have you ever thought of yourself, Nico, as practicing barbarism?
Like a flash fire. So flash fire retardation.
I never heard of barbarism.
No, you're a barber. You're a barber, and that's fine. I like it. I mean, do you are like a barber that when the connotation is just like most people that are barbers practice, men, practice on men. Is that what you do? You're a barber?
Yeah, I'm a barber. Yeah. So I cut.
Do you like the haircuts and the beard trimming?
Do the haircut, the beard trimming, the
shaving,
straight razoring.
Straight razor? Hell yeah! That's
we even we have a sink, which I guess most barbershops don't wash people's hair. Well, we can do that. So, actually, most I have been in my town anyway. They don't have like a sink to wash people's hair, which seems kind of weird. Every hair salon has a sink to wash people's hair. Why wouldn't you just have that anyway? So we got everything.
Shouldn't they wash their fucking hair before they go to the hairdresser?
They can, yes, but
they should.
You want to charge them more money? You got to do one little thing.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. I mean, you make the money anyway. But like I said, my mom was I know that's where the money's at. Anyway, Go ahead, Deco.
The only you got the barbarism word. That's pretty funny. I'm gonna tell someone that.
I know.
But the only word I've made up for hair cutting is hair cuttery. This is my hair cuttery, which is also really stupid sounding.
Hey, but have you ever had people like, I want you to barber me and cut all my fucking hair off?
Yeah. How could you name your fucking barbershop the barbarisms of hair cuttery or something retarded
it's
like that?
Men that go get their hair cut, they get it cut by women. When they go to barbers, they have short cuts. You know what I mean?
Yeah. You'd probably end up being the star of the barbarism.
You're gonna have to tell your buddies about this one.
Yeah. Hey, this guy in the Flat Earth Discord told me about barbarism. What the fuck and where the fuck?
Yeah, but it's with an A instead of an E. BARBARISM, not barb.
Shit.
It's gonna be with an E instead of an A. Barbarism is when they're just filthy freaking giants that just slash and cut, and but the barbarism is with an E, where you barber someone,
shine them up real good.
Yeah, you set them up and make them look fucking sexy as fuck. Anyway, continue, gentlemen. That's cool, man. That's cool that you're a barber, Deco. I ain't gonna lie. I mean, like I said, my mother's a beautician, so I gotta understand the tradition and everything around it. It'd be funny.
Oh, yeah.
Just be like,
and it's cool. It's comparing, because I mean, the U.S. barber standards going to Canada, and I mean, it's pretty much the same thing everywhere except for China, and Europe has their own little things, but not nearly as cool as China. China, in their really old barbarism fucking haircutting book, they have where they heat up metal rods and they they singe your hair off with that. And I can't remember why I'm bringing this up, but it's just like fucking pretty funny, the history of it. And there's one guy in China that's still does it, or that's popular anyway.
What? They put scars on their head? Is that
so there's this they've got just an open flame, and then half they wrap something around the one side like a cloth so they don't burn their hand. The other side of this piece of wrought iron is really hot, and they grab your hair and stretch it up and just slowly kind of go over the top and pull it, right? So you don't touch the person with it. But Yeah, there's some barbarism history for you.
Well, I mean, what happens to their hair though?
It just like.
Are they burning their scalp? That's what I'm asking?
No, it can't be that short. It has to be like, you can get it in your fingers, right? Like that long, longer.
That sounds close to barbarous.
But it doesn't. Nobody does that. Nobody's doing that except for one guy in China.
One guy in China.
Yeah, he's the only guy I've ever seen do it.
Anyway, Nico, man.
Sorry to interrupt. Sorry if I'm hot micing. Also, do you do men's weave?
Lulu, your mic is really soft right now.
Did you say men's weaves?
Yes.
Like, if you mean like cornrows and stuff, yeah. I don't know.
Well,
like,
you could do cornrows.
No. Men's weave, like they come in bold, and you send them home with like head full of hair.
Oh no. That's that's like into cosmetic surgery and shit, and then that's not our world.
But Nico, you can do cornrows.
Yeah.
I can do cornrows too.
I can't. I don't give a fuck.
It's not that hard to do, really.
Well, takes a lot of time and patience.
I mean, I think like the average white guy doesn't know how to do cornrows, because why the hell would we ever do them?
Why would you know how to do it? Exactly.
I've
got a black goddaughter. I got a black goddaughter. My brother's black, and so like I was brought up.
So how long does it take to do it?
It depends.
Yeah.
Oh my god, you could take 20 hours if you wanted to do it. Fuck.
Okay. I don't have that much fucking time. So
we don't do that long.
Why guys don't do
it. Helio, I could do it to you in about 30 seconds, mate.
I don't have any fucking hair, so.
Well, duh, that's the point.
Good fucking luck with that.
It's popular. I mean, it doesn't take long, because usually guys come in, they're like, oh, I want to fade on the sides and the back, and okay, like there's no hair there to do it with, and then just on top, it's like, here, you want to throw in 3 down the middle, look like Adidas stripe on your head or something? Let's do it.
Yeah. Like, I can cut hair as well pretty well. Like, it's not too hard to do. I've got a really cool old set of... I got them from an auction. The same auction I got that mic from, actually. Paid £4 for that headset and for this set of clippers. An old pair of Baker-Light clippers. The first ever Baker-Light. It's the first ever plastic.
Okay.
I'll have to show you a photo of it in a minute. Who's this I'm talking to?
Nico.
Nico.
He's a barber. He's a barber.
Listen, dude, like these are really cool because you can shave someone's whole head with it, and like if you know what you're doing, you can't just do it like you can't shave like from the back of the cranium to the front of the cranium and then start shaving from the ear, the temporal lobe across. You have to, if you start shaving with these teeth, because it's got different attachments, right? You have to shave from the back of the cranium to the front the whole time, and make sure you do it right. And then it depends, like, or you could do it just sideways across, but they're basically. I'll show you you'll see what I mean in a minute. I'll get a photo of you.
I have
like, what?
we have the original, like by hand, like the clippers you use on your head, the machine ones, plug into the wall. We got those by hand.
Oh my god. I love those.
You probably don't ever want a haircut from those. Those are not very fun.
I love the way they look, though. I want a pair.
Yeah, they look cool. I mean, I use them on my beard and stuff. They're just a perfect length for, like, 5 o'clock shadow.
Yup. That 5 o'clock shade.
Yeah.
So 5 o'clock shadow versus 5 o'clock shade is 2 different things, guys. One is in the realm of drag stars, and one is in the realm of... just
your beard.
They're both beard related, but 5 o'clock shades, like when those drag stars, they don't fucking like put on the right makeup, right?
Well, I mean,
you can still see they got a beard.
Do you want someone else to trim your beard or your style, or do you want to go pay for someone to trim?
No, I don't trim my. No, I do it myself, mate.
Yeah, I do too, and so it's like I don't. I mean, I started going bald when I was in high school, so I was like, I already knew I was already fucked as far as hair goes. But my chin hair is still, it's still lacking, as far as like how people can grow a really cool beard. So I'm just like, I do best I can. So I have to, I'm my own trimmer. I don't go to any hairdressers or to any barbers. So it's doctors of this or whatever. But that's okay. That's okay. Now I'll tell you this though. I think that what the hell is fucking forget people.
What are you talking about?
And I was gonna say the guy that we were just talking about.
Do you want me to help you out? I can help you out.
What was his name?
Right,
Nico.
Nico.
Yeah.
Nico. Yeah. As a barber, dude. I mean, you're an important part of a lot of people's things, but I mean, all I have to do is take a shower and shave my head. I don't have to pay anybody to do it because I'm already fucking bald,
No, but I never thought. Oh, sorry, dude. Carry on.
I never thought I'd see a cursed haircut image in the Flat Earth Discord.
I can show you a cursed image of my own.
Your live stream. Voice check.
I'll DM it. Are you a flat earther or are you a glober?
I am a flat earther.
I'll DM you a cursed image of a cut I got not that long ago.
But yeah, I mean when you go back
and I
to
cut it myself to look better.
How do haircuts work on a globe?
Shut up, Gemsy.
Did everyone just get cut off all of a sudden? Or?
No, just you.
Oh, okay.
Yep. Did you guys just hear that? No.
Yes.
Yeah, I heard a little.
Oh no, I farted. I was just wondering if you heard it.
I don't think that was a fart. It didn't sound like one.
Well, no, because you didn't hear it. Oh,
Oh, cut the shit! Look at that cone row.
Yeah, it's pretty whack.
Cut the shit out with plus crazy.
What?
Gross.
A cornrow come over.
So I would never. I can grow shitloads of hair from the back of my head, but I would never even attempt it because there ain't shit on top of my scalp. I'm a bald motherfucker. I would never even try. I wouldn't. Fucking hilarious.
If you want to see really funny like fucking YouTube videos, go look at like people reviewing fucked up haircuts. I think those are the best YouTube videos on like the planet. Just so funny.
What planet?
Yes.
Planet? Who said planet?
He's a glober. Sees him.
Oh, they caught me. My figure
Got him.
fucked me up.
Got him.
He said he was a flat earther. Now he's saying he's watching YouTube videos of bad haircuts on the planet.
It's
I don't know about that, man.
So fucked up.
Wait, Gemsy's a moderator? What?
No, it was a mistake.
Alright, I'll take it away now.
Mistakes were made.
Thank you.
Wait there a sec. You know this like moderator limited thing?
What the fuck is
Justin,
my bad.
you know this moderator limited thing? What's limited about it? Like, is it limited edition? Is it like
Limited edition moderator?
You know how some mods take like a vacation for
I
few
just
months?
accidentally server muted Justin. Fucks. I keep doing that. I keep server muting people on accident. Like, I fucking hate touch. Someone get me a BlackBerry that works on Discord. I swear down. So everyone just go quiet. All right, yeah. Did it.
Yo,
because I was thinking you rumpus me.
Sorry, Gemsy. Sorry, bro.
Hey, just kidding. You asked about the moderator thing, right? The limited thing.
Jamesy, I might give you shit, yeah, but like, listen, if I ever become a multi-millionaire, I swear down, I will drop you 2.2 million pesos straight away.
Thank you, bro. like Colombian pesos.
That's like $200 or something.
That's like $200. Oh, all right, maybe 1 million pesos. For fuck's sake.
Yeah. Well, it depends if it's Mexican pesos, Dominican pesos, Colombian pesos, or depends on which country, though.
Nah, I'll pay you in American dollars. It's fine.
Sounds good.
I'd want a video though. The one thing I'd want from
mic check.
Yeah, fuck you, Justin. I know that was Justin.
What's going on
with that audit log? No, it wasn't. He didn't even do it. That's alright. I accidentally like muted Justin for a split second, so I thought he just like disconnected. Which is what we do to each other now. Like moderators just abuse each other all the time. People think about mod abuse. They don't even understand.
They don't get it.
Nope. We send each other pictures of our daily shits as well. Swear. No, we don't really do that. All that goes to Lulu. Wait there. Oh my god, we've missed the trick.
Wait there.
Wait there, guys.
Wait. Do we have the proof? Do we need to shut the server down? What's going on?
This is hilarious.
We got proof that Crack bought a new mic.
The funny thing is I've been playing a placebo on all of you. You've all said my mic shit for ages. I haven't even got a new headset. So you're all liars. You're all liars. I've got the same headset. I never changed shit. And
you lied. You asked how do you sound, and we said you sound good.
You sound so much better, Crack. I didn't change shit. I didn't change nothing. So you've all been lying. How about that?
That was Helio. I heard everything.
Yeah, I agree.
You've been pushing this new mic stuff since yesterday, and we already told you. You sound okay, bro. You sound good.
I got told by so many people. I got told by so many people I sounded so shit though, like for ages.
Really?
Yep. Honestly, I promise you, mate. Yep. And since I've had this mic, I've noticed that no one rumpuses me anymore.
I actually had to put you like in 50% like yesterday, but now I got you at 100.
Hey,
you got me at 100 now. Yeah, because I'm adjusted to it. That's all.
On that point, though, I mean, there was like, how many times does Eli get rumpused? Every single day. When I'm at work and I'm listening, Eli has to figure out how to get one of these microphones where he doesn't get fucking rolled over. All right,
what it was.
All right, tell me what it is. Tell me what it is.
No, you're not wrong. You're not wrong. I'm saying that what it is he didn't trust in me when I said buy a gaming headset mic, because when he's out and about, right, gaming headset mics, that the reason they're good for this sort of talking is because they're incredibly crap.
Dude, when I'm at work, I can't join and talk to you guys, but dude, Eli gets
you
rolled over, man, bro.
You could.
So frustrating.
If you got the same,
I can't talk to you guys while I'm at work because I use very loud power tools. There's no fucking way I can join. But
if you had the same headset I've got and put on noise suppression,
I promise you don't.
Hey,
you don't want me to join.
That's all you have to do is try it and then see.
All right, then. Can you guys hear this?
That's it.
Guys, can you hear this?
Only when you talk, I can hear you talk. That's it.
Can you hear that?
So when you see your mic moving or lighting up, that's the only way we can actually hear you. So if your mic is not lighting up, we're not hearing you. Yep.
Can you hear that though? Wait there.
So I'm going to tell you right now, I have TikTok going on my phone, speaking. I have a song playing in the background, as well as my TV playing in the background, but you only hear me.
Well, I'll tell you another reason that I shouldn't talk to you guys while I'm at work. Is because I think the people that work with me would probably think I'm fucking nuts.
They know you're crazy already.
Right, okay.
I bring it up as a question. That's all I do. I bring it up as a question to the people I work with.
I don't talk to them about it. But if I was just, I only work with 3 people. So if I were to start just, I'm randomly using tools and listening to, and I just
wouldn't hear your tools.
Yeah, I mean, if I turn the power saw on, it's so fucking loud. It really, it hurts my ears.
I'm about to turn on a jet wash. That is so loud, right? I've just turned my settings on to noise suppression, right? I've got on noise suppression. I've turned echo cancellation off. I've got automatic gain control on, right? This setup here, what I'm about to do, right? Listen to this. I'm going to talk to you, and you'll hear the noise when I speak, but you won't when I'm not speaking. Watch this. Right?
What was that? What was the silence?
Listen, I'm talking to you right now, but listen, watch this. Listen, I'll turn it all off now.
Was it like 10 decibels or some shit? I'm willing to test it, but I'm just telling you that I think that the people I work with will probably think I'm fucking going fucking crazy if I talk while I'm at work trying to do this.
Nah, you work with power tools, and you better you want to concentrate on that.
Can you not hear that?
Yeah, because I might cut my fucking finger off too while
Did you not hear that?
I'm working that shit.
I mean, you need your hands.
No, I didn't hear it. I didn't hear it. I didn't hear it crack.
That's my point. I had you right next to a pressure washer.
Well, I didn't hear it, but if I'm talking to you guys, which I actually don't want to, I just want to listen to you guys, to be honest, for the most part.
You had it on a pressure washer, and we couldn't hear it. So the Discord only takes voice as a sound.
So is that set up in your input sensitivity settings?
Yeah, the noise suppression is great. I was pressure washing my deck one day talking to it.
I can hear water now.
Yeah. Did you just turn it down?
Turn it off the noise cancellation, yeah. But that's like very close to it as well.
It's like a noise gate, in recording software.
I'm just saying that if I had a power tool running right now, you wouldn't hear it. That's my point. I can prove it if you want, but it's too late to do it.
Yeah,
I'll prove it.
Yeah, you did. You said you had the power.
You just did.
Power machine, so.
No, but that's not really a power of that machine. That's not like a grinding wheel or some shit, right?
Well,
go get in a truck.
How about I'll test it one day at work and see if my fucking miter saw right next to my head is like 2 feet from my head goes.
Yeah,
see if you can hear that motherfucker.
Yeah, but I'm saying on my microphone with the right settings on, you wouldn't hear it.
Oh, I mean, I use Bluetooth headphones when I'm listening to you guys while I'm working.
Bro, I kicked the door in earlier and no one heard it.
Anyways, we have Parker,
we can
LJ.
test it.
We have Parker, LJ. How you doing, Parker?
All right, go ahead.
Oh, we got a new person.
Parker, are you there? My friend Craig Villano, he will like to speak to you.
Where is he? Parker, bro. What's up? Do you have control of your microphone? Parker, LJ, JL.
He muted and unmuted, so.
I did it to him, yeah, just in case. I think. Parker, if you can't hear, just DM me.
He's being shy.
Oh, I'll show him shy. Wow. That was loud.
Ryan has been listening for multiple days, but he doesn't speak. What's going on, Ryan? Ryan, are you there? Ryan, you've been here. You've been here for, I think, like a week already.
Mate, fuck you, right? Yeah.
Ryan! Is that from the movie? I think it was Saving Private Ryan.
I turned it down, so.
Wait, am I as loud as Sonny when Sonny talks for you guys then? Because if that's the case, then that's fucking crazy.
No, yours is like 20% less than Sonny.
I'm like 3 feet away too.
If I'm anything close to that, though, I'm happy.
I think your setup is right, Sonny, because I was able to hear every note. In the past, it will cut. But
and now you can hear it?
Every single note.
Wow.
Good, yeah. That's perfect. Yeah, the setup is right.
Yeah, sounds good, mate. There is a way of you setting it up to where you don't need an electric amplifier for us to hear it through your microphone at all. You can just set it up to where it plays for an amp, and then it plays straight through into the room.
Oh no! Yeah, I could play with it with an interface. Yeah.
We'd have to rig a bot to do that though, because if you wanted to speak with your voice on your account at the same time,
True that.
You'd have to rig a bot or have a secondary account. Sorry. And on that account, have your input as your guitar, and then you wouldn't hear the electric guitar in your room. Well, you could plug in a double way where you could hear the amp too, and hear what it sounds like yourself. But you could legit just play it straight in, so we don't have to hear it go through a mic. We can just hear it straight.
Yeah, that's true.
Do you know how good of an idea it would be to set that up as like a music room? Like this is stuff that we'll speak to Lou about it as well, and we'll try and get together and try and.
Well, see if you could do it where it was real time music into a room somehow, that without so you didn't have the delay, the lag. So there's ways of doing that. I mean, people are out there doing it on the internet. So it just requires some sort of technology that can take care of that.
Well, just a bot can do it, because technically you could like if you can live stream live audio through an amp, a bot can just play a live stream video there and then into a chat. Do you see what I mean? Like, there's loads of ways of doing it. Or you could just, like I said, instead of speaking on one account, the account hears what the amp wants it to hear, which would be the direct sound from the amp of your guitar. Do you see what I mean? So it's like when we record stuff, like when I used to live record my friends' bands, I didn't record the audio with a microphone. I used to plug my camera straight into the amp.
Right.
And take the audio from the amp. Do you see what I mean?
Yep.
Then we could adjust the levels of how loud it is, and then like there's a lot you can do like that. Do live music events.
Pretty cool. The mellow sounds of Sunny in the evening. Funny shit. Hold up. I got my tuner set to ukulele. That ain't right. Guys, I've literally just found a whole new argument against these fuckers. Do you remember that guy that went on Joe Rogan and he was talking about being in the underwater habitat? Right? Look at this shit. One sec, Sammy. One sec. This is important. It's Nathan posting shit for. Right, so I thought about it. I have one of those. There will still be lag if we collab. Yeah, no, I agree, Healer. There will be lag unless you do the input, like I was saying, where the guitar goes in. Unless you do a thing where
the account that the person is logged in on, right? You have them connect via a Skype call, and then you equalize the lag on a lag equalizer, so that 2 people are on the same account when you do 2 or 3 or 4 or 5. So it's almost like you're all in a Skype call or a Zoom call or a separate Discord call altogether, right? And then you emulate that over into it, or like an IP address blocker, so it doesn't know you're on 2 Discords in one place. There's loads of ways of doing it. I know this for a fact. You got to remember, I'm 27. I grew up fucking with computers. There's so many ways of doing this shit. To be fair, I'm surprised Helio managed to figure out, the live stream, because it's actually quite hard, the OBS and everything. But then it doesn't auto switch.
Yeah, it took me a long time. Well, once I got this mic and like my app is about 10 feet away from the microphone. And I have the guitar turned way down to like 2 or 3 on the. I could turn it up really loud, actually. It's got this humbucker pickup on it. The thing freaking screams.
Fuck, that's too loud for me right now. Fuck.
Sorry.
Craig Villain, why are you surprised that I figured out that you can't actually do it directly over Discord?
No, I didn't say that. I said I'm surprised that you figured out how to do the live stream with the OBS and do it all remotely, because it's actually harder than what like some people my own age can't do that shit, mate. Like you're
because I'm older. Yeah. I'm an older man.
Yeah, you're like my mum. Like literally, my mum's.
Yeah, I guess seriously. I'm old enough to be your dad, or whatever. Yeah,
you are. Yeah, I've said like I'm just saying my mum's better. My mum's better on computers than I am. Right. All the new kids that are younger than me, they're worse on computers.
And there would be. I would love to be able to collaborate. In live with Discord, with Sonny and
I know how to do
it. Yeah. Well. Like I'm saying, but you can't do it directly through Discord. You have to have another. You have to go through another platform.
Unless everyone gets an IP address and a proxy, and then goes into a separate server on a different Discord, and then records everything on there.
No, not recording. Not
record. Listen, not record.
I'm talking about live. I'm talking about live.
Yes, live. I'm on about live as well, mate. Literally, trust me. I know what I'm on about with this, because it's to do with like. So, right. So with like DJing, before we've had to get DJs in at an event where they can't be there, and we've managed to get it in so that they can be literally live DJing from home, but interacting with the other DJ that's physically there, right? But what I'm saying is the way you can do it is there are actually switchboards where you can have up to 8 people. Let's say in a let's say you had everyone in a different Discord chat, yeah, right? And each person has like a frequency code, and you do a test, and it's like a lag switch. It's like a switch where, let's say you're experiencing lag, right? And everyone just plays like you get like an app, or you can get like a soundboard.
Yeah, which
everyone presses the same sound. Everyone presses the same sound over and over and over again, and eventually the program you're all running, that you've all chosen to connect to through the same link, eventually will start to link up a lag for your lag, for his lag, for his lag, and eventually it ends up lining it up so that all of you, there is no lag. Yeah, it's about all the sounds come out about a second to a second and a half after you say them, but they all come out perfectly and harmoniously in terms of the sound, because you all play like G sharp.
And then you route it back into the feed.
Route it back, through one account. In the Discord live stream, you have one account that is now, like they do on Nathan Oakley's, that one account is playing everyone's shit through that one account. And then now it's on the live stream, no lag. Trust me, it's doable.
It's called voice meter banana. But you're going to have to...
No, that doesn't work. It's shit.
Yeah, man, yeah, exactly. So that's where it's like, I've had some problems with that. I've used it. I've been successful a couple of times with it, but at the same time, that's not.
I was going to say something. Right, guys. Just quickly before I forget the argument. Do you remember this cunt here? Right, he was on Joe Rogan, right? This cunt, yeah. He went underwater and that, and no one realizes who he is. He's called Garrett Reisman, yeah? I thought about it because Meme posted this thing. I'm going to post it in admin chat so Meme can see it later.
Wait a minute. I was going to share before we moved on the play online with other musicians. There's these places like Jammer, and there's a couple other ones. They're web-based systems for going, because if you all have audio interfaces, then you can use these kind of things. So there's several of them. How to reduce lag while live streaming video, so you can jam together and you don't have lag.
Right. I know what it is, but how do the live stream is different? To be able to put all of that into a live stream on Discord while everyone can listen is different. And I'm saying that what I do with my editing, right? Yeah, what I edit images. Yeah, okay, I could do it professionally. And the point is that the way I do it is I use mixed media. I don't just use Photoshop. I use about 50 different programs, and I utilize.
Yeah, but would that work for live music? That's the whole thing. You have the latency.
I've done it. I've done it before. I've done it before. That's what I'm saying. Because you can use a program to equalize for lag, and then all of you are in the same thing where you've equalized for lag, and then one person signs into an account, and that one person emulates the sound with a different program, and you use about 3 programs.
Under the pandemic, right? I mean, a lot of bands have done this, through YouTube and stuff. Okay, so they're like, and since we can't perform live, we're going to do it on YouTube. A lot of bands have done that, and
figured out how to do it.
But it wasn't through Discord. It wasn't through.
It's through like OBS Live, Jam Kazam Live.
No, it wasn't like that, because it doesn't actually work.
Lag equalization is possible though, and that's why I was saying.
I know it's possible.
That's why I was saying it'd be better if we could get a microphone that's playing directly into the PC instead of going through a speaker.
Oh yeah, absolutely. True.
Yeah, because all you have to do is set up a digital interface where you've got your guitar plugged in, Helio's got his thing plugged in, and then you connect on the digital interface somewhere else, saying you two are using those 2 programs those 2 things at the same time, right? And that you want them to work in tandem. And then if you want to do it with 10, you can do it with 10 people.
Yeah, it depends on whose audio we decide we use it. We all connect on one other interface, connect, play the music live, and then reroute it in, whoever's going to host it, reroute it into the Discord interface so that all of us are playing
together. Yeah. Of course, dude. But I'm just saying, like, we've got.
It can be done. It's not that hard. It can be done.
We've got C as well. Between me and C and someone like Justin, someone like fucking who else is really good with us? MIDI probably. We could easily sort it out. If I had a PC, guys, right now, I could probably do it all on my own right now. I'm not even lying. Like, my mum could help me do it.
All right. Well, how about you tell me which interface would you choose so that we could all kind of wrap it up and then reroute it through into where we could all do a live interaction with no lag.
No, I wouldn't do it that way. So
minimal lag. I would say minimal lag.
Right. So minimal lag. The minimal lag way I would say of doing it would be because you can use a lag equalizer. There are programs for it. I don't know that. I can't remember what's the name of it. There's one way you can get it, and it gives you everyone one note to play, and everyone's there all at the same time. And all you do is you press one key on your keyboard, and it plays like a G sharp, right? And all it does is it listens to get back the signal. And whatever signal it gets back and it hears the G sharp, the thing is listening so that it only hears one G sharp. And you keep pressing it until it says press, 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 press. And it basically eventually, it does it for you in the end. But what it is you're putting in input and you allow it to put the input in remotely for you so that it receives a signal from everyone all at the same time. And eventually it basically eventually figures out all of the differential parts where the lag is to the sound now is only playing one sound because you're all playing at the exact same time. then it saves that fucking formula. That formula then is savable, like I said, and runnable like a script. You run that script through a fucking through another program, or you can even run it on Discord. I guarantee it, right? Where you, I just don't wait there. I'm gonna have to fucking find out the names of all this stuff a sec. I'm gonna have to find out the names. It's 4 in the morning.
It'd be fun. It would be fun to actually interact together.
I'm telling you, it's easy to do because there's tolerances as well when it works out, like how much lag there is. There's tolerances left or right. Do you see what I mean? And it's a computer can work out exactly, like, let's say you're lagging behind me 2.2 seconds, because we all put in because we allow it to just play sounds from our thing and send a signal to sound all at the same time. It can feel the 2.2 seconds lag and the 5 seconds lag or the 1 second lag, and then it basically alternates it so that now we all experience everything in the real time.
If we're going to be able to actually do that here in Discord and all of us sync up together, we would have to use another platform and someone else.
Yeah. Of course, we can use Skype. You can run that in Skype, or
cool.
you could run it in another Discord server. Run it in another Discord server, right? Where we all put an IP address blocker on or on a proxy, or set up or open it in a different window altogether with different accounts, yeah. And then plug in the sounds that are coming out of that one server into just one account that is in the live stream to play it through.
Okay,
and that's all you do.
When you get that figured out, let me know.
I'm just saying, between us, I think we all could figure that out. It would take all of us to figure it out, though, right? Because everyone would have to join and do the thing to equilibralize the fucking lag. Like, this is the same thing that happened when people wanted movie apps where you could, like, press play on a movie. Do you know what I mean? Like, I fucking helped my friend design that for an app in Bristol, where he wanted to be able to have 10 people press play on a film all the way around the world. I'm just going to message him, actually. I'm going to message him and ask him if he's got the interface for the lag thing.
It's called the lag slag.
Yeah, the lag slag. That would be such a good term. But you think about it, trying to equilibralize, all it means is that overall, though, Helio, there could be, let's say, 4 seconds of lag. Meaning, let's say we just played a song.
4 seconds is pretty fucking long.
No, but there's no lag between us.
Bad. I mean, even if you know we're just like playing guitar and singing or whatever, it's only about a second and a half.
There's no lag between us at all. Like, let's say we were singing together, we would have no lag. Yeah, you get my point. But the live stream would be hearing it out of the account maybe 2 to 4 seconds after we had done every single part. That would be about 2 or 3 seconds behind. Maybe 4 at the most. But us, in real time, it would be normal. For everyone else that hears it afterwards, yeah, it's 4 seconds after it just happened. Still roughly live. They're not going to hear any lag between the people. It's just that they won't hear it instantly.
Oh, that's what I'm saying. We're gonna have to be singing and playing on a different platform, coming through someone's live.
Yes,
live
unless we can
hear on Discord.
Yes.
Yeah.
But you wouldn't decide what to do that on now, because you would decide to do that later based on what had the best quality. If that makes sense.
It does. It does to me. I mean, I'm not sure if it makes sense to everyone else, but yeah.
But
that was my point from the beginning. But anyway.
No, I agree. That's why I'm talking to you about it, because I do get you understand.
It would be cool. I ain't gonna lie. I mean, yeah, it would be really cool.
No, I think it'd be fucking great, actually.
Yeah, it'd be cool if we could do a live freaking performance here on the Discord. It'd be fucking fun, man. I ain't gonna lie about that.
Would be good fun. What time is it for you, Helio?
It's 10:49 p.m. Central US.
Right. Time to get on it.
What's going on, boys? Pretty quiet night or what?
Girl.
Who's that?
Never. It's data, man. What's going on?
What's up?
What up? What up?
By the way, Sonny, I've been having some smoking you had going on there a little bit ago, man.
Oh, you heard it? All right, cool, man.
Oh, hell yeah, I heard it.
Hey, so
I'm gonna break out my Les Paul and do some riffs pretty soon.
You guys ever download a transcript of any of your conversations from a Discord yet?
Not yet, no. Well, transcripts of our conversations is in like video or audio.
Yeah, so according to Discord privacy information, you can download your data if you want, man.
Yeah, but that's just, is that the audio or is that the...
It's everything that you post through the medium of Discord.
So audio as well. So I'm just asking
everything.
If it's audio.
Everything. Dude. Everything that you pass through the medium of Discord is logged data and transposed.
The quality of that. I wonder if the quality of that's pretty good.
It's in the privacy. Just go read the privacy disclaimer in Discord.
I did read that, but I didn't know it included the audio. I wonder what the quality of that is.
Everything that you put through there. So that's what they say. Whether I haven't gotten the data back to see if it's a transcript of the voice, but they claim that everything you put through the medium is logged.
No, yeah, it is.
Yeah.
Of course.
There you go.
Oh, no, I know that. I look at the logs on a daily basis.
Oh, you do? Yeah. I'm going to be printing some off here once I kind of, just for a book, because I have a section of Discord in my book that I'm writing. The founders of Google creating Discord and all that shit, right?
I want a free copy of your book, bro.
Well, free. Fuck, dude. You know how much it cost me to print off just to get one action? Dude, it's so ridiculous, eh?
You send me a free copy, and I'll afterwards donate more than double what it's worth.
Let me figure out a printing.
I want it free.
Place.
I want it free, and I want it to say in the cover, this book was given on merit because this is a good person. Type shit, and then this is a first edition and signed.
Merit.
Well, I was gonna name the book YouTube. YouTube made me a flat earther, and I'm very grateful. That's what I was gonna name the book.
Oh, you should name it. You should name it Gem Panda made me a flat earther. That would be
Gem Panda, baby.
Oh, I'm writing that book.
That's a good.
I want to have it. Yeah, I'm coming up with titles now, right? Because I'm getting close to the end. And when I first started out, I was going to name it the greatest psyop. The greatest psyop turns you flat, or something. I can't remember the name of the book, but
that's a good idea. The greatest psyop that was not the greatest psyop to ever.
The greatest psyop never told.
So the greatest psyop.
Psyop to never exist. The greatest psyop to never.
No. See, the idea is the greatest psyop was telling me that the Earth has curvature. And it turned me a flat earther. So the greatest psyop is the ball. It turned me a flat earther. And you know how it turned me a flat earther? The curvature formula.
Exactly. Well,
yeah.
The globe has been a very good preacher of the flat Earth.
It reveals itself, doesn't it?
The thing is, people are like, the globe's really old and it's been around forever, and the globe's been around forever, and it's been. No, it hasn't. No,
dude. Until 1600s, dude, the globe has not been around forever. Listen,
bro,
that's a bullshit.
Not even the 1600s, bro.
No, when it first came in.
I agree. I'm saying when you talk to people that are 100 years old, where I live, they were like, "Well, I was taught the Earth was flat at school."
1920s, 1930s, they still taught flat Earth. It wasn't until the later 50s. It wasn't until later 50s and 60s they started coming up with this other documentation because of World War II. They had all these machinery, they had all this technology. Let's discover Earth with it. They went to Antarctica, they went to all the things. They didn't even have a rocket formula until 1960s.
The globe is the grossest misunderstanding of what you experience in reality that has ever been experienced by anyone.
It's the greatest psyop, dude. I wonder if it's God's delusion, because in the Bible it says God put forth a delusion, right?
One thing I'll say though, putting psyop on the title of a book to do a flat Earth may make people think you're saying that flat Earth is a psyop, but then that might make people read it.
That's the whole point, right? The greatest psyop, the greatest psyop turned me flat. So when
don't say turn me flat though. I would. Oh wait, there. No, I'm not going to tell you what to say, but I'm saying the greatest. I love the idea of it the globe being the psyop, but I don't know why. You could put that in as a line somewhere.
The globe is the psyop, man.
Yeah, I know it is. That's my point. The greatest psyop, right? The greatest psyop, and essentially, right? But I'm trying to get across that. Obviously, you can't put the greatest psyop that never existed. You can't write that, but the greatest psyop to ever exist is too simple.
Kant is a really harsh
in
word.
existence.
In existence, yeah.
Psyops that ever existed in existence.
In existence.
The greatest psyop. The greatest psyop that turned people flat.
Get away from the word greatest. Think about a different word.
That's my original title. It was the greatest psyop will make you fall flat. That was the in other words, the psyop is the ball, and when you look into the ball, you turn into a flat earther. That was the intention, and it had a double entendre kind of idea.
Yeah, that sounds good as well.
So, but that's the thing. But then when I pitched it to other people, you know, the whole thing is this psyop thing will become bigger, I think, because people will get the idea.
Oh my god! Wait, what about this? What about this? The most dangerous psyop.
No. Look, man. Look, it's tongue in cheek too. If you look at all these other books, like
all the build up for the word dangerous,
Gleason's, Jared Hickson. There's an element of, not, I wouldn't say animosity, but contentiousness towards the philosophy of a spinning ball. So for me, my introduction wasn't through Hickson, or Jared Hickson, or Wallace, or Carpenter, or not Wallace, but Carpenter and Gleason. My experience wasn't that until after, right? So if I make a book for the modern generation for the next whatever, just like they did in 1800s, 1880, whatever, then I want to have a book that actually introduced me to it, because these scientists were already in the scientist community. They were already well-established people.
Well, hey, I'm not established. Flat Earth Data, I'm not sure if I've heard your story before. When did you first really start looking?
He's been around for a while, man.
I know he's been on for a while. I'm just not sure, like, what.
So the first video,
all of us,
the first video
believed
I
the
ever
globe.
saw.
All of us believed the globe.
Dude, I believed in Mars and space and shit, dude. I believed in the Mars rover lander until I looked into it.
Never believed in the globe.
So I did. I was a total space head, space everything, dude. Loved it all. I still like space movies now, but that's just still it's a pain in the ass.
Okay, I overspoke anyway, but I was asking Flat Earth.
So the first video, one of the first videos I saw was an observation with the diffraction of light. That was the first thing I ever saw that made me look at the sun differently. That's it. And that was presented to me through Facebook and then a YouTube video. So
it was the sun for me too.
So it was actually not the sunlight, it was the diffraction of light. Okay. It was taking light and splitting it and making a pattern, like the double slit experiment. That's what actually got me to look into the whole theory of light. And then when I got into the speed of light and all that stuff and how they calculated it, and then understanding how radar works and the Rayleigh criteria, like it was just that kind of trajectory. It was all about optics at this point.
Oh, that's really weird, because I was like looking into some of that stuff, but way before a flat Earth. Holy crap, man!
I didn't know anything about I didn't know anything about corpuscular rays or what light did, or I was a complete science fanboy, pseudoscience fanboy. I read Jules Verne books. I read fucking sci-fi Omni magazines. I was heavily into science fiction, actually, when I think about it.
Chitty Chitty Bang Bang.
And in fact, I was actually not even really into God at this point either. I didn't even acknowledge him, I don't think. I mean, I knew he was there. I was talking. I was.
Were you an atheist? Were you an atheist?
Yeah, because I
knew it was there, but
Well, let me rephrase that. When I was younger, I was introduced to my mom put me in camps and things, Bible camps and shit when I was younger. But you just fight it off when you're a teenager. You go and skateboard. You don't think of it. You're too busy trying to get laid or become a rock star. Those are the things that are important to a teenager, right?
Kind of depends on how you were brought up, But
yeah, exactly. So my parents weren't very religious at all, and I just knew that. The only thing I do remember is not agreeing with evolution as a young age. That's it.
Me too. I never agreed with that bullshit.
Yeah, I couldn't see how we'd evolve into this complexity we are, but then there was still I just couldn't, as a young kid, I just couldn't see it because we came from humans, right? So if monkeys came from monkeys and humans came from humans, that doesn't make sense to me. So
yeah, I went to church with my biology. I went to church with my biology teacher, so I was like, "This isn't how God did it," And he's like, "Well, you have to learn it anyway." So I did.
Exactly right. That's the thing, and then as I started researching more and more, I found out people would I found out a strategy, like on Facebook. A lot of these people would have military profiles, and they would, you're an idiot. What are your family and friends going to think about? I was like, wow, that's pretty interesting.
Yeah,
I'm not even interested in this at all. But yet I have somebody, and not just one person, like 3 or 4 come at me because I joined a Flat Earth group. And I was like, oh, because initially I was going to debunk it, right? The last thought I had as a glober was the sun and moon were round, so therefore the earth was round. That's the last thought I had to justify to myself that the earth was a ball. And then when I just started checking it out, asking questions, all these people would show up and immediately try to humiliate me, try to put me down. Whether I was a flat earther or a globe or not, I was just seeking out answers. And so I found it really suspicious that there was an overwhelming push to get me to deny looking into it, to get me to. So that was like, well, okay, why are you doing that? Because that's going to make me look more. But then again, is that the reverse technique they want? Right? So you have to be very careful when any psyop comes your way.
That's part of the psyop, yeah.
Exactly. Yeah. So I'm just documenting all this stuff. And so what I come to conclude is through the collective evidence of deception, purposeful deception, I can deduce that there's something that they're hiding. And through what I found out they're hiding is fundamentally, it's just a philosophy. And they really don't want you to think it is a philosophy. And that's really what they're hiding here.
Yep, you're exactly right. You're exactly right about that. All the people that claim to, claim anything, it's really more philosophical than it is. That they have any evidence for what they believe.
Yeah, especially.
But it's worse than that. It's worse than that, guys. It's called tribalism. So what they do is the elites do is they need to drive everybody into tribes. And so the best way to do that is you put truth into a movement that's been full of lies for so many years. And so that truth that you have that goes into the.
Sure, but that's not the whole thing.
No, but the psyop is big. It fills the boots of so many religious boots, scientific boots.
Yes, and that's what I was about to say. So yeah, you're exactly right. So it's all philosophical when it comes to religion and the perceived shape of Earth, if there is such a fucking thing, which I don't think there is. I mean, Earth is Earth. Is plane
a shape? Is plane a shape?
No, flat is not a shape.
And plane is not a shape either, is it?
Yeah.
Or no, plane would be a shape, I think. Yeah.
Well,
it's surface.
No. A plane is not a shape.
Plane is all English for flat.
Yeah, and flat is not a shape either. So
no, flat's a description. Yeah,
yeah, it's a description of a. And so if you're thinking that that Earth is this globe, you're gonna have to believe that when it's obviously not. Does Earth itself present itself as a globe? No. So where's this globe? Where is this globe Earth?
You're standing on it, bro.
Oh, you're standing on the globe Earth? Okay. Standing on globe Earth.
Here they are.
I beg your pardon.
It's this freaking globe.
Where's the globe, man?
There's another song. Here's the globe. No, I don't even need to write songs anymore about this retarded nonsense. There's no globe. It's just globe Earth. What? Who told somebody the Earth is a globe?
I love the way they put like the inference of the same thing twice in one word. Global. I just want to punch the wall when I hear that word.
Yeah, globe.
Ball, yeah.
Ball here. It's like I have a meme and I'll find it in a minute. It's like it shows like the Milky Way galaxy is. It says, "You are not here." And it's
where am I?
Yeah. It's just like the sun in the Milky Way galaxy and the little globe Earth. You are not here. For that one too. Like this. What globe? Where's this globe?
The globe ball.
Speak of?
Who let the globe out?
Who let the globe out?
Oof. Good man. Oof.
I mean, how silly is that? Like every single person on the earth that experiences Earth as a level stationary plane, they say, well, it's a globe, but they never experience the globe. They believe it though.
And it doesn't even shock them apparently that they're in 2021.
It should though.
And there's no proof of such globe. They fight against it.
Well, hey, and the people that come in here, they don't even have really good arguments. They don't even know why they believe it's a globe.
True.
And to be honest, I mean, have you ever cried over this, Menon?
Yes.
Menon, yes, I have too.
Over the situation.
As a man, I've cried over this, man. I've cried over the situation of humanity. This place is not what they told you it is.
The insanity.
It's complete freaking me too. So anyway, I'm just opening myself up, gentlemen. I'm going to high voice now. No, but seriously, I ain't lying. I actually have said cheers over that.
I know. I think we probably all have. You know? Absolutely. It would be
inhuman. Tears over the year. And I haven't been on here for God knows how long.
Yeah.
I cry quite a bit.
Yeah, well, it's like, where's the curve? What?
Where's the curve? I cry for other people because one is that they're not that bright. The second is they think they're on a ball. And third thing is they think they're free. And this the biggest slaves. I don't know. It hurts.
Well, I mean, under government, you're never free, for one thing. And all of us know that, right? So, do you think you're going to find any type of freedom under a governmental system? No, you're not going to find that. But I mean, there are certain governmental systems or certain political systems that offer you a level of freedom.
Have you heard of the place? There's some island. They what is it? They measure their what's it called? Their wealth in gross domestic happiness.
Yeah, but that's bullshit. You can't really measure.
That's the way they do it. I'm just saying.
But I know people from there. I know what you're saying is true. They do it, but fuck me, it's stupid what they do.
I don't know. Happy people tend to, I don't know.
Well, what people tend to do is just under certain types of inspiration, I guess, you know. But they're going to have to be inspired to actually take action. That's
you be inspired when they get the whip out and get us all into a pin.
But what information are they taking in to get inspired by? You know, if they're watching the mainstream news and they get inspired by that.
Oh yeah, that's not really. That's
So you have to pay attention to what you're taking in to be inspired by. And a lot of people in here have spent years and years compiling information, sharing information with each other to really be inspired by another platform. It's like I haven't watched the mainstream news in several years. I used to watch the mainstream news all the time, and when I watch it now, I get disgusted. I can only watch like 5
I get angry.
Yeah, I do too. Yeah, I get fucking angry.
Like I just hear it like parents have it on. Physically, like I get angry.
Sure, but when I tell my parents is like, I don't believe anything they say. Like, well, you just don't believe in anything they say. It's like what?
Oh, that's what
in a sense, that's not true. That I don't believe anything they say. I see through what they're saying. They're told what to say when they play that footage on.
Yeah, the speaking code.
The mainstream news.
To relay info.
Yep. So, I do believe what they say, but I see through what they're saying. But they would interpret it to say that also this event didn't happen. No, the event happened. How it's interpreted and what they tell you about who did it and how it was instigated, that's another story.
Oh, yep. Yeah, like yesterday. Pyramids don't exist. Okay. Oh.
Exactly, bro.
Yeah, so it's like I'm better off not even watching the news, which I don't. I don't watch the news very often. I mean, maybe every few months. If I hear like some major story happened, or if there was some major event, I'll take a look at it. But for the most part, I just hang
Bruce Jenner became a man again.
Who
did
became a man again? Wait, man? Was it a man again, or was it a mannequin?
Mannequin.
We can we go with the letter.
Was it kin of man or mannequin?
It was Ken the man doll.
Kin
the man. Oh, hold on!
Man.
I take offense. I have a cousin named Kim, and she is definitely a woman. So,
wait for the new album, Kin the Man. Kin the Man, but she a girl.
Her real name is Kimberly. Her new real name is Kimberly. So,
she's like the man.
Can be
nice.
a girl. Can be.
No, I have no idea which guys we're talking about. What?
Yeah, we don't either.
What happened?
What you're talking about, but we don't know what you're talking about.
Somebody was.
It's nice. It's nice.
No, somebody said it. Somebody knows.
Fuck CNN.
Was it on CNN? Was it on the Communist News Network?
Who knows, bro?
I hope they are recording. Oh, that riff I just played, whoever's recording this, you're going to have to pay me royalties. So if you use my intellectual property. So that last riff you heard me playing.
Hells yeah.
Don't mess with it.
Dude, dude, I'm gonna freaking go back and listen to it again. That was actually pretty popping, man. Was that just like off the cuff? Just
yeah, I just got done. Like you know what I'm mad about? Like what I'm really a nerd about, and really kind of tweaky about is if I have a guitar that's close to me that's not set up just perfectly, like I would want to play it. I can't stand it. I have to fix it until it's done, and then it plays just like badass, and I'm going, whoa. Doesn't sound that good. Whoa.
that solo and that whole section you did there, the solo and everything sounded pretty freaking hot, Sonny, man. I like that.
Cool, man. I'm just glad it comes in well enough that it's not, you know.
Well, and after you started playing, somebody, it was Flat Earth Data, came in and said, "Oh, well, you could make it sound better if you actually connect it directly to Discord through."
That was me.
It's like
I know.
No, but I heard it fine. I heard it fine. I heard everything you played.
No, I wasn't saying it sounded crap.
Yeah, no, it's okay. Yeah,
yeah, you did.
No, sure, and whoever said that was right, but I'm just saying.
You're wrong.
That's what I'm saying. It's like if you do solo and you have a decent microphone, you can do solo fine. But if you want to collab live on Discord, you can't do it.
Yeah, that's a horse of a different color.
It show motherfucking is. It show is. So that's all I'm saying. That's all I was saying the entire time.
How do you do that noise? How do you do that horse noise?
I've been listening to the Cleric Quintet, which is an R.A. Salvatore series. The only person who probably would even know what that is Elijah.
Probably Day.
Oh, does anybody know what else that is? Does anybody know who R.A. Salvatore is?
Yeah. No, I don't.
Okay, it'd be Elijah, and he's probably sleeping. Listen to audiobook. Cleric Quintet.
Yeah, it's like midnight. Isn't it after midnight on the East Coast? Yeah.
Singer?
After midnight.
Let me count. I can't even count up to 3. 3 right now. I start fading fast, man.
Oh yeah. Well, hold on. You're in California, so you should be able to go 1, 2, 3, 4, 5.
Sí, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 7, 9, 10. Sí, señor. 20, 30, 40, 50, 60, 70.
Okay,
so is that a singer that you were talking about?
See, he can count higher than I can in Espanol.
18, 19, 20.
Yeah. See, he can count higher than I can in Espanol.
Yeah, and français, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. 7, 8, 10, what the fuck? I messed up.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 8, 9.
Yeah,
7.
Lulu, you're gonna have to ask Jose about that one. I have no idea. I didn't know there was a proposal for one.
Sprechen Sie Deutsch?
That would be German. I mean, we don't have any Germans in here, so I don't know.
All right. Ignore me.
If you're British, you're probably part German too. I'm just saying.
Yeah, my Spanish is very, very fucking limited. But you know what's funny? It's like yesterday and today I've been watching some fucking Mexican people cooking food.
Isn't that the best?
I love Mexican food, so I was just like,
yeah,
it's like this lady cooking in her kitchen. She's like, cook this like this. I was just like, I can do that. I can do that.
I want to eat Mexican food and watch the Mexican Weather Girl. That's the best.
Anyway, so yeah, I love the way you have
I can't speak Spanish, but dude, I mean, she's like explaining it all in Spanish.
It doesn't matter.
I can watch her do it. You know, it's like
doesn't matter if you understand it or not.
Well, some of the spices I don't necessarily recognize, but I could probably do it almost exactly. I know it's either.
You're talking about cooking.
Yeah, cooking. Yeah.
Oh.
What? I thought that's what.
That's why I put you up on the cooking
when you
said food.
I thought you were talking about the Weather Girl when you're talking about spice.
No. I've watched some of those too, and it's like, well, yeah, we all want a taste of that. But
she said the Italian ones.
How you doing, Lulu? You right? How is Lulu doing? Lulu, you good?
Back to the cuisine, Mexicana.
Yeah. Well, I think it's Mexicano.
Mexicano.
Well, it's actually Mexicano. Isn't that what it's
Mexicano.
Like? The accent. It's Mexicano, right? I mean, the X is pronounced like an H, right? It's Mexicano.
That's fine.
It's not
right.
Mexicano.
What? Us fucking Americans.
Like
Most
Texas.
fucking Americans.
Texas is pronounced Tejas. Tejas. That's Texas. Tejas.
That's what I'm saying. Tejas, Mexicano.
That's where the Tejanos. That's a ciudad. Tejanos.
Even like Tejanos is really there's just different ways. That's why they're like Spanish, Southern American Spanish is different than Spanish in
most Southern Americans
and Espan. Anyway, what is it?
No speaking Espanol. Ta 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 ta. Most Southern Americans believe in never, and they go down to the Gulf Stream to get some of that warm.
We gotta play
weather.
That fucking song.
You know. Go down to Florida for vacation. Swim in the Gulf of Mexico. Whatever.
Most fucking American. Dude, MacGyver is the shit. I wanted
really
to more shit out, bro. Like,
that's outrageous.
The worst. It's like watching Bonanza. MacGyver.
Dude,
he'll take his shoe off with his hair, and he'll fart and he'll make a bomb.
No lie, I was hooked on Bonanza for a long time, bro. Man, Bonanza is a really good show.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, it was. I was only young. MacGyver. Can't do MacGyver. It's just. Even a Glober would look at that and they'll think like that's just impossible. Like you're locked up in a little room you've got like one sock, some hair, a little bit of spit, and I don't know, maybe you bite off your nail and then you make a bomb and you explode out and you save the world. That's MacGyver.
Of course.
Just out of nothing.
Are you guys ready? It's only about 3 minutes long.
Sure.
Most fucking Americans don't really like flat earthers. They like planets and spaceships and stuff like gravity too. Most fucking Americans believe they're NASA and they're JAXA and ESA and some dude named Musk. Most fucking Americans don't like to worry about the spinning because they say it does it so slow. Most Americans have an education and think the globe's real because they took science and got a B. Most fucking Americans love their sticks and their shadows and their well holes and their gyros. No, no. Most fucking Americans don't like to launch rockets without using fisheye lenses to make the flat earth round. Cause don't it make a fly like Earth? And that's all I got, man. How do you like it? Hey, far out, man. Yeah, that's a good song, man. Well, I wrote my own one while I was listening to you sing yours. You want to hear it? Oh, yeah, man. That sounds pretty awesome, man. Let's hear it. Yeah, man. It's kind of like a protest tune. All right, man. Here we go. Globers! Globers! Hey, you like that, man? Oh, yeah, man. That's pretty far out, man.
That's my fucking favorite flat earth song.
It's fucking funny. I love it. I actually love that song. It's fucking good.
MacGyver, I mean, he's threatening to come up with another one. You have to be so high to see the curvature. How high do you have to be, bro?
Hey, señorita. La tierra es plana.
Hey, there's one phrase that we can all say. La tierra es plana.
La agua, la agua está horizontal.
El agua, el.
Agua.
Yeah, how do we say water is flat?
The agua, ocean. I could say ocean.
No, I mean, I'm sure there's more people. I don't know it, but I'm sure there's other people.
Water is wet, bro.
Los océanos.
No, I'm just curious about how you say it in Espanol. I'm just wondering how you say water is flat in Spanish.
Todo el agua en la tierra es plana horizontales.
That sounds like too much work.
Too many words. Be more concise, Sonny. Focus.
Water, agua. I mean, agua is agua. Well, bodies of water. Well, it would be like bodies of water are level or flat. I mean, which? How would you say that in Espanol?
Yeah, señorita. Gracias. En el voice text, verdad. Mar está plana. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Mr. Roboto. Thank you
Wait a
very
minute.
much.
It says no. Wait. El mar es plano.
Anyone that is that
Isn't it? La mar Not Elmar. Isn't it La?
Oceans are flat. Let's. What is that in Spanish? Oceans are flat.
El océano es plano. O los océanos son planos.
El océano es plano.
Yeah,
El océano es plano.
Okay.
El océano es plano.
That's much better.
That's what I was asking for.
Now Senorita's telling me no. I'm always in trouble with the senoritas. What's up with that?
Oh, you got a sexy voice. That's why. All right.
Senorita es plano.
El océano es plano. So plano means flat. Is that?
Yeah. Essentially, it means plane.
Is there different words for flat, or is it planar? Plano. Plano is the only word for flat.
Basically, yeah.
Okay, so el océano es plano. Oceans are flat.
That's the ocean is flat. If you want to say the oceans, los océanos.
So if you say la tierra es plano,
plana, because in Spanish you have
female.
Masculine.
Is tierra? Does that mean? Yeah, tierra. Yeah. Does that mean planet or Earth?
Earth.
Earth.
Essentially, it means it's also the same word. Tierra is the same word that we use for soil.
Mm-hmm.
Soil. Oh, yeah. See,
but we call La Tierra is basically, the planet.
Planet. Oh,
but it's not a planet. No.
Yeah. That's
it's
okay.
A plane with a knit.
We'll take it, because what else is there, Brad?
Mm-hmm. Well, they don't make they're not making a statement. They're not making a claim of shape. La Tierra is just the
earth. The translation for La Tierra is Earth, which doesn't necessarily mean a globe. So that's
exactly
okay.
Exactly. It doesn't.
It's Earth itself.
Earth, okay. Yeah, and it just happens to be plana.
How do you say "I accept" in Spanish?
Lo acepto.
Lo acepto.
Lo acepto. La tierra.
La tierra
es plana. Lo acepto.
They just butchered your language, bro.
No,
they just butchered the language.
Yeah.
I've heard worse.
Bro, they butchered
it. I'm sure you have. Lo acepto, la tierra es plana.
Go again,
bro. For the Spanish show.
Go again, bro.
Stay tuned for the Spanish lesson.
Yeah, I want you guys to check something out.
Huh?
Check this out. So someone on Twitter is talking shit. So I asked him. I said, "Is citation anywhere that masks prevent the spread of COVID-19?" And this is what I got, dude. This is the shit you have to deal with on Twitter.
Stand by, everybody. This could be hazardous for someone.
Health experts say the evidence is clear that masks can help prevent the spread of COVID-19. That was his citation.
Oh my god.
Health officials.
Anonymous health officials say.
Anonymous ones.
That is first and his last. First and his last. Health and then official is his surname.
Ugh.
Retards.
That sounds verifiable.
That person thought that was a citation. Like is that the embarrassing thing? Like, it's almost. I don't even know anymore.
You don't have to go any further. That's all the further you need to go. Once you go that far, you're like, oh, holy shit, that's like, bah.
I don't want to be the house today because of COVID, because the freaking normies are retarded. Like, I don't want to be near them.
Completely
retarded. This is why we can't move forward.
So totally retarded, man. But I'm always willing to help them out and tell them they need 3 now. So I'm sure they appreciate me trying to help them. I'm concerned about their health, so I tell them now it's 3.
3 what? Bricks to the head?
I don't think 3 would help.
3. There might be 4. I think I should change it. I should change it. 1 more face diaper once a week. It's got to go up once a week. So yeah, they'll have 6 or 8 of them. They'll be having me remind them in 6 or 8 weeks to wear 6 or 8 face diapers.
They should wear one on their bums, so if they fart, they don't spread COVID.
No, they can also be used. They're handy as a dog poop picker-upper, so they can use those. So the
They don't even need to pick it up. It just drops in the little cup thing. Walk around with the mask between your legs and just poop in it.
They're doing their part on recycling.
I never thought it would get this bad. I'm going to be dead honest. Can I be dead honest? I never thought it would be this bad. Always knew it would get bad.
I'll be laughing through it the whole time. I'm going to laugh through the whole thing.
Oh. I was trying to warn people. I just never thought it would be this bad, bro. So I still can't get over it.
Mm-hmm. It's like a war zone further north from where I live.
So what's happening over there is we don't get, it's all bullshit, whatever we get told here.
It's not like some of the other countries. Unbelievable.
At least is it quiet and is it quieter over there in the States now? Or? Yeah, no, maybe.
Stand by for developments and rotation. One moment. The detection is coming in. Oh, kidding. Just kidding.
I was going to say that.
Stupid. Really? Oh, man.
Hey, Culver's in here. Need someone to yell at.
Is it
what?
Is it calm?
What's going on with what?
How is it in the States? I'm just saying.
What? The temperature? Like with what?
With what?
Yeah,
Wait,
with the spinning of the ball. People.
Oh yeah, we're not moving here. Definitely stationary.
Yeah, as in are the people still being stupid riding and stuff, or is it calm? Is it how is it?
I don't know what you're talking about. You talking about COVID?
No, bro. I just said, how is it over there? Are people still doing stupid shit on the street, like riding and dumb stuff like that?
Oh no, that ended. That ended. Everything's Trump's out of office, so everything's done. They're done with their shit. No more riots. Well, there's still some in Portland because they're fucking crazy up there. But other than that, they were rioting before Trump. They've been rioting for 6 years now. They never stopped. They're crazy up.
So Portland is the place to be, huh?
Yeah. I don't even know what they're riding over.
I bet they don't even know what they're riding over.
I guarantee you're right. I don't know.
They're like, huh? What do you mean they're riding? We're just doing this.
This is where the revolution starts in Portland. Yeah, sure it does.
We're trying to make it spin the revolution.
Take your Portland army and good luck trying to get over the Rocky Mountains with it. I mean, where are you gonna go? You're in Portland. It's like in the upper northwest United States. You could put 1 million people in Portland, a standing army, and it'll never even make it to the East Coast.
It's funny, but sad at the same time. The grand delusion.
Culver's, Clovers? Any Clovers? On Clovers. I know someone you got a question.
Clovers.
You don't have questions. You must have our answers, man. Give us the answers because you got all the answers. Your Clovers.
Two sticks in the ground will tell you everything.
I like to climb a tree. Ever hear of that one?
What?
Have you? Climb a tree? Climb a tree is proof of the globe, bro.
Oh, he said it before. Fuck. I like to climb a tree. If I climb a tree, well, I still can't get over the French guy, the pendulum guy. I'm still hung up on that dude. It sounded like a girl.
Well, listen, if climbing a tree was proof of the globe, why did you need Eratosthenes? Like, nobody climbed the tree until him?
It was illegal.
Nobody climbed the tree, and then Eratosthenes was like 2 sticks, and then they were like, oh shit, climb a tree. Oh my god, we can see farther. We must be on a big wall. Because we climbed the tree. I climbed the tree and I can see farther. That's proof of the globe. Dude, this is on legit websites, man.
Wow. It's amazing. Oh.
7 ways to prove the Earth is round on Live Science. Number 3. Go climb a tree. This is another one of those self-evident things.
You notice how they say round, though, right?
Yeah.
They don't say sphere.
That's weird.
They hardly ever say sphere because in the semantic aspect, round is both. It can be both spherical and circular. So it's the same. It's the same spellbinding language.
Yeah. Is that like a glitch in the? That's like a glitch in the program or something. That sounds really weird when I say it. I'm like, what?
It's their own soul telling them they're wrong, but they don't want to listen to them.
Let me finish reading this, man. I want to read this because this is so absurd. It's absurd to the point I almost want to start crying. That there's Globers that come into our Discord and actually post this crap. So I'm gonna read it. Go climb a tree. This is another one of those self-evident things. You can see farther if you go higher. If the Earth was flat, you'd be able to see the same distance no matter your elevation. Think about it. Your eye can detect a bright object like the Andromeda Galaxy from 2.6 million light years away. Seeing the lights of, say, Miami from New York City, a distance of a mere 1,094 miles, on a clear evening should be child's play. If it's not, that's because of the curvature of the Earth limits your sight to a 3.1 miles, unless you climb up a tall tree, building, or mountain. Yourself a perspective from up higher. This is live science. This is livescience.com.
Unless you climb up a tree, everything's gonna be. Unless you climb up a tree, oh my god. Oh my god.
Unbelievable.
Climb up a tree. Climb up a tree, you monkey. Up the tree, you monkey. Climb up the tree, monkey.
Oh boy.
Shouldn't our ancestors have figured out the Earth was a globe a long time ago since they lived in trees?
Oh, I'm gonna set myself on fire. That's written down in a live science. Wow.
Yeah, and the guy put his name on it.
Wow.
Oh, actually, it was, sorry. This is not a sexist comment. It was a female that wrote it.
Wow. Why would you? Oh.
I thought we were.
Why would you put your
What's
name
number
in anything
4?
like that?
What's number 4 on the list? Number 3 is go up a tree. What's number 4?
Oh, hold on. I'll find it. Number 4. I'm sure it's something equally as retarded. Stand on a chair. Stand on 2 chairs.
You have to work your way up to the
world flight.
Oh, that's cheap and inexpensive and easy to do.
Oh, let me show you the image they post. Let me see. They had an image with it too, man.
Take a round the world flight. Wow.
Take a round the world flight, and there's the image. live stream voice. That's
Did
the
Goodall write it? Well,
I'm sorry, I missed number 4. What did you say number 4 was?
Take around the world flight.
Okay, what's number 5?
Get a weather balloon.
Number 6?
Number 6, compare shadows.
Wow, so just a whole bunch of bullshit. Oh.
Back to that's the new hotness, Stone Age tech. That's what we do in 2021.
Sticks and shadows, eh?
We got to throw those sticks and shadows back in there from 2,200 years ago.
Depravity, the mental depravity.
You know that everything that it comes to any quantification of any philosophical mathematics comes from the Eratosthenes observation. Even Aristarchus, when he figured out the 1 to 180 ratio, was based on the supposition of Eratosthenes' measurement. So he would take the size of the moon and come up with a 1 to 180th ratio in size difference, where he calculated a 3-degree angle, which in modern science is a 0.0003 degree angle. He calculated 1 million miles to the sun using Eratosthenes' supposition. So when you do look at all the origins of the math, it all revolves around Eratosthenes.
Oh, I'm just gonna put something out there for people to ponder.
That's bizarre.
There's no math. There's nobody calculated nothing, because the actual numbers came out in the 6th century. So just ponder, have a think.
Now here's something
didn't exist.
Here's something you can also do.
Well said.
You know how you can use trigonometry to calculate the apparent height of the sun, right? Eratosthenes reversed that observation, and you can do that by just taking 500, dividing it by the tangent of 7.2 degrees, and you'll end up with the 3,959, right?
How does it do it without numbers there?
Because basic trigonometry you can use to calculate the apparent height of the sun, which ends up to be anywhere between 3,000 and 4,000. Well, back in the day, you're going to be looking at the sun and you're going to calculate angles to it, just like anybody else would. You're going to come up with this number, and you're going to say, no, the Earth isn't. So what you do is you invert that. And so you have to come up with a theory, which is parallel lines, to create the 7.2 degree angle. But in reality, if you assume the height of the sun is 3,959 miles, and you divide it by 500, then you're going to get the 7.2 degree just using basic trig.
Yeah, you got to change the angle of difference in the direction of the rays to change an angle to the direction of the ground relative to the two.
Well, to get the angle, you have to have an arc, right? And so, and so,
they're saying one guy's on top of the ball, right, and that the other guy at the other stick, he's tilted relative to that guy 7.2 degrees.
The other guy.
That's really what they're saying. That is what Eratosthenes is saying. That guy is tilted because the angle is different, and so he has to be tilted at some other angle, which is preposterous on his face. But I don't know what crack. Why did anybody even buy that? Yeah, the sun, the light's coming in at another angle. He must be tilted, not the ray. Him over there.
How do you know if a ray is tilted, straight, crooked, or whatnot? Like somebody has captured a ray and seen it.
There is no race, but that's another story.
Oh yeah, don't open up that can of worms. People talking about light and how it travels, like you can actually see light. For heaven's sake. Oh. The speed of light. When did you capture some light and measure it? Oh, you didn't read out number 1. Was it climb a bigger tree?
Welcome back. We'reVacantLand.com. This is Luke Smith. I've got another property to show you.
What?
Sorry.
No, you're right. So I dropped out, came back in, and all I heard was that.
Someone's selling a piece of property over in Yosemite Lakes, right where the caldera is.
Oh, wow.
And you could get 15% off of your next Geico bill.
Hey, so question for you guys. I heard in places like Detroit, you can literally buy property there for $100.
Yes, sir.
Yeah, I know, probably.
That's fucking crazy, man.
I know, $100 for a house too. A house, yeah, a house could be on it too.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. So they're saying anywhere from $100 to $1,000. You can buy a dilapidated house for $100, water house kind of thing.
Yeah,
that's insane, man. You're
just
looking
bring
at
your
everybody. Bazooka. That
Bring
much
your bazooka
violence
with it. In some places, yeah.
But that's insane, man. Like $100, and nobody's flocking that to turn it over and to get good management going.
I know. I've seen them in Arkansas, a bunch of them in Arkansas, Missouri, and like South Carolina, Texas. There's a bunch of properties in Arizona, New Mexico, Wyoming, Montana, South Dakota, all over the place. Kansas.
If you click your heels, you'll be back home.
People are trying to get rid of property. There's people. It's amazing. I've found a bunch. So I think eventually I'll find something that I can work with. At least you have a place you can go with an RV and camp out there, like as long as you want, and be fully self-sufficient. Like that'd be cool.
And here I am up in Canada. If I want 1 acre with a rundown house, I'm looking at $600,000.
At least, yep.
Same here in Australia. You're looking
They're finally in Langley. I don't know where you're at, but I'm in British Columbia here in Langley. A regular suburban home that was valued maybe $150,000, $250,000 8-9 years ago is going for $1 million now, and it's horrible. It's not $1 million home at all, and it's in Langley. This is not even downtown Vancouver.
I'm in Southern Ontario.
I know downtown Toronto, a family friend, their apartment went from $300,000 to $900,000, a $600,000 profit in 5 years. $600,000 profit in 5 years.
My mother-in-law's house was bought at $700,000 and it's worth $1.4 right now.
Take the fucking money and run and go rent and then wait for if they raise interest rate 1%, you're looking at a collapse. 1 fucking %. That's all they have to do, and people will start dropping mortgages left, right, and center.
Yeah.
The inflation. See, here's the catch-22. Everybody's going to get a fat paycheck for nothing, and inflation's just going to eat it all up. They can do fuck all for you.
Mm-hmm.
So house prices are still going up in Canada.
What's that?
I was just asking to confirm. House prices are going up in Canada because I'm in Australia, and over here it's ridiculous, but I don't know to what extent
you could probably find 20 acres in northern Arizona or Nevada for 20 or 30 acres for under $100,000, maybe even $25,000 for 20 acres, 20 or 30 acres, 40 acres.
In British Columbia here, dude, it's $500,000 for 5 acres.
Yeah, that's no way to live, man. That's ridiculous. That's like San Francisco or something.
Dude, this is up in the boonies here. This is up in the Rocky Mountains here, middle of nowhere.
Yeah.
Okay? This is in the middle of fucking nowhere. They want $500,000 for 5 acres of land.
No, like 30 clicks outside of my town. 2-3 acres with an old house, and when I say old, I mean like 100+ years. And you're anywhere between $400,000 and $800,000.
So they have to raise interest rates to control unless they increase supply. The only way for them to do this is to increase supply. That's it. Because they will literally rob everybody blind again.
Where I'm from, if you wanted to buy 5 acres, that's cheap, man. You need to be from the city. You're looking at like 4 hours drive, and if you get a couple of acres, you're looking at a couple of million.
Oh, we're both part of that Queensland, right? We're both from that the same monarch system, so it could be a correlation to how the land is valued here, the same as in Australia.
Yeah,
it's basically just making things unattainable, right, for the youth. According to any kind of process of destroying a society, is obviously increase housing expenditures to the point where it's unaffordable for the up and coming generation, right? So they don't want to own. They can't own.
Yep.
And
that's why they want to drop the prices.
Exactly, and then so they'll have to increase supply so they can keep it unattainable, because it causes depression. It makes people think they'll never have a home. It's a psychological tactic on the youth too. Just gross, man.
Going to Montana soon. I'm going to be a dental floss tycoon.
I love Eureka, man. Eureka, Montana. I love that little town, dude.
You can buy like 1,000 acres in Michigan for like 120,000.
That much? What? I bet. Probably Battle Mod's in here. I see him here.
I'm gonna go buy like half of America. I'm coming down.
Yeah, this is the place. I think.
Why would you want that much land? As an honest, like you would just 2-3 acres of land is a lot for one person.
That's all you need. Yeah,
I know. It was
5 acres, maybe at the most 5 acres. 2.5 acres would be great.
That's what I mean. It's the perfect amount of land for one person.
Mm-hmm.
And you know what? There's enough. If you can fit the whole population into the state of Texas, then there's enough fucking land for everybody here on this earth.
Yeah, there is.
Well, if I had 1,000 acres, I'd be planting hay, cutting hay, 1,000 acres of hay every year.
Well, you wouldn't. There's no way you'd be able to reach 1,000 acres in your whole fucking your life, dude. There's no way. You'd have to have like 50 different machines, going at all times.
Yeah, you'd have a whole industry yourself to yourself. That's hard to keep like diminishing returns with time. That's. Yeah.
He wants to bring back slavery. That's what it is. Get the people from Detroit to come down.
What people? There's nobody left.
I used to work on a farm, and we did 900 acres of corn, wheat, and hay. And there was 6 of us that were able to do it all. Like, mind you, we had the equipment for it too.
900 acres, and there's only 6 of you? Wow, that's some labor right there, man.
That's pretty amazing.
Jeez.
Well, it was a dairy farm, so like we didn't do corn silage. It was all hay and alfalfa, and that's what we'd feed the cows in the wintertime. We didn't feed them the corn.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, the corn causes E. coli in cows.
You wake up at 4 o'clock in the morning, milk your 100 cows, then you're out in the field the rest of the day.
Yeah, you could probably buy a house in the Ozarks for like $1,200 right now.
What?
Somewhere down there.
That's
Yeah.
insane.
Yeah.
Bro, I want to get in contact with you. I want to buy some property.
$2,400, $1,200. You know, like maybe up to like some of it if he wanted to spend more, like up to like $10,000, but freaking super cheap, man.
Well,
New York's going to come down pretty hard here, I guess, as well.
Yeah.
It looks like all the people that took out all these. See, what they've done is they've used the pandemic to push the digital change, you know, and so all these office buildings are now empty with nobody working in them, and so all the people that all the people that took out the leases on them handed back the keys, and they've been going to court over it, and basically
they can't do nothing.
Nothing, because this is what they say. Well, wait a second. We're not defaulting on our lease because we're doing it purposely. We have no way to pay the lease because of the restriction. So
they cannot make you pay something that you don't have money for. That's just a fact of law.
Yeah, well, exactly. But the judge is ruling in favor in New York, ruling in favor of these people breaking their leases. And so basically, I guess so what happens is all the banks are now calling in the loans, because now the properties aren't worth the evaluations. And so, for instance, if you loan the money at 100 square foot, because that's what it's valued at, all of a sudden now it's only valued at 45 square foot. They're calling for that $50 difference per square foot against the mortgage holders, right? And literally, some people are just handing over the mortgages and saying, "I don't want to take it." It's fucking insane what they're doing, and you don't hear any of it on the only reason why I know this, because I follow a computer nerd who fixes Apple computers by the name of Louis Rossman, and he lives in New York, and he breaks it all down, man. Louis Rossman, check him out. He's a New Yorker, great, like he's just a good guy to watch. Got a BlackBerry cat. He's just a very intuitive, smart guy.
Yeah, I seen him clearing out the huge office buildings around me. At the same time, continuing to build multiples of like a half a dozen other sky rises from 20 to 40 stories tall. For who?
It's so they can keep on bumping up the price. It's simple.
With nobody to live in it?
Yes.
Who's going to be living in it?
Yeah.
Brand new high rises. These are luxury high rises in a downtown area.
Yeah.
But they're emptying out every single office building is being emptied by the whole floors.
Okay,
whole entire floors empty. All the lights are still on though.
Yep.
So what's
one
up?
person owns the whole building, yeah? And he will not sell, will not rent for lower than whatever. And his mate will own the building next to.
Worldwide? Wait, worldwide? Who is this one person?
Just saying.
Worldwide. The offices are empty.
Are you talking to me about New York? Sorry, I had to do something here.
Yeah, New York doesn't matter what it is. Like, the plan is you do not fall below a certain price, no matter what. They will rather have them empty than lease them out for less because...
Exactly. Yeah, you're absolutely right. That's what they do. They'll rather keep them empty than admit that it's worth less than it is than they paid for it. Yep.
Yep. Because one guy actually owns the whole bit. The other guys are just like leasing, or they've just got to lease themselves and all the rest of it. It's what people don't get. Like, and these guys, they just keep on building. I was in the construction industry.
The building is okay because the building provides jobs for people, and usually that kind of construction is a middle-class occupation, which the only way to drive economy is to build, because that's the true economy, is building.
For the community,
Yeah, China's an example of how they grew their economy by just building all those mega cities. Thanks, brother. So look at them, all those empty mega cities they have, right?
Yep.
What do you think they're going to do with those? They're empty, dude.
They'll sit there. But the thing is, they're not jacking up the prices everywhere else on the Chinese people. Over here in Australia, like we actually built them. We did the drawings and everything. Waterfront apartments, like right next to the ocean, in the city. Like you cannot get like anything better. When was it done? It's been like 20 years. Yeah. They've still only sold like a quarter of them. And they're still selling them for a shitload. They will not drop.
What do you think their major panic is? I mean, do they just see us growing in mass numbers that they're just freaking out, or what?
They're just covering the
Maybe
tracks,
so.
you know. You need
maybe so. I'm sorry, didn't mean to interrupt.
Yeah, no, you're right. Go for it, bro. Go.
Maybe. Yeah, what are they panicking? I think that's a good question. I think they are panicking. I think they did panic, but the reasons are really almost too complex for me to get my head around. Because, okay, so maybe they got a sense of what the awakening was like as far as numbers, and they realize, oh no, this thing has run away. We're going to have to stop it somehow. So we're going to put up these big roadblocks.
Suppression, yep.
Mm-hmm.
Correct.
So I don't know, that's just a theory. That's just a hypothesis or whatever. Not even that.
No, you're correct.
Speculation on my part. That's it. Complete speculation. I don't know.
Yeah.
Who the hell knows?
I'll confirm your speculation. I will confirm your speculation. That's correct.
Because if these people that are just regular people could find out just by looking themselves, like that's the most astonishing thing. So you would think by them giving us the radius that they knew by giving that radius that someone was going to eventually look and find it wasn't true. They had to be obvious at some point. Or they just said, they'll never get the kind of optics they need to figure this out. They really thought we were that stupid with higher technology. That's kind of unbelievable if they thought that.
Yeah, no, they did. They did, and plus they have to put it there. It's one of the laws.
So they either knew we were going to find out at some point, and then had a plan for what happens when they do find out, because they will eventually find out. They probably did know that. So what are we going to do when they start finding out en masse? Well, we're going to have to make some contingency plans.
Well, it depends what the people find out in mass, how awakened they get. If they actually awaken with love and do the right thing, or are they going to awaken and it's the awake of, I don't know, a little bit of gratitude towards, somebody and service to ego. Because even that is not a bad awakening, because people they're not even doing something to be selfish for themselves, you know what I mean? I keep on saying, at least be selfish. Do something. They're robbing you blind and you're just standing there. But, yeah, it just depends how it goes.
Well, I primarily think I'm primarily thinking about the shape, the way that Earth is, discovering the truth about Earth itself. That there's no curvature. When people start finding those fundamental things out about their reality that we actually live in versus what they thought they lived in, that is, I think, coming to a crescendo. Personally.
Yeah, no, that's coming to that omega point, but it's people. The ego has to go. Like it needs to be mostly gone. You can't have ego and have 90%, 95%, 98% of your reality shattered.
I don't think the awakening is working like that. I don't think it cares. The way the awakening, I believe, is working, it doesn't have anything to do with ego. It's happening regardless, with it or without it.
No, it will happen, but ego is there. It's a part, so it's part of it.
Exactly. It is.
So it's going to be the fight between the ego and the awakening. That's why these guys start twirling, spinning out of, they cling on to this, whatever.
Yeah.
Two sticks in the ground, bro.
You have a group that is connected their identity to this thing about the spinning globe. They think it means death almost if they give up that belief or admit that everything they were taught in their whole entire life is wrong, and they've attached their ego identity to that knowledge, what they think is knowledge.
Yep.
And
well, listen, man, I'd have to tell you, man, from being a believer and transitioning, it was painful. From my personal experience, it was painful. Why? It's because, first of all, once you go into that line of thinking, you have two choices. You can remain there or can get out of that line of thinking. So what happens is the extreme of the mind breaks. In other words, everything is a lie. And that's not true, because everything is not a lie. The only way this works is there's truth there, but then they hijack it. Or they tell you the truth, but then they show you the lie, right? So to speak. Yep. Meaning when you do take that transition, if you're going to change your paradigm of thought, you do have to accept everything that you've been told is a lie. When you're there, you have to rebuild your foundation by finding what is truth out of that. And then what you do, when you do come out of that idea of thinking, this is my own personal experience, you come out of that, then you go, okay, so not everything is a lie, because this is true, and this is true, which are things that you can do for yourself, which is like, the physics of water, straight lines and angles, basic navigation, basic fundamental principles of life have nothing to do with whether you live on a ball, period. So just on that, I guess, transition, going from fantasy to reality. How about that? In other words, I had no idea how to navigate on a plane. I had no how to look at the stars. I had no idea to look at physics. None of that stuff. So when you're in La La Land, which the ball is, everything is explained for you. You really don't have to think about anything. So if you destroy that, you have to rebuild that somehow. And so what you do is you go to other channels, but then you realize all these other channels could be lying to you. All these other channels could be misinforming you, right? There's the hollow Earth. There's the convex Earth. There's the
crater moon.
Pac-Man.
Crater moon Earth.
Oh, please!
Yeah, the Pac-Man Earth, right? Then there's the pagan idea of religion. Then there's the Babylonian, the Chinese. Then there's the Christian. Then there's all these vines of thoughts.
Hollow Earth, cube
but
Earth.
They all lead to one root. All these vines of thought. And that one root is philosophy. Now, you don't know that when you're a newbie. You don't know that. You don't know how. You don't know very much. Actually, about the world you live. At least I didn't. And that was the shocker to me, is how much I actually didn't know about my reality. And that is pretty fucking hard to swallow. Because your whole life,
Yep,
you're
to...
Sorry, go ahead. Yeah.
Sorry, bro. No. Okay. Sorry, my bad. Continue, brother, please.
Well, that's the idea, anyways. Now, whether any of that is true is only up to the individual, right? You can't force anybody to go through your experience. You can't. It's impossible. It's individual to the person. But that's only if the person's mind is capable of handling some stress. So there are certain minds, like for instance, Aviator, or what's the guy the guys that do the towers at the airports? What are those guys called?
The flight control.
Control center, flight control center. Those guys there work under extremely high stress situations. They could probably handle a lot of high stress situations better than the average person. So when you put this much stress on an individual, they're going to break, they're going to snap. So I look at that truth aspect being injected into society is a way to make people go crazy, is a way to make people snap. Truthfully. So you look at these Globers, they're not going to snap because they're not willing to go to the full lengths to see where the lie is. And it's not necessarily a lie. Like I said, it just leads you back to philosophy. And that's not necessarily a lie. It's when you tell the person that philosophical idea is true when it's not. And you say that philosophical idea is science when it's not. Or that philosophical idea, there's nothing else but that philosophical idea. That's the controlling aspect that you realize that's over you. That if you want to break away from that, you have to learn it all yourself from the foundation and build your foundation up from there. And I don't think people are willing to do that at all. I don't even think some of flat earthers have gone to the extent of rebuilt their whole foundation, because my personal experience is different than your personal experience. Some people, like for instance, my dad, he never had a life-changing moment through all of flat earth. But the ironic part is years later, I started talking to him and I find out he's a flat earther. I'm like, what? How the fuck are you a flat earther? Wow. So my whole family, I wasn't in talks with any of my family, but then I find out they're all flat earthers years later. How the fuck are you all flat earthers? What the fuck is with that? So I didn't know this. My sister was the last person, I think, to convert. My brother already was, my dad was, and I hadn't talked to them about any of this shit. So when I came to it, and then my brother and my dad were into it, I was like, what is going on with this shit? It's pretty, it feels spiritual. It feels like God's working. But then again, you have to realize that God has given us God has let us go and have free will of our own kind, meaning that it's man that is doing this. Man is injecting these philosophical ideas. YouTube, a guy went in a thing, put a video together, put it on YouTube for somebody to watch. The videos that I watched came from Russia. The videos I watched came from Colorado. The videos that I watched. So you start to see all these patterns of like men involved in changing philosophy. You grew up your whole life thinking that it's reality and it's not philosophy, and then you figure out that the reality you've been told is just philosophy. That's a jarring moment for somebody, right? Yeah. So can we convince the Globers that it's philosophy? If you can genuinely convince the Glober it's philosophy, then he has to come to terms with the fact that it's not reality. It's just the way he's perceiving the world to be. And I don't think you're going to find that. You have to do it on your own. You have to literally break your own mind.
Yep, you have to. It's no other way.
Since I was a writer in film and a musician, and because one of my jobs growing up was to create scripts on the fly and shoot them in the same day, you have to be willing to allow your brain to think of all aspects of everything. And if you're willing to destroy everything you know to hold true and rebuild, which is very hard to do because you don't trust. I did it like Columbo. You guys know who Columbo is? Columbo, the investigator. Oh, yeah. He's always playing both sides, right?
Yeah.
The information, right? So that was my best approach, is to really find the truth, because through discovering deception, you can find truth. Now, the funny thing is, I'm here on both servers. I'm still writing about all this stuff to document it down, because when it comes down to it, there was a small group of people that pushed this flat Earth movement online. Just a small group. That's it. Sure, got maybe a couple thousand now, maybe even 10,000 now that are regular into it, but there's only a few thousand people that are regular recycling this shit. That's all it is. So it's a very, very small part of the internet that is participating in these debates and conversations. That's it. So when you look at that, and then you look at what you're subjected to going into the matrix, let's call it, there is a pretty hard shift to go. Like for me, it was a hard shift to go into the matrix again. because I had to leave it all behind. All the knowledge that I learned, all the arguments that I learned, I have to leave it all behind. So instead of leaving it all behind, I'll put it in a fucking book and everybody can have it. Everybody can see what a small group of people put on the internet that can change, because the Great Awakening is not going to happen with Flat Earth. The Great Awakening will happen when, they're doing it. They're doing the COVID example. They're doing the banking example. They're doing the Margaret Hut. They're showing, these elite people are showing the people left, right, and center.
Mm-hmm.
Huh? They're showing them left, right, and center. People aren't waking up, though. I mean,
a lot aren't. That's true. It seems that way.
No, dude, I'm still watching people. I'm still watching. Yeah. Look, dude, I went into a fishing place today just to buy a $10 fishing license just to go catch myself some fish. 2 dudes, rednecks, big beards, tough guys, both wearing masks in the store. I haven't worn a mask. I don't wear a mask at all. I walk in every place I go to. I'm exempt, and I just keep doing my business. I don't even engage in them. I just say I'm exempt and keep doing my business. If they ask me to leave, I go, okay, sure, but I just keep doing my business. These 2 grown men, masked up, were trying to force me to wear a mask in the store just to buy a $10 license, which would take 5 minutes. Yeah, I could have wore the mask, but the point is, these grown men that don't do any research, that don't do anything,
and pushing business out of the very store they work for.
Exactly. And another thing I said to him, I said, listen, buddy, if you really want me to order online, you're getting rid of brick and mortar stores, which means you're out of a job. And that's what I say to them. Mm-hmm. Anybody pushing for the digital revolution is getting rid of brick and mortar stores will eventually out of a job, or any kind of, there's medial jobs for people that don't want to do much. They just want to have a job to go to and come home at the end of the day. They don't really care what to do. Well, you're going to get rid of all those and give them people free money? Ain't gonna last. The instant gratification is what's gonna kill people in the long run, and they know that psychologically, because without purpose and direction, people just kill themselves. That's what happens. So whether it's with food they kill themselves, whether it's with alcohol they kill themselves, whether it's drug abuse, they end up killing themselves, and they know this psychologically. They know what Flat Earth does to people. Absolutely, 100%. They know what it will do to people who have a disposition. Each psyop is delegated to each disposition or character or demographic. And they know all this shit. And the fact that they can run algorithms with AI now can even give them a probability factor even closer than it was 30 years ago. So they can add all these different scenarios and clauses and all these things to change the outcomes. So, there's going to be a small amount of people that are going to be rounded up. And it's going to be people that go against the elite's narrative. That's it. And so all this data, all this gap. That's why I'm doing a book, man. So hopefully it gets into somebody's hands, stays in it. It's a history, part of the history. Because I think people need to know how YouTube works, how Facebook works, how Discord works, how military works, how PSYOP works, how philosophy works, and how their eye works. I think it's all important shit.
If they just only knew how they worked, they wouldn't need the rest of it.
Well, I don't know what they're doing to the weather, but it's about 10 to 15 degrees below what the seasonal would be normally.
I'm experiencing the dimming effect, if you will, here in British Columbia. It doesn't seem the skies do not seem. They seem like they're the sheen is different on them, huh? Like the sheen of the clouds. I know that sounds kind of weird, but I'm seeing different weather pattern. Like, what's that?
I've experienced that too. I even have some pictures. Keep talking. No, I'm listening.
So that's what I'm just saying. I just see different clouds than I'm used to. And yeah, it feels slightly colder than normal. Like, and also where I'm at, because we suffer from weather amnesia. Just it's a psychological effect called weather amnesia, which means technically we don't remember what the weather was last week. Right? Most people don't. But because of my exposure to geoengineering, I kind of jot it down, write it down a little bit more, take some photographs, like videos, like most people do who are looking up at the skies now. And what I've gathered, and I can't confirm it, I can't prove it, because it's just based on what I'm observing. The patterns are different. The sheen is different. Some spots, the clouds are lower than normal. Like it feels like the clouds are getting lower and lower. I don't know if you guys are noticing that. So that's what I see. Well, that's what I see. And then I also feel there's a different charge in the air. Like I don't know if that's right description, charge. But there's a different coldness. There's just an odd different feeling to the coldness, if that makes sense. It doesn't feel like a natural coldness, if that makes like there's something with the sun. There's something going on with the sun. I don't know if it's because they claim it's in a new solar minimum, but there's just something different that I can feel in my body and I can notice with my eyes.
So I'm not sure how it is over there, but if you've like had a glance at the sun, what color is it? What does it appear to be?
I noticed that it's white, more whitish than yellow. And when I was younger, I remember the sun being more yellow than whitish. And then I also noticed that. Yeah, go ahead. Sorry.
Yeah, I remember it being orange at one stage.
Yeah, so that's when I remember as a kid, like definitely more yellow, maybe towards the reddish yellow, maybe like you're suggesting. I also noticed as well that when like 10 years ago, when I drove my car, the sun would hit my leg, and it heats up differently. Like it feels like it heats up quicker, which is I don't know. Like I said, dude, these are just things that I'm recollecting because of my awareness, right? So
that's good, yeah.
So I'm just collecting the overall data to write down. Man, that's it. Now I can't prove half this shit. I'm just a human being going through the motions like everybody else here.
What do you mean? You can prove all of it. Like it's even on Wikipedia. They started doing geoengineering in 1945.
Oh yeah, no, I know geoengineering. I know geoengineering is not debatable. I mean, David Keith Group is out of Calgary, Alberta. He's the one heading the geoengineering in British Columbia, out of Harvard. He's also the founder of CarbonCapture.com. So here's a guy spraying the skies, but then yet promoting carbon capture at the same time. So I wonder if that's a conflict of interest, or are they just perfectly in line with each other? But David Keith Group, Carbon Engineering, or CarbonCapture.com, I think that's his website. Could be wrong, but I know he has a website regarding carbon capture. He's a big proprietor of it, but he's also a proprietor of spraying the dimming the skies. So we know the weather effects are manipulable. And so if he's promoting climate change and climate worry, and he has an alternate solution of carbon capture, well, then it's kind of like, we're going to fake the environment here, and we're going to get everybody to invest in my carbon capture company in Alberta, Canada. It's gross, fellas. What they're doing is gross. It's so obvious. It's just so gross.
Damn, I lost it.
But I reached out to Environment in Alberta and BC. I reached out to two environmental, I think they're not ministers because there's one minister that's environmental. Each province has their own environmental administrator. And I reached out to the one in Alberta because he was working out of Calgary at the time. And I asked them about David Keith and his policies. And I said, just out of curiosity, in your office there for climate change, what documentation can you send me? I'd be really curious to see what papers you guys read on climate change and the evidence. And he goes, in the email, or I think it was a conversation. I had a phone call and an email with this guy. And I think I reached out to every province, actually. I reached out to them and I only got 2 responses back.
Do you know how to write to them properly, though?
Dear madam, dear sir, or honorable, whatever it was. I can't remember, bro.
No. You don't write to them like that. You won't get an answer.
No, I've gotten 2 replies, and then I've gotten phone call. I called one guy out of Alberta here, and we had a conversation regarding David Keith, but they couldn't provide me any documentation. I said, well, where do you guys get your source from? Right? He literally says, well, it's somewhere in my office, so I'll try to dig it up and find it for you. Never found it up, never found it, never called me back, nothing. And all I was trying to do was gather data that they were using out of their office, and I couldn't get anything from them. It was being very simple, obviously very polite, very courteous. I'm just curious. I'm just doing some research on, and yet they can't provide you with anything. So what does that tell you, man?
They can, and they will provide you with some if you know how to ask them, write to them.
Well, they
in America we just file a writ, right to know.
Well, in Canada we have a privacy of information freedom.
Anybody for shit.
In Canada we have a Freedom of Information Act. I can file for it to
we
get.
We do too, but you have to. Yeah, you have to file or.
Yeah, I understand that, but I didn't. I
can write out a writ or toilet paper to make it legal and binding.
Nice. I didn't do that. All I was doing was being non-invasive towards people working in the industry.
People walk around with people like that.
Well, dude, if they're in the office and they're claiming climate change and global warming, what does your office have for paperwork?
Well, they also know the rules, bro. They're like, if you want to know, file right to know.
No, I wasn't. I'm not looking for. See, the thing is, I wasn't looking for.
I know you're looking for honesty where there is none. That's all I'm saying.
Fair enough. Yeah.
You can't. Yeah, that doesn't work like that.
And it should be an axiom.
Well, it is,
but it isn't.
To me, it seems like if you're in the business, environmental, climate, global warming, you would have paperwork in your office. It would just seem to be a logical question to ask them.
You would think if they're honest, they'd be published papers.
Yeah, they're not.
Yes, no. It's there.
Yeah, they're not.
They do have it. Yep, it's there. They do have it. They just have a way of dealing with, just say, people like you and like most of the public.
Yeah, I went to the source
manual.
I went to the source, and what I'd so far documented is avoidance tactics so far. I haven't pursued it because there's a lot of things I've done to reach out to these people.
If it's not in the proper written form, legally, he's not really avoiding anything.
No,
I mean no offense to you.
No, I get it. So listen,
he's omitting it.
Yeah, no, I hear you. So what I did after that is I reached out to the RCMP, right, which is basically the CIA of Canada, CSIS, if you will, or whatever. I reached out to the RCMP and I said, hey, look, and I put down 10 categories, public relations here in BC, and I inquired about my experience with the environment minister in Alberta and regarding climate change and geoengineering. And when I reached out to the RCMP officer online via email, public relations, he responded back to, I had 10 categories that I was researching. Nonprofit organizations being funded by the Tides Foundation and supporting basically all these nonprofit organizations in Alberta were getting millions of dollars to pay for activists to block railways, pipelines, like all kinds of crazy shit. So I put it all in the email, and he responded to me by saying that everything I was inquiring about was all under investigation. He could not reply back. So I reach out to the environment minister in Alberta to get information. I reach out to the RCMP to get information. I'm an active person where I'll go out and question these people right in front of their face and document it on camera. I've done it many times over, and I will continue to do it. The purpose of this book and this documentary, because it's just revealing truth through deception, is the concept and playing both sides to see who's the agent, who's not the agent. And it's quite telling, man. It's quite telling over a period of time, because you cannot hide that shit. You can think you can, but no, everybody gives it away eventually.
Can I give you just a bit of,
I love it. Give me advice. Yep, please do.
Modus operandi. So, it's good that you're going to, get them on camera and all the rest of it. But if you get them first if you write it down properly and you get them to write back to you, and you get that in written form, then once they open up their gob and they stuff up, they're in for a big hiding.
Yeah, I've had some of them tell me that through this investigation, if you will, when I tell them they're being recorded, documenting stuff, they always decline to continue the conversation, or they say their name and say that I do not authorize to be recorded, which is kind of funny because I'm still recording your conversation and you're telling me all the detail, but because you tell me that you don't want me to record, that's somehow legal. No, you're under the fact that you continue conversing with me. I am recording it. You choose to continue to converse with me. You're being recorded. You cannot.
Public office.
Yeah. The point is that they're telling me that they can't record me because they don't authorize it, but yet they continue to converse with me, which is thereby concluding you know that you're being recorded. You choose to converse with me. I'm capturing it. So I've done this stuff, man. It's just, you know what it comes down to, though? And I don't know if you guys all experience this. It's kind of like running a course, running a track. You can run the track so many times before you want to try another track, so to speak. It's not like dating. It's not like I'm breaking up with psyops or conspiracy theorists or conspiracy theorists. What I noticed because growing up into the world it's very one-sided. It's structurally built to be one-sided. And when you understand all of that, then you realize you can see through that one side. But that leaves you in a really awkward position because you don't fit in anywhere. You don't fit in with the Christians. You don't fit in with the religious people. You don't fit in with the science community. You don't fit in with the music community. So it's a very, very interesting battle they put forth on all of us. And I think that once you figure it out, the best thing to do is write it down, take a picture, send it off to somebody and say, fuck you, I'm out.
What happens if you have all that stuff, but you're just waiting for the other sleeple sheeple to sort of catch on?
Well, here's the thing. It's bittersweet because I'm getting vindicated. Other avenues of investigation I've done, like newbie investigation, if you will. I'm nowhere near Columbo. I'm nowhere near, an investigator. I'm a beginning newbie. I think that's healthy. So if people turn out to be better investigators from it, great. Then the purpose of the PSYOP has served itself well, which is to be in a position of critical thinking, be in a position where, if you're going to be sold a T-shirt based on some fantastical idea, you know that it only exists on the T-shirt. That's a difference between being bamboozled and having your money taken away from you, as opposing to spending the money that you want to, knowing what you're spending your money on. And I think the world is not designed that way. The world is designed to make as many lies as possible to steal your finances from you, to make those 10 different style T-shirts from NASA and all kinds of Mars, because you're going to have that eclectic style, that eclectic mystery, right? The intrigue. I mean, one lie can create 1,000 jobs. You correct that lie, go buy 1,000 jobs, right? So that's what we're talking about. We're, this critical thought. Anyway, I'm kind of all over the map here.
No, you're right. I was asking you. You're answering. There's nothing. You're saying what you're experiencing, what you feel. I was just saying, what happens if you've known some stuff for a long time? And it's just kind of watching it all go by.
I don't think I can ever watch it all go by because it's such an enthralling idea of it's enthralling. Everything is enthralling about it.
Yeah, it is. It's great.
I'm sorry, what did you say?
I was just trying to think of the words. Like at the start, it was great. It was interesting. It was exciting. It was painful. But once you get to say a certain place or a level or whatever you want to call it, once you unlock the certain spots, and you know what the goal is, properly what the goal is. That is another level of you said, it shatters the world of the people and it's hard for them. Imagine having that done to you again, or even get told something that
dude, you were there when COVID hit, right? I literally had to look at COVID and I'm like, okay, am I going to have to go learn medical shit now? No joke, dude. I was like, I knew a little bit about, a little bit about, viruses and colds, immune systems, a little bit. But that's what it was like. Once the flat earth was coming, I was going door to door, dude, to schools at this point. And then COVID hit because I was just on my stride. I was just starting to go to trade schools and just go door to door to get everything on camera. Kind of impromptu, kind of intrusive, I do a different approach now. But then when that COVID thing hit, I was like, okay, now I was literally exhausted from learning all about physics and math and sciences, that when COVID hit, I had to make a mental decision whether I was going to learn about it or not. I was going to learn about how it happened, where it came from, all the facts and research. So what do you do? What do you do when you feel like there is an entity out there that is wrong, that is doing something against humanity? You get that oomph to go figure it out. And that's really what it was. It's that driving, not fear, because it's not the fear of not knowing. It's more of the fear of not knowing what they're going to do next. And so that's what energizes you into researching what's going on, what's the plan. And then, of course, we all knew about Agenda 21 years ago through conspiratorial videos on YouTube. So when COVID hit and then Agenda 21 came out and Great Reset and all that shit, I was like, holy shit. So yeah, they're going to keep hitting people in different demographics because they know the disposition, because of AI, they know the disposition of all these demographics now. Okay? They know what 15 and 20-year-olds are looking at. They know what 20 and 30-year-olds are looking at. They know what 30 and 50. And they also know where these little pockets of, let's say, I don't want to say defiance, because intelligence isn't defiance. It's just, if you're opposing the current knowledge, it's called an iconoclast. Is that what it's called? An iconoclast? I think that's what it's called. An iconoclast.
Yeah.
I think that's what it's called. Like, you're going against the narrative, right? And so I think that if they're going to bring in a new reset, they have to know where the believers are, the Christians, the God believers. And here's the thing: a lot of people who believe, I shouldn't say a lot, because there's a lot of Christians who are global believers as well. I just think there's a correlation between God, creation, where we live, and the knowledge behind that. And I think they don't want us to have that entire knowledge. And I think if they put it out there and a few people pick it up, well, those few people are now knowing the knowledge that they know, and so they know where they are at. So you're telling me a cancel culture is not going to come? I mean, if YouTube starts getting, you type in flat earth debate, it doesn't come up, right? You have to go to 100 different videos, but they're eventually going to come. They're eventually going to come for anything that's going to create a destabilized world that they're not in charge of. They're going to come after. So if flat earth was designed to destabilize institutions, because it's based in truth, just based in observable reality, right? Which is truth. Observable reality is truth. Everything else in pictures and photographs is a philosophy. So they have to figure out who these people are, right? Because if they're too smart, they're not going to go with the plan. They're not going to get the vaccination. They're not going to, they're not going to put a mask on. They're not going to follow the rules. They're going to say no. Right?
Now, I'll put you an idea. Just say you, me, Battle Mod, and a couple of the guys. Yeah, we're all good. We're hip with it. We know this, that, and whatnot. Maybe there's a whole bunch of us. Yeah. If they do said reset, but just say it's not the reset you're thinking of. If the reset entails of resetting everybody, so everybody will just say will be a serf, and those who have will have more. The rest are equally reset to being serfs. So then, even if you know something, doesn't matter what you know. Nobody gives a hoot because everybody's trying to get one up on the other person next to them or trying to survive. So that takes care of, so-called, those types of people out of the picture. I'm not sure if I made sense. I don't know. Let me know.
So just to clarify, so being that the Great Reset comes, you're going to say that it isn't gonna matter the awakening because it's gonna put everybody against each other. I am not certain what you're saying.
So the reset, what is sold to you as, and what it's going to be, are like two separate things. Yeah. So just say, I'm giving you a scenario. What if the Great Reset was the people that are up the top? Those, half percenters. They get even more richer, and the rest, the 99.95, get reduced to serfdom. Everybody's equal, equal rights. Everybody's equal.
Sure, it's not the equal.
Yeah.
It's everybody has equal outcome, not equal opportunity. Sure.
Yeah, and everybody will have equal opportunity as well because everybody is on the same on the same level. Serf on the floor.
No, because because there'll never be equal opportunity because there'll always be somebody smarter, faster, stronger than you. So you may think.
Let me explain. Yeah. Let me explain. If those guys at the top, they make everybody a serf, yeah. Whoever has a bit too much, whatever, in one way or another, they take it. They leave you. Just say if you have a bit more money. If you've got like 5 houses, they might leave you with 2 or whatever. If you've got 10 houses, they might leave you with 3, whatever, something like that. So everybody will basically be equal, yeah. From the person that didn't have nothing, from the person that had a lot and now has just got like a couple of houses, yeah. If you have a knowledge or whatnot, but you've all been reduced to serfdom, and the thing is, that will let you own a house. They won't take that away from you because that incentivizes greediness. So if you have a bunch of people starting to fight again from the bottom, and even yourself, you'll need to earn, a living or whatnot, and these people will not hire an intelligent person, so the job that you will get is probably going to be trite. And people are fighting amongst each other to, lie or get one up, or however you want to put it on one another's neighbor. That takes care of the problem that was those people. They become not relevant.
Yeah, but usually smarter people know how to survive better than dumb people, right?
Yeah, correct in a sense. But when you level everybody out, and these guys have learned from their few mistakes, they're not going to let anybody has half a brain to be up the top. They'll let full idiots be up the top in whatever. Just say, I don't know, positions and whatever it is that there is in companies and corporations or governments or whatnot.
Here's the problem with your theory is that it doesn't match what happened in history, and history always repeats itself. So the class that is going to try to attempt this stuff will lose in the end. So I don't think that's their plan.
Okay, fair enough.
How are you going to have rich people How are you going to have rich people who have slaves if there's nobody to enforce the slavery?
If you're a serf and you owe everything, indentured servants, how did they? We had no police force when slavery was here, in indentured servitude.
And then the population,
the nation was built on indentured servants, and nobody policed them.
and the population got bigger and bigger. And then what happened is that as people grew to the wrong of slavery, which people were slave owners at the time in U.S., but you have to also remember yourself, every country and every leader.
They changed the type of slavery. They were already ahead of that. They changed it to economic slavery.
Yeah.
Yeah, but listen, it's not privy. It's not privy. Slavery is not privy to one race or one culture. Right?
You're a slave to every. Are you not? I'm a slave.
I'm a slave to my.
We all know cash is king, right?
Mm-hmm.
If you ain't got it, then you're nobody. You're a serf. If you got it, you're king, God on earth, divine authority.
So there's different levels of slavery. There's slavery where you go, owning a person wrong. There's slavery where you are a wage slave. There's indentured slave. There are very many.
Mental slavery.
Yeah, mental slavery. I've got a whole list of them because I've got the
person, a man in his mental box, right? You're the man in the box.
That's the thing. And
and by opportunity equality, you never meant equality, bro. I know that.
Yeah,
you have equal opportunity. Human beings can never be equal. Equality is a fairy tale.
That's right. That's what I'm saying. There's equal opportunity. There's equal opportunity.
When you have not, everybody has the opportunity to actually get something.
Here's the thing. There's always going to be somebody who's going to outrun you, stronger than you, and smarter than you.
That's not the kind of equality we're talking about.
There'll never be equal outcome, okay? There'll never be equal outcome.
That's not what we're talking about.
A guy in the bush that's
equal
smarter
opportunity versus equality. I don't believe...
There's never going to be equality, bro. There's never going to be equality.
Like I could. You probably can't shoot a gun like I can.
There's no equality.
I still jog 4 miles.
There's never going to be equality, bro, because there's different genetics.
Equal opportunity is not equality. That's what you're not getting here.
So again, equal opportunity already exists. Equal opportunity already exists.
Nobody's talking about equal people. People will never be equal. They're individuals. Hell, that's a base axiom.
Yeah.
That's a given here. No man are equal.
No, we're not. There's a guy. I can think of myself as smart, but then I think of somebody 1,000 times smarter than me. Where is he at? What's he thinking about?
Choices. We can each have 5 choices. You could be too dumb to take the smart choices, and I can be smart enough to take the smart choices, but we both got 5 choices.
That's correct. But the opportunity of your choices come from what? Being smarter, faster, stronger, and better than the other one. Because that's the only way
you create... There's only 5 choices, your opportunities are controlled for you.
If there's limited. 5 choices and you're stronger, smart...
If you're really intelligent, you'd say, fuck your 5 choices, I'll do my own damn thing.
Sure. Out of those 5 choices, the person that's stronger, smarter, faster usually gets to choose first. That's the same as the hunter. That's the same as the hunter. It's the same as the fisherman. It's the same as It's the same as the engineer. The first to build it, the first to hunt it, the first to fish it, the first. You understand? That's what it's all about. It's the first.
It's not about being the first. I'm not about being the first.
The reality
of your mind, where the only thing that matters is self. That's kind of narcissistic ideal right there. It's self-centered.
The lion who kills first is the leader of the pack, the pride, right? So,
not true.
Well, it's the females that hunt usually, isn't it? Anyway,
it is the females that hunt.
Anyways, the point is that's what they're trying to listen. They're trying to destroy that. They're trying to destroy that concept that because you are smarter, stronger, and faster, you don't deserve those 5 opportunities. We need to bump up the person
what do you think Common Core is?
What we need to do to the most talented that gets it first all the time, what we need to do to them is we need to put weights on them and bury them down and hold them down so at least when they run at the speed somebody else, that other person is.
Yeah, you know
that's what equal outcome is.
Behind them.
That's what equal outcome is.
You know how many people it would take to say, hey, Mike's too smart, we got to slow him down, but this other guy's a retard, we got to send him some luck. You know how many fucking people would take to police the world like that individually?
That's what they're doing, dude. They're trying to fool people into thinking that there's equal outcomes. That's not true at all. There's no equal outcome. Even if they attempted to depopulate the world, where you'd say that idiots would be running, there still would be somebody smart in that group of idiots that would be smarter, faster,
and having an equal choice. You just can't make the distinction between
you cannot have an equal choice if
it's
you're
a false
faster.
Equivalency, bro.
If you're
They're
faster,
two separate topics. I don't want to hear you repeat the same dumb shit again. We already know this.
If you learn an instrument,
are you stuck in your mental cycle?
If you learn an instrument, and there's 5 different instruments, and let's say I learn guitar.
I said don't repeat it.
Listen. No, don't cut
I'm
me
not
off,
kidding,
please.
dude.
Yeah, but why are you doing
I
this?
just did. You're done.
If you have 5
because you're
instruments to
repeating the
choose
same
from-
fucking thing you repeated 5 times. We already covered that. Listen, that's not what we were talking about. We were talking about equal choices, equal opportunity. We're not talking about equality of men. We've said it 5 times. Are you deaf?
Yeah, I get it. We agree.
Yeah,
with
see,
that.
I got better hearing than you. Maybe better comprehension skills too. I got your point 5 times ago.
Yeah, but maybe you should
Now
understand
you're just
why I'm.
redundant.
Maybe you should understand why I'm saying my point is because this is what they're trying to do.
Keep repeating it. Maybe I'll get it.
Oh, you
Then
do
again,
get it.
maybe I'll make a different choice.
Okay, so maybe I'm repeating myself because I don't think you get it. Could you just repeat back what I'm saying then?
Are you saying men aren't equal? They'll always be smarter, better, stronger. No shit. We know that. That's a given. I've said that 5 times.
I'm saying that they're trying to tell you that they want to take the bigger, brighter, smarter, faster one and put weights on him and bury him down and make him equal to the person less than him. They want equal outcome is what they want. So even if they destroy
That happens
us
anyway when you're smarter and more productive. You ever been weighed down by running 5 businesses? Where you watch this guy go to the lake every summer, but you don't have time because you're fucking working.
Yeah, I've been there, dude. I know exactly what you're talking about.
Same shit. It's already happening.
So the point of the matter is, even if they depopulate us, there'll always be somebody smarter, better than that thing. So it's a flawed plan to begin with, and they will lose in the end because there's no who's going to enforce the police or the army, or it's nonsense, dude. It's absolute nonsense. Every history book I've ever read,
It's a self-regulating machine, bro.
the elite lose. Okay, every historical book, every empire, the elite lose. The ruling classes.
They've never lost.
Yeah, dude. Here's the,
almost 6,000 years, brother. Mankind
The same
has
people
not
passing
been
the
free.
well,
Yeah,
the way
they just keep passing the torch from name to name to name. This might as well be the 5th Byzantine period or era.
You guys ever wonder why it is that they no longer give normal trophies for sports? They give participation trophies.
equal outcome.
Because stupid people accept it.
Yeah.
I can tell you my reasons. Oh, fuck that.
If they asked me if I wanted the Bozo badge or the cookie, I'd take the cookie. At least that's valuable.
Yeah, exactly. Don't patronize me.
But do you see what it does?
Right. Can I get oatmeal? You got oatmeal raisin.
Part of the Marxist strategy is to create class and race, right? So you have to put all those subcategories.
Yeah, there forms a division.
Yeah, so you have to take all those subcategories and combine them into 2 facets of ideologies,
read
right?
Up on Marxism, but
what?
The thing is, I've read up on Marxism too. The thing is, 90% of the history in the past we can't verify that.
No, but I can tell you that he was a racist and he hated the poor. That's Karl Marx.
Racist isn't that divisions in class?
Yeah.
Race,
anyway, but he
race
also
division,
hated the poor,
class
right?
Division. I think if you think there's more than one race, you're probably one of the only racists on the earth.
I don't think there's races, dude. I think there's a human race and then there's cultures. That's what I think. I think race is yeah, exactly. I don't think that there's races. When I don't look at a Chinese guy and go, "You're a different race." I just look at him as a human being, as Chinese, and he has different cultures. So the whole thing, this race thing, no, we're one.
Different cults, yeah.
No, we're different cultures. So they have different food, cooking,
Culture
different.
comes from the word cult. So there's different cults out there. Yes.
Of course, you got Buddhists chanting at dishes. You got Muslims and Catholics counting beans.
One people,
You've
many
got
tribes.
You've got I can't even think right now. Anyway, they have all these symbolisms for their cultures, different foods, different clothes, different sexual styles. Everything to the core is cultural. It's not race. So this whole concept of race should be just one human race. But they'll never do that.
Yeah.
They'll give you participation. They'll give you a participation because they want
see white, yellow, brown. I don't see that.
man.
I don't see red men. I see men.
Listen, I didn't even think of racism. I'll tell you why. I'm a white kid in Alberta that ended up with Jimi Hendrix tattoo. How the fuck does that happen to a white boy in redneck Alberta? You don't think of race. My best friend was black. I didn't even think of him being black. That's fucking bizarro to me. I didn't look at my buddy and go, "Hey, you're black."
My cousin is.
He was my buddy.
He's my cousin. He's just my cousin. Then my other cousin, my aunts, they're red.
Do you know when
brown.
Do you know when
my daughter is black?
Do you know when it changed?
And I'm white as hell.
Yeah. Do you know when it changed?
I'm the only white native when I go to the reservation, unless I take my daughter with me.
Do you want to know how media fucked me as a kid? Not that I'm racist or anything. I'm not saying that. I'm just saying how it got me to look at it is when Boys in the Hood was released. I never thought of any fucking black, none of that shit, until Boys in the Hood was released.
Yeah, and then there were riots jumping off in the movie theaters.
And then,
I remember that.
Yeah, and then that's when I saw The Division. And then it's like, what? I saw black. I never saw it before. Like, it's like crazy how you...
You don't like me, so I tell you where you can go. The street is my stage and terror is my show. Psychoanalysts try to diagnose me why. It wasn't your brother that brutally died, but it was mine. So let me define. My territory don't cross the line.
Nice, buddy.
Colors. You don't know me. Ooh,
so, but isn't that amazing? Isn't it amazing to go through that? It's like hearing a note or hearing a rhythm in a song. You've heard the song 10 times, but you've never heard that particular riff, right? It's the same thing, dude, as watching something and going,
I went and watched that with a mixed family. We went and watched it with a mixed family, with a mixed group of friends, stoned out of our gourd. People started fighting in the movie theater in downtown Detroit. And we sat in the middle of this shit laughing our ass off. Because if they touched any one of our family members, they was going to get 15 motherfuckers jumping on them all at once. Of all different, what they call races.
Isn't it crazy?
I don't know where they're running to. But they're running to somewhere.
Do you guys believe in? Do you guys believe in this phrase? If you ask, you shall receive.
So
if you knock, the door will be answered.
As you believe, so shall it be unto you.
So you know what's really bizarre about, not bizarre, what's very powerful about language is the power of suggestion and words like that, right? So what kind of things does one ask to know? Right? Because growing up, you're immediately steered in the opposite direction of asking about anything you want to know. What you're steered towards, which is fine, it's extra curricular activities. You had baseball.
At school or in family life? I grew up in a tight family. I could ask any question I want. Somebody would answer it. But Grandma and Grandpa lived here too.
Cosmologically, and the state of philosophy would probably only compartmentalize to a demographic, a particular group of people that would teach their children this. Where I came from, it was meat, potatoes. God was real, but there was no, church on Sunday. There was no Bible study. The earth was a ball. Aliens were possible. We didn't come from evolution, right? Because that was the big debate back then in the 80s, right? That's when they were bringing evolution into school.
Seventh-day Adventist. I asked my grandma who did my extensive Bible study with me. Grandma, you believe we live where God created us, right? She said, yeah. I said, in school they teach us all this stuff about aliens and the globe. Where's God's firmament fit on a globe? And she said, I don't know. I live on God's green earth. So what about aliens? She said fallen angels. So
yeah, see, I didn't know that till later, right? Years later, the fallen angel thing came up, which is like maybe only for me, maybe 6 years ago.
and that directed my my biblical research after that.
Yeah, I like, again, for me, 6 years ago was my biblical research. So I'm fairly new to the biblical. Like, I mean, I was exposed to it, had early discussions and debates with it, but I never read it the way I read it until the diffraction of light or corpuscular rays.
Also in the 80s, they were pushing the ozone layer hoax. There's a hole in the ozone layer.
In the 80s, yeah.
They're going to suck us out into space, which, they eventually gave on that. Then it was global warming. Then when the temperature started cooling, now it's climate change. But they never give up on any of these ideas. Every now and then you'll see an ozone layer article here and there, but it's all a bunch of bunk.
What the meaning of climate change is?
What?
It's got nothing to do with the weather.
Seasons.
No. They're talking about us, you. The way that you operate, your climate, the human.
Yeah, climate of liberty to a climate of tyranny.
The social climate.
Social climate.
It's true. Yeah.
Yeah, that would make more. That would make more in plain sight sense, right?
No, these guys talk in a code. You don't understand the code, you won't get the message. Like Centers for Disease Control. Center for Disease Control. Control Disease Center. Read it backwards. Center for Disease Control, Disease Center.
Yeah, it would be
so
always the reverse. Yeah, fair enough. Well, we know they're listen. They in the early 50s and 60s they were already telling you what they were doing, and they were exposing the science. It only became, I guess, inundated, or how would you say? Well, it would be hijacked. I guess would be the ultimate word, into a business model where they could genetically, because it's all about the stem cell, right? It's all about the stem cell of the fetus, right? And injecting it into the human what is it in the back of your spine there, your spinal tap? Do they inject it in there? Is that where they do it? I guess they inject the stem cell there. Yeah, the spinal cord. So this is not new. They've been doing this since the 50s and 60s. They just didn't have the, if you will, microscopic. The technology you have basically now, right?
Nanotech.
Yeah, exactly. The way to see the particle and split it and so forth. Ironically, inspired by atomism, which is the Greeks, crazy enough, they manifested the philosophy of the Kabbalah took that philosophy and manifested it into nano. Because nano and that whole field of nanotechnology is rooted in the Kabbalah. The quantum physics and quantum mechanics.
Hermetic principles. They're all based on hermetic principles.
Dude, when you read stories, and I can't remember the article I read this, they use oracles still to this day. And the AI.
I'm an oracle, bro. Yeah. I'm going to put it out there. I'm an oracle, bro.
Well, I'm just
what are you going to tell me?
I'm not telling you.
If I tell you I'm an oracle, what would you say?
Be honest. First of all, what I would say, oracle. Well, I don't think you understand then what they're referring to oracles are, because if you're autonomy or you're autonomous right now, which it seems like you're autonomous, then you wouldn't classify as an oracle as far as I read, unless you're on a vacation, you're taking a break, or because it's a full-time position. You don't compartmentalize your lifestyle and go watch some TV. You know what I'm saying?
What's the next set of lottery numbers?
That's not the point. The point is that he doesn't define an oracle as far as literature states.
Data on the Plane is right about the oracle thing, because in the King James Bible it says the oracles of God were given to the Jews, which means the scriptures. These people weren't doing anything bad. They were just inspired by the Holy Spirit and they wrote the scriptures down. So that's a different definition of oracle. He's talking about the oracles that pertain to nanotech.
No, I'm talking about the whole inspiration of the entity and the AI, the sex blood ritual. I'm not making this up. You can go read it. But there's people that take the full-time DMT, Oracle, AI shit hooked to the, like, dude, it's everything you can think of, all the technology. Look, Jack the Ripper just sums it up. Okay, how about Jack the Ripper 2021? So they do everything to the human body since the dawn of time to take it apart while it's alive, doing its thing, calculating every measurement, meter, size, beat, pulse, with lasers, with light, with spectrums of light, with sound waves, everything they've done to the human body. Everything. Immoral, disgusting, vile, gross, all in the name of science. So, when you know that, it's a little fucking crazy. They've split split part of the human face and have the eyeball exposed. They can fucking have wires hooked to it and drug this person. Like, give me a fucking break. Are you fucking kidding me?
That's bro. They cannot do nothing, bro. They can put out feelers out there that apparently they can change your DNA and you'll lose connection with God and blah 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 blah. They don't even know what DNA is, bro. Here, I'll be straight out with you.
Well, it's a code. It's a code.
Helix thing.
It's a code. Oh, I don't care about the description of it. It's just a code. So really, listen. The PCR test, right? The PCR, it's just a sequence. So the PCR code, what that sequence is however we interpreted that sequence to mean something to us. That's what that sequence is. But that sequence is a pattern, which they don't know how it got there. But each layer of that sequence provides a specific and direct instruction for that purpose. Now, how it got there and why it's instructing to do that, they have no fucking clue. They can, I'm not saying emulate it. They can synthesize. I don't know how to explain it.
Yeah, I'll explain this to you in simple science. If I take a bit of my tissue from my big toe, and I need kidney or liver or I don't know, eye tissue or whatever, doesn't matter. If I put that bit in this environment that is or next to just say if I wanted to make kidney tissue, that thing would make itself into it. Nothing needs to be done. They don't know how that happens. Am I even on?
Yeah, I'm listening.
Oh, sorry. So just say I'll cut my toe off. I need my kidney to regrow. Yeah, like that. They lobbed it off and pat it. They're scared I'm going to lose it. Whatever. If I take my toe and put it where my kidney is, it'll become a kidney. They do not know how it happens. They will never know how it happens.
No, because they don't know how the code got there in the first place. So they can't.
Because they didn't put the code.
Yeah, I know.
You can only make a chair if you know how to. So you make the chair. You know how to make a chair. You didn't make the meat suit. You can only maintain it and be wise and not hurt it. But to think you're going to manipulate something and make something, that's that other side of the thing where they need to give you misinformation. They don't need to give you disinformation. They just need to give you a lot of information. And now it's like somebody throwing a heap of straws up in the air and you're trying to grab, as much as you can.
How do you keep a slave How do you keep a slave a slave?
He's ignorant, he'll be a slave.
Hide things in books.
He doesn't know who he is.
Hide things in books, man. They just hide things in books. That's it. When I read even Faraday, Michael Faraday's material, and he says with a supposition that the Earth is rotating, he's telling you he's begging the question before he makes his theoretical assumptions on stuff, which is an observation of electrical currents through wires, and he has no idea why they're doing it. He's just trying to write it down in just mathematical form as a description.
This is why nobody invents anything. They discover something. That's why you cannot have intellectual, what's it called? What are they called? Intellectual property, because you did not effing make it or design it.
This is what cracks me up about the marijuana industry in the States and Canada. The United States government filed all these patents what, in the 40s already about marijuana? Like everything about marijuana, all the strains, all the shit. And then all these companies come along and do the same thing on the stock market. It's like the script has been written, and we're just going to keep cycling the script through. We got to keep this economy in flow, this illusion going.
Yeah,
Meanwhile, every single patent.
Man has never been free, bro. That's what I'm telling you.
Well, that's not true. So no, it's not true. I'm not enslaved, bro. I've had every opportunity based on my parents' position, which is they're hardworking people. They're not rich, none of that. They gave me an opportunity to maintain a house where I was allowed to get an education. It was out of my own volition. Let me finish. It was out of my own volition. So I chose what I wanted to do. So that there allowed me to pursue other avenues, that choice. I'm not saying life isn't fair, but the whole point is to focus on something you have no control over, like whether being oppressed by the government and paying too high taxes. Sure. I see how you can fix these problems by coming together and voting these people out of power. That's the only option you're allowed. You can't cry about the system before you. You can use it, but a lot of people are choosing not to use it. So to have the sort of the, what do you call it, the violin in the background playing very softly where you say, we've never been free. It's never been we pay a lot of taxes, do all those things out of our own fault. But truthfully, we have our own volition here that can muster up a great life, can muster up legal action, can do these things because the system is designed at least to give you that opportunity. Now, I know because I've exercised these volitions that if I did them consecutively, and you don't fall into the vein or whatever trap gets you along the way, you can maintain a responsible environment to raise children. And then you can give them an opportunity to have a choice at life based on their own volition. So no, that system in itself is great. And that's what's designed before us. It's the lack of people reading in books to find the information that will take you from a slave to a non-slave. So, you work from a ground up, and the only way people learn is through pain. And I know through pain, the elite always lose, dude. So you say in power for 6,000 years, I think, well, all those people died, and all those people in power now will die. And eventually, the people that are growing up, well, let me finish. The people that are growing up, the younger generation, not the Z, but whatever, the Z, maybe what's after that, I don't know. That generation is going to be way more conservative. And this is statistically, by the way. Number two, that conservative population actually will outnumber, the families will outnumber the liberal side, because the liberal side aren't having babies while the conservative side is. So the another generation.
Call them leftists.
Yeah, leftist, sorry.
Yeah, but that's got. Yeah, but
that has everything to do with it. Because listen. It's not going to come to a collapse where it will end. It will keep going on, right?
It will come to a collapse, bro.
Well, here's the thing. But if you look at what's going on with the youth, because the youth is coming up, the youth are going to have enough of this leftist ideology. They will, if the transgender guy exists, go have your own sports, go have your own awards, go have your own movies. There's nothing wrong with that. Go on. There is going to be that conservative side that rises, because every left pendulum, there's always a right to follow. And the funny thing is, the right is usually bigger than the left. So we'll see what the right pendulum hits us with. Because it might be the one that actually.
Right pendulum. You have to be in the middle, as in you take the straight and narrow, force, or the, whatever you want to call it.
You can't be in the middle. You'll never be in the middle, because as you have people with power in that mix, these people with power have beliefs of their own. And if they use the capitalist system, like let's say Bezos, he's apparently, let's look on the surface of his career, he started as a nobody, and he had a vision to take a company online and sell it around the world. Okay, so at the peak of the pandemic, he sold.
Do you believe that?
I'm just saying on the surface. That's why I said on the surface. I don't know if you've listened to me. I'm saying that because I don't want to get into the behind the scenes just yet. On the surface, that's the story. So you can look at. Okay, so here's a guy that I don't know personally, but I know where he was and what happened. He created Plenty of Fish website, It was an online, Canadian online dating site. Just a guy in Vancouver. I didn't know him personally. Just a guy.
Musk.
Anyway, so he invented a dating site, sold it for $5 billion. So the point is that you can use the system to make money. There's also people that have made programs and sold them for 10 million in this capitalist market. So you can go from a slave to a non-slave. Now, if you're going to say, okay, I'm just in a different cage now, well, I'm pretty certain you're probably going to want to be in that cage than the other one. At the end of the day, the opportunity is based on your volition. The world can't stop your volition.
I'm not saying I'm a slave. I know what it is. Yeah. I'm not saying people that think they're free are not free.
Oh, I know I'm free, bro. I get up every day. I get a cup of coffee. I go into my car. I can go. Yeah. You're 100% free. If you feel enslaved, I feel sorry, bro, because you're looking at it all wrong. You're only here for a short period of time on this earth. You're given the opportunity. You're given an opportunity to bite in. You're given an opportunity to bite.
Majority of people.
No.
This is why there is no.
They're not. Most people are in bliss, bro. Most people are in bliss, bro. Most people are in ignorant bliss. Do you understand? They're not into that shit at all. Go do a fact check on that, brother. Most people are in ignorant bliss, and they love it. They don't give two shits. As long as they get their ice cream in their shoes, they're happy, dude. So
the oppressors themselves are actually slaves to you.
Yeah, most people who are functioning in this world, loving their masks, loving their designer shit, they're functioning, dude. Now, there are side effects psychologically from social distancing and not seeing friends for a while. That has arrived.
What did I say at the start?
Go ahead.
Right at the start, I said to you, I'll go, they're going to hold this for 5 years. I'll go, this is going to ruin 2-3 generations.
Yep.
Mentally.
Damn straight, bro. You're right.
For life. They're gone. They're a write-off.
So what do you mean, like...
every child from 0 to... and every person to 50 is now mentally damaged, bro. Most of them.
I would
if somebody yells, you know, the V word, you know, in a week from now or in 2 years from now, people will think there's, you know, the atomic bomb being thrown on us. Kids are sitting in like plastered, you know, like plexiglass and stuff, not saying a smile, and the parents are acting retarded and their friends acting retarded.
Yeah,
these people don't know what they're doing, bro.
Like, yeah, of course, I know what you're saying. Yeah,
I've tried to. I'm leaving little bits for everybody to pick up, because I don't want to put something in somebody's head. I don't like doing it.
It won't last. It won't last, bro. It will be this in the end of the year. There's no way it lasts. So what's happening? It won't last. You will not be able. They'll take down the plexiglass and the masks. So don't you worry. And there's going to be people that lose their jobs. This is what you don't understand. There's going to be people. There's going to be people that will pay for it. So it may take another year, or 2 years, but people will end up paying for it, brother. Because we all know it's child. No, it is, because it's already happening. It's already happening where I'm at, dude. Listen, I already had it. I'm already looking at it. Anyway, I'm looking into. Anyway, it doesn't matter.
Where are you at?
Doesn't matter. The point is that there are lawsuits in the court system right now against these claims, because there's no science behind it whatsoever. There's nothing. This is based on false modeling. Based on no real data, and what's caught them is when they're asking for the modeling data to see where they get their justification for it. They're delaying. Yeah. They keep delaying.
I will tell you straight out, and let everybody hear it. Hi, ASIO in Australia, suck my cocks. They have admitted that nobody has died from this thing.
No, that's not true. That's not true. So listen,
I've got it from them.
They've admitted that it's never been isolated, and
Yeah,
it's
I
not
understand
never
that.
been isolated. Nobody's died.
Let's not
Listen to me.
talk about.
Listen to what I am saying.
I understand that. Yeah,
Listen
I
to
get
what
it.
I'm saying.
There's so many stories, but you need to fact check. No more speaking about off topic like that, please.
Yeah, I get it.
I didn't say anything, but
Not you.
Anyway, the positive news out of all this is that there is.
You're new, Iggs. You're roughly you're new here. I've just come in myself. You're relatively new here, mate. That you should know better, really.
I didn't know it was going that direction as far as the. But as far as the the good news is that it's in the court cases, and so far, majority of violations that have been charged to the anti person, if you will, they're all being thrown at a court. So this is what's happening in present reality now. And when that happens, that means there are people who have imposed these tickets and violations will have to be either,
they've
sued.
been thrown out already.
Oh yeah, lots of them, bro. Lots of them, thousands of tickets. So listen, when somebody violates somebody's rights, like what blows my mind is how they're doing a curfew for a certain gender is insane. But eventually, it will get caught up with them.
To these people,
yeah,
write to these people in a certain way, and you will get an exact answer.
Well, when you say when you say an exact way, would you like to set the tone?
You need to write to them in a specific way, and they will not let your questions go unanswered.
So, do I have to write it Parliament style? Is what you're referring to, like Parliament language? Like how?
No, I told you that before. I said that before.
No, I've tried, man. I've contacted. It doesn't matter. If you're asking what would be deemed conspiratorial or conjecture, because at the end of the day, a lot of the claims from conspiracies are conjecture. The I guess collective conjecture has been validated in the past. So the reality is it's still conjecture, even if it is validated. And that's the problem.
No, it's not when they put it on piece of paper.
No, I understand
I'm going to
that.
send something to Crack Villain.
But when you engage, you're engaging in conjecture. And the problem with conjecture is that you don't give
you're
them
asking a question, bro. Just like we ask questions here.
Yeah, I get it, but it's
it's
like a supposition on the question. It's like a supposition on the question. I believe the government is doing this. It's just conjecture. I believe the government is doing this. Are you? Question mark. That's essentially this is a complete.
You can't ask it like that. As I said, it's just
no. That's a complete ridiculous idea of it. But I'm just giving you basically that whole premise based on it's ridiculous because you are not going to get an answer from them if you're saying, hey, by the way, government, are you spraying the skies? Because if that's the case, it's a crime against humanity. So there's no way to ask that question. No, there's no way to ask that question. So when you engage in it, I'm just looking for a response so I can document the response because I know they're not going to respond in a question that infers them into being criminals. And there's no way to ask it. Okay? There's just no way to write that down.
It can depend on who you're inferring as the criminals and to what channels you actually take it through, in a sense.
To anybody doing anything wrong, you are asking a question. I do not know how to phrase this question.
Mr. Health Minister, dear Mr. Health Minister, it's come to my attention that every advertisement regarding the new soup that is going around, that it seems to be all the rage on the media, doesn't really have good ingredients in the soup, and it's actually not approved by the soup company. Is that true? You won't get a fucking response. And the point is that the soup company didn't approve the soup, but everybody wants it.
Can I make a suggestion?
Go ahead.
What's up?
Yep.
Iggs, I don't know if you know Iggs very well, but Iggs has got some information, and he's always on the verge of dropping the shit when people are talking over him a lot, and I'd like to hear what he was just about to say about what you would ask. And I'd also like to know from you, Eggs, if you what you mean by the complete answer. Like, does that mean the truth, or does that mean a version of the truth?
Yeah, you do not accuse anybody of anything. You don't beat around the bush. You have to just put it in a.
Are you talking about legalese?
No, not legalese. Legalese is just that's garbage. That's law for poor people. That's the way I know it. But so when you write it, you have to put it in a certain way, and then when you put the questions, you don't accuse anybody of anything. You ask. How many people went to play tennis today? How many people went to the tennis court today? Such and such. Did people break their leg at the tennis court today? You're not accusing anybody.
Okay. Are you trying to say if you word it a certain way, they'll give you a straight answer?
Yes. If you're gonna,
but they don't tell the truth about most things. So wouldn't they just give you the version of the truth that isn't really the full truth, but it's their excuse for the truth? They actually consider the truth, because they're only told a certain amount of shit anyway themselves. It's all compartmentalized. I'm just trying to figure out what it is that you're thinking that they'll actually respond with. Like, are they trapped into it because of the way you word it? Is that what you're saying?
Yeah, because you're not actually saying this or that or the other. You're just asking a factual question that needs a factual answer.
Right, but what if that's incriminating? Like the answer would actually incriminate someone, and they're hiding something.
Incriminates who?
Well, if there's people involved and you're asking a certain question that will lead to evidence of someone being, charged with something, then they would probably omit that by some kind of non-disclosure agreement, right?
A question that causes them to question and actually realize something.
No, you're just asking a simple question. You're not accusing anybody of anything. Now, when you get the answer back, what you decide to do with it, that's up to you. Crackvillain, please, brother, can you go check the message? Have a look at the thing. I had to do a screenshot of it. Can you please have a look at what I sent you?
Me? Or somebody else?
Crackvillain. I just sent it.
Crackvillain, okay.
Yeah. I just sent it to his on a message. Yeah. If he's there, or did he leave?
As old matey said, are they they can only tell you what they themselves believe to be true as well, yeah? And if you asked a question that caused them to realise that what they thought was true in a sense, they might actually be a part of, and which is quite incriminating towards them, that they just didn't know before until the question was proposed, would they then still be obliged to give you a truthful answer?
So you're posing this to people that are working there, and even if you pose it to CEO Bigfoot or Reverend Bigfoot or whoever, if you pose it to them, they will reply to you. Like, here, I'll give an example. All right, so we all know that the Fed is it's got nothing to do with the nation's people, the nation's money. Yeah, true.
Yeah. Right. Yep.
Yep. Okay. Yep. Cool. Okay. So now, people are like, oh, we should audit them and so we can keep a track of It's private, yeah. Just like they cannot, just like you supposedly cannot ask them how they are running their private business. They can't tell you how to run your private business, but everybody's being told how to run their business. So now, these guys say they're lying to you. It's a great doublespeak. I love it. So these guys say they're private, yeah? But they supply so-called currency to the public. Yeah? How can you be private and public? Can that be?
Isn't NASA the same thing? What they claim to be private, but they're public. They're government funded.
Yeah, so that's a bit of an oxymoron. So,
right.
So then you have the right to ask questions because they are public. You are private.
Right, but are they trapped into giving you an honest answer? Is the question?
Yes.
Yeah,
Why
it
is that?
wouldn't surprise me if that's how it was set up, because these people don't exactly lie. They do tell the truth in some way, shape, and form. They actually seem very considerate to be telling the truth in some way, shape, and form, and make it very obvious in a sense. They don't actually really hide it.
Not
they don't have
everybody
to.
over there is evil.
If they believe it, then they don't have to hide.
Not everybody.
But I just mean in regards to even asking a question, it wouldn't surprise me if every person did have that sort of free right to do so if it was done in the proper fashion, in a sense, like
Well, that's why the information is compartmentalized so much, so that you don't have to worry about what they're going to say, because what they know is nothing terminating. What they believe is definitely what the party line is.
That's why they always address the articles of the Earth being round. They never say sphere. They always say round.
That's right. Yeah, that's a perfect example. They can say round because it might be a round pond that we're in. Yeah, there's a lot of doublespeak. But I'm just trying to get what you're saying. Like, if you could give like an example of how you would word a letter, maybe that would help out.
Okay, so
data.
You always address it to the man or the woman. No honorable or Mr. This or President that. You can do that. There are certain ways to doing that as well. But when you do it and when you ask in this certain way, that means you are keeping that information for yourself. But you can also
so would you use like the pronoun I would like, or would you do I'm more like what's the code you're getting at? Is there some kind of thing that you could put a link for as far as how to compose something that would be getting at least the most honest answer someone can give? Like a reference of some sort.
Definitely don't use we, because that would make them think, well, shit, they're getting together.
Right? Yeah. Well, you could also go threatening with it. I mean, you could, if that's another not option, but if you were to file a lawsuit of some sort, you'd have to get some kind of legal answer. But anyway. I'm just interested in what the technique is that you're specifically trying to get at. It's just stuff you picked up on, or you would be able to do it if you had the subject matter and the information desired.
Yeah,
I think Indio would also be able to sort of correlate a lot of this. I'm sure he would.
Oh yeah, Indio for sure. For sure. Crackville even too.
Yeah, it's definitely not bullshit what he's saying. There's something to it.
No, not at all.
Talking about
it. I know that Iggs has got like the real information, even though he pauses a lot when he's getting it out, so people start talking a lot. I noticed that, so I'm trying to help out a little bit because you're like, he got some shit, man. You know what you're talking about. I've heard from other.
I'm trying to see who's talking. None of my stuff is coming up. It's like. What's wrong with this?
Oh, this is New Perspective. You emailed me.
Yeah, I thought it was you, bro.
Yeah.
So I'll sit.
It's a good talk earlier this morning.
Yeah, I want to send you something through the email.
You did try the PDF, the 1520
Did that work?
Bible. No, it didn't. It just came with.
I tried again.
I replied to you. Maybe if you could use Google Drive, they give you an option if something's over. Usually it'll pop up if you have over the amount, then it'll give you Google Drive, or you could download Dropbox.
I actually sent you another one. Another.
Oh, you did already. Oh, okay.
Yeah.
I haven't tried the other one yet. Okay, let me see if that works. Did you try Google Drive this time?
Yes, I'm fairly sure I did.
All right. I'll see that now.
I'm a bit of a Luddite when it comes to... No, it's all right.
It's all right. No worries. I am too sometimes.
A second. Just...
But anyway, yeah, some kind of reference for what you're talking about as far as getting a direct answer. That's interesting. Some of the people listening, it seems. It looks like this PDF is opening. It's like this one worked. Let's try and open here. Yeah, 1560. If Data still here? He might be interested in this 1560 Bible, or anybody else.
Oh, which is the 1516, the flat Earth one. It's got flat Earth written in it.
1560.
Yeah, it's got. I think there's a scripture in Timothy that is translated into flat Earth. I could be wrong with that. I think that's where is it the Matthew Bible?
I don't know. What's the deal with this Bible? Is there something I should look for?
It's written in Old English. It's the Geneva one. It's the first one written in like proper English. It's in Old English.
But is it the book?
It's not the Francis Bacon interpretation, is it? Like the King James.
The one I'm recollecting it's the Matthew. It's the Matthew Bible. That's what I'm recollecting from the 1560s. Hold on, I'll check it out again. I'm just gonna look it up.
Is this supposed to be more authentic than other versions? For some reason.
So listen, as you get to, do you know much about, like, I don't know much about copyright, but I do know that in the early times of Bible creation, when you would make different versions of it, let's say for profit, I think eventually later on they put a copyright law so that it had to be 10% of any version, right, or the main version or something. Whatever you interpreted the scriptures as, it had to be 10% different.
So what were you going to say, Iggs, about it though? Just because
it's what the guy is saying just before, that very valuable in what he's saying. So every time they copyright something, how can you copyright something that is from God? You can't. So that means
so what happens
every time.
Well, I'll tell you that argument from what I read is that you were allowed to do a certain amount of sentences and not be infringement on that's the way they ran
God's word.
Yeah, something like that. So as long as you were to report on that's how they changed the words in the system, so they worked around that kind of law. And then if you look in the 1800s, there was 8,000 new religions that just exploded in Western society and all over the world, actually, but about 8,000 is what it's documented supposedly. And once again, I don't see why they would be lying about that kind of stuff, but 8,000
if you're changing 10% each time you do it, every religion does it, and every 50 years they take a bit out, and new books, new publishers. Imagine how much of the original is changed. So just say if we go back 2,000 years ago till now.
Well, this is what I'm saying. So out of all those religions, there was in Western society, there was 5 that survived, right? You had the Mormons, you had the Jehovah's Witnesses, obviously the Catholics, you had the Newborn Agains, and then I think there was, I can't remember. There obviously is a little bit more than that spread out, but the main ones, right? I can't remember. The Mormons, Jehovah's Witnesses, Catholics. I don't know if it's the Baptist or Protestant. I can't remember exactly.
Sorry, bro.
Seventh-day Adventist.
Yeah, so you had more. Anyway, so these all had. So when you look at banking structure, the Jehovah's Witnesses, the Mormons. Fuck, why am I having a brain fart, man? I just keep calling those two for now. Mormons and Jehovah's Witnesses. the banking system, the higher, is the same as the Roman Catholic Church, and the Roman Catholic Church is the foundation of it all. If you look at it, these 5 religions actually are just sects from the Roman Catholic Church. They're just break-offs, right?
Yeah.
And when you look at the system and how they lay it up, like the elder or the fucking okay, there's no pastors and the witnesses, whatever, but they still have the same hierarchy, the same structure, the same financial structure, the same business structure, I guess, right? And you find out that those are the ones remaining. Well, what happened with that? The state and the state and religion became separate, as long as the churches didn't have to pay any taxes, right? So that's
they never had to.
Yeah, well, that's
space religions as well. They actually adhere and get their name.
Well, here's the crazy thing with the Jehovah's Witnesses. In Isaiah 40:22, they actually say sphere. They literally changed the word circle to sphere. Right.
Well, in Mormonism, Jesus and Lucifer and that, they all live on some planet somewhere where there's another planet with just only women that get males have sex with them and breed babies to come and populate the earth. That the Mormons.
Well, hold on. Let's clarify. They have the Bible, and then they have the teachings of their leader too, right? So. Because it's not in the Mormon. The Mormon Bible doesn't have that literature. It's the teacher's literature on top of the Bible, right?
Yeah.
So it's the same as the Zohar. People who love the book of Zohar and they read the Torah. They read this is the claim. So it's just it's perennialism. It's the same concept of study in all kinds of cultures where you take one book and you apply it to another book while you read it to get secret meanings and messages. So the Mormons have the same thing with their setup that way, right? Except for, you're right, you get your own planet, you can have all the wives you want, like you said. And I think he believes that the angels came down and they built pyramids in Utah. Is it not Utah? It's Mormontown.
They're probably all associated with the families at their essence, because the families are actually the ones that sort of create all these religions that aren't.
So it's just controlled opposition, right? That's all it is. It's
Jesus failed. Now it's
conquered and divide strategy.
To make it simple.
What's that?
I said Jesus and Lucifer are apparently brothers. I'm going to just distill it.
Well, here's the thing.
It's failed, and now it's Lucifer's turn, according to the Mormons. He's going to come down on his spaceship and with his flying monkeys, space monkeys, and unicorns, and it's all going to be good.
You know what? You just reminded me. I have to go. I have to go document that again, because it's. If you look at the bigger picture, everything is vying for your thought. Like it's everything wants your thoughts, right? Or what did
I tell you before?
What?
Throw up a bunch of straws and have people clutching at them. You can read as much books as you want, bro.
Mm-hmm.
At the end of the day, the book is just it's
should only be inspiration, You get inspiration from books. You got to find the truth for yourself.
You can spend all day reading lies from books.
Well, here's the thing.
That's right.
It depends what books you're reading. So I'm reading like books like Faraday, right? And his discovery of electricity and magnetism, and his I have an old book of his, and when I open it up, I've got all these awesome diagrams of all these helix wires and copper things and torsion bar tests and gold leaf. It's awesome to look at that stuff. And I'm grateful for having the opportunity first to read that stuff at Liberty. Because it's you have to keep reading shit over and over again when you're talking magnetism theory and concepts like that, right? Especially if it's your introduction to it and nobody's teaching you, like autodidact style. Yep. You're gonna have to read it a few times, right?
A lot of times.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, without the proper education, you won't understand most of it.
None of it. Most of it at all.
Symbols.
None of it at all. And so it takes a while to keep rereading that stuff. And to this day, unless I'm actually going through the observations with the experiments, which in this case I can read the content and look at the diagram, because it gives you the diagram section when it's reading.
I know. I did a paper on Faraday in college.
Yeah, so it's just really cool stuff to be exposed to, and I wish we were exposed to it. Well, maybe some were exposed to it earlier, but I would have loved been exposed to that understanding of the world around us, because it is important.
I think that's what actual original religion is talking about, things like that, even like the Torah, I think that's a reference to the Torah's field in this
The
sense.
electromagnetic nature of the vibrating universe, as its electric nature dictates.
Yep.
Yeah. We definitely live. See, the thing is I look at one direction, what they're pointing us into, and then the other directions they're not. And what I find is that there's this low sound frequency throughout the world that we're not.
Human resonance.
Well, yeah, that's our assessment.
A lot of people are aware of this human resonance, but we also live in an electromagnetic resonance field too.
Well, here's the thing. So the sound is vibrating, right? And so out of that sound,
oscillating,
out of that oscillation from the sun, because I believe the sun is like it's like our eye, because our eye is crystalline. So I think because our eye is a sensor to the sun, it has to have the same properties, right? So when I look at crystalline and the concept of the Bible, because it does mention crystalline in the Bible, and our eye sensor, the glass behind our pupil, is crystalline, which is like the hardest known substance to man. You can put it in acid and it won't dissolve. I lost my train of thought here. The sun is vibrating. The sun is vibrating, and it's letting off sound and electromagnetic frequency, right? And I can't. Why am I talking about the sound?
You said our eye is the same as the sun.
That's
the only way we could see.
The crystalline sensor in our eye.
Sounds like luminescence to me.
No, but I'm just thinking that there's a deeper.
What about the eye behind the eye? And the sound
how the
behind
world.
The sound.
Do you know how things can levitate with sound vibration? Right, that's the concept, right? So, right, that's
our eye only sees. We only view what's in a certain oscillating spectrum, anyway.
No, I know that, but if the frequency is really low, you won't. If the frequency is really low, you won't hear it or feel it, but it will pass through everything, right? So, the sun has this oscillating low frequency that goes and passes through everything, and what I think will cause, let's say, it does something to. Maybe I have to think about
say that the sun is the eye of God.
Well, dude, I'm just saying the vibration of the sun. The vibration of the sun is causing something to add to the electromagnetism, right? It's the vibration, right, that it's creating. So,
okay, so the sun is vibrating, but I'll just throw that out there.
Everything's vibrating.
It also supplies energy, though.
Yeah,
it does input something through the transfer.
You guys were talking about
energy.
Sorry, you guys were talking about the solar bonder minimum and all that earlier, and you were saying that the sun seemed different, and the global warming thing could be explained because the electromagnetic field weakens supposedly when this happens, and the sun's actually getting weaker, but then there's areas because the electromagnetic field isn't resisting or isn't protecting us as much from the direct sunlight. It gets hotter in some areas, but it's also getting really cold in other areas.
And that leads to my theory.
At the start, I asked the brother here at the start, what color is the sun now, and what color do you remember it as?
Well, it's a little more racist.
More orange before.
Yeah. So I asked her for a reason, you know.
Right.
Well, here's the thing. Here's the thing with the solar minimum.
Sorry, finish,
one
please.
second.
Let Eggs finish, please.
New perspective. Did you get my other email?
I did, and it worked. Thank you, brother.
Yep. I sent you another one with.
Oh, you got it. Okay.
The thing that I was talking about.
Okay.
It's like a freedom of information about what I said before. Nobody, while playing tennis, fell down and broke their ankle. I want you to come on when you're ready. Come on, and I want you to tell you what you've read and what it is.
But you were on about the sun's light being whiter now instead of orange, and you were going to say something about that.
Yeah, so I remember as a young boy, remember it as being like orangey.
Right.
You know,
Yeah, totally.
You could stay out on the sun a lot more and get a very, very good tan. You wouldn't burn like a tomato for the people that burn. But now, as the brother was saying before, you're in the car through the what's it called, the window, it's burning.
Yeah, it would hit the legs,
of
and
course it's
it
burning.
doesn't do that anymore.
Yeah.
Right. Yeah, it seems to be. It goes in stages, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
So
That makes sense. Why wouldn't it? Right? If it didn't, that would be more amazing.
If there's cycles to just say, winter, summer, autumn, spring, there's cycles for for the sun and for the moon.
It seems
Small
like
one, large one.
and it seems like the solar minimum's pretty much accepted across the board. It's not really even a conspiracy theory or anything that's like not accepted by most everyone, included on both sides of information systems. Like the official report is yes, we're entering some sort of solar minimum, and then that is probably the reason for a lot of what we're going through right now. In fact, if they think that a lot of people are gonna freeze anyway, or whatever, could be that they're like, well, let's make the most use of the people that are here. If there's going to be a population reduction due to weather, I don't know. It could be part of it.
Are the geoengineering trails in the sky a factor?
Could be, yeah. Could be that they're trying to counteract the solar minimum's weakening of the magnetic field by putting some kind of metallic charge to it to make it stronger or something. Or I don't know. They're talking about also the who was it that was saying they wanted to blurt out the sun? Was it Bill Gates or something like that? But that's just like what we're given to like make a conspiracy out of. I think it's maybe so that
they're giving us something.
Who knows?
They're giving us something to fight over. But you know what? I believe in that theory of the electrical car. For that purpose, that there is a lower magnetic field. That's what they're saying, due to the sunspots being removed for this solar cycle. There's going to be less radiation due to the missing
it's
sun.
Powering down. It's like it's powering down.
Yeah,
I have a friend who did a lot of work on figuring out where the planets are going to be at the time, and that he made an interesting comment about how the planets seem to be furthest away from the sun during this time, which could have something to do with it, and that that's when it goes through its power down, and then when the cycle continues, and it's almost as if maybe the planets are kind of juicing the sun when it gets the cycle going back up, is the idea. Not that there's any proof for that, but it is interesting if they are furthest away during the solar
Everything's
minimum.
interconnected.
Yeah,
everything's interconnected. Everything works within a.
That's amazing.
Everything in God's creation is clockwork and a pattern. Whatever's happening now has happened before, and it'll happen again. Whatever's going on in the sky is there for signs and for seasons, and nothing's random. Like, it's not, oh, look at this, it's happening. Well, if it's happening now, it's happened before, and it'll happen again. Now, I don't know what the duration of the cycle is, but none of it's anything to be terribly alarmed about, in my opinion.
11, I thought.
19 years.
19. Yeah.
19 is the small one for the sun. 11 is for the moon.
And is this one supposed to be a grand solar minimum coming up, or is it going to? Because I've heard now they're saying, it's going to be more like a Maunder minimum.
No, it's a solar minimum, right? It's the 25th.
Grand solar minimum.
Yeah, it's the 25th.
There's a difference between that, the Maunder, and the regular.
It's the Big Daddy. It's the one that's the 25th cycle of it, and we enter it now. And I think they know this, so I think this is what the plan is, because it will come 10 years from now. It'll come out of it.
Well, the solution might be smart cities, and that'll be their we have to scale down the people that are going to be in the smart cities. We have to make sure they're behaved. So we'll find a way of getting rid of all the less behaved people. Maybe.
Here's what I think will happen: they'll start to build all of their electrical grid, get everybody on it, and then 10 years or 15 years from now, when it starts coming out of its minimum, it starts producing more electromagnetic electricity. Well, it's not going to be good for their electrical cars. It's not going to be good for their smart cities now, is it? And so, boom.
Electrical grid has been here for thousands of years. That's why I mentioned the pyramids yesterday, and people were just like just nailing me on it. Like, man.
They were nailing you? What do you mean?
Yeah.
They weren't accepting what you were saying?
Yeah. Neither one on the, over there on the board. So the pyramids are there for a reason, man. And I said, and even Crackville knows about this, so he's researched it. They emit scalar waves. Do you think that the people like 3,000, 4,000 years ago didn't have lights?
Right, yeah, there's a lot of information about that coming out.
But people are going to say that they're going to build all this technology. They had all this technology back, in the ancient days. But they don't think that people had lights back then. This is I can't grasp this in my brain, in my mind. How mental you can be, not to accept a light bulb, but you can accept these grandiose pyramids. I don't know. Somebody explain to me. Maybe I'm just retarded. Fuck if I know.
Hey, did you watch the video? Sorry, did you watch the video I messaged? Well, I put it in the regular chat, but it was the alignment. I talked to you last night about Orion's belt seems to line up with the pyramids, not only the Giza pyramids, but then there's like all these other locations across the plain from Giza over to Tonka. I mean, from Tonka over to Easter Island, there's an exact same pattern where they set up these monuments to look just like the separation that the Giza pyramids are placed at.
Those are your supposed three wise men.
Right.
Those three stars. They're three wise men.
Mm-hmm. And a lot of other mythology goes into it, of course. But the interesting part about it might be that if that's true, and you can find out that they still align with each of those monuments in the same way they always have, then that would be one way of actually figuring out how to lay out the continents, because you know where they are in relation if they're along the same line as Orion's belt. And then you could figure out maybe what better map. I have a friend who actually did this, and he's got I'll put a link to his presentation that he did on Sun and Moon. And I think he was onto it because he seemed to understand a lot of those things with, with the movements of the stars and their placements and stuff. And I sent him this video, and he was like, "Oh, thank you so much for sending me that. I think that's the key," because then he was using that to lay out what he thought might be an accurate map. I'll repost that.
Yeah, thanks, bro. I'll have a look at it. So the only thing that I'm not a fan of is those three structures. I don't think they're genuine.
Oh, the pyramids?
Yeah.
That's interesting because you were saying that the pyramids were kind of like proof that they must have the technology, but you're talking about other pyramids, not the Giza.
Yeah, because they don't serve any function, bro. Every other 95% of the other ones do. But you got it apparently these things just sitting there, I don't know, collecting dust.
Could be a distraction.
Misdirection.
Well, yeah, if you want to make a fake history, yeah, of course. You make the three wise men come over there and tell them some story about some, people that, build these grandiose things. When you see the carvings inside, there's like space monkeys and tanks and, made up of what's it called? Sand.
I think it's just an elaborate way of pointing at my crotch.
Oh gosh. I was just saying, people, like there's something to be looked at, to be thought about at least. if the others do something, they actually serve a purpose.
Those Neolithic sites, whether it's Stonehenge or pyramids, or they're scattered all over the place. They're all built with a purpose. They weren't just randomly thrown up. They all point in certain directions for solstices and equinoxes, and anything that is of that magnitude and nature that seems pointless. Either number one, we've missed it, or it's there for misdirection, or maybe it's been moved, or someone's messed with it in the past. But all this stuff that was done for druidic rituals or whatever they did it for, that knowledge hasn't been lost throughout the ages. It's just been hidden, in my opinion.
Thank you.
Right.
I said that yesterday. They're like, "Oh, the knowledge is lost." I'm like, "No, the knowledge is not lost. It's still here. It's not used." What's so hard to comprehend about it?
Yeah.
Sorry, I'm getting frustrated.
Well, the measurements of it are so precise too, and they do seem to line up with some of the other things that we've learned about distances to other monuments, as well as what they say the speed of light is, and so it also could be a marker. I mean, if there's other, watch that video. I just sent an email to you, Iggs, with that video. I also put it in the live stream.
Did you see what I sent you?
Voice text. Yeah. Thank you so much.
What does it say?
If they do line up with, you want me to read it?
Yeah. You don't need a very verbatim, but did somebody die from playing tennis? Did somebody break their ankle while playing tennis?
I haven't read it that carefully yet, but you know what? I've just got a picture. Is there supposed to be more pages than one?
No, I have to take a snapshot because it's a
screenshot,
it's a file. Right? Yeah.
Okay.
It's a file.
Okay. Let me just read it then. Further to your freedom of information request in respect of COVID only death count, please find a response from the trust below. The number of people who have died. Oh wait, we're not supposed to talk about this. Remember?
You kind of missed it, but so did anybody?
The whole thing.
Did somebody?
Yeah.
Break the leg?
I didn't understand the question. Now I understand. Okay.
Yeah.
Of course not.
So, and that's from the authorities, the main ones in England, in the UK.
Gotcha. Okay. Now it's clear. I didn't have the concentration on what it was that you were saying.
No, that's all right.
Anyway.
You ask a question, and that is just a normal FOI. I can, pull their insides out from through their bum holes, but sometimes it gets a bit difficult. But
no, you got you got some information that I always get frustrated because a lot of times it's like you're pausing in between your thoughts, which means that you really got something to drop, like something really cool to say, and then you get talked over a little bit because people think that you've stopped talking. Sometimes I think. But yeah, what you were on about before we got sidetracked, was about the monuments being markers, or whatever the measurements of it might be. There's a really good couple other links I'll drop, which is the distances. One's what's it called, in plain sight, I think it's called, or no, it's called truth and no. It's one that a lot of people probably already seen already, but I can't.
So if you think of it, just DM me that, bro. I'm always I'll go over information 10 times over sometimes, and I'll listen to anybody, even if they're apparently a dummy, because you never know, they might say a certain thing that would trigger off something that will elucidate or unveil something that you need to know. It's
right.
It's one of those things.
Yeah, I want to pick your brain about some other topics too. I'll think of a list of things for you to try to get back to me for sure.
Yeah, no problems, bro. Shit. What was I saying? Forgot.
Well, one of the things we were talking about earlier today, also with the whole thing about the alignments of the Orion's belt with the other monuments. Like if you look at that video that I sent, you'll see if it is the case that those things are actually spaced in that exact way, and the ancients were actually doing that so that you could then look at Orion's belt, and if you knew where Orion's belt would be at a certain day and time, you would know where you are on the Earth just by looking at the stars, which is ironic because most of what our flat Earth spiel is about is that the sky doesn't tell you anything about the land. But in this way, it would, because you could actually figure out where you are if that's accurate, and that would also prove that those stars haven't changed for that long, right?
Exactly, because there's a pattern. It's there for a reason. It's
So you said it exactly right. Earlier navigation is that they mapped out the celestial sphere onto the Earth. So it was never the sphere Earth. It was always the celestial sphere mapped onto the plane. And stereo projection and the astrolabe and all that stuff is basically that, the development of stereo projection. From what I understand, they've just taken the celestial sphere and turned it into a fucking ball.
Yeah, imagine what that does to the psyche, bro.
Well, first of all, the thing is that they always have to infer the supposition and then demonstrate a flat plane with celestial bodies moving over top. So when you see that process over and over as a strategy, or I shouldn't say strategy, as a informative educational video, you start to go, oh, okay. So they literally tell you every instructional video, if the Earth is this, if it's that, what did it, you know what I mean? So it's crazy how it kind of seems like it's all cleverly worded in a way that
in the beginning was the Word, and the Word was good, and the Word was with the good. So everybody was happy.
Mm-hmm.
But then that's the proper translation of the first thing. Everybody can interpret it the way that they want to. That's fine. They can stick with King James and take it or leave it. So if in the beginning the Word was good and the Word was with the good, there was no bad. But then there were people apparently that said, let us go down there and confuse their language. Let us.
Oh, they're gonna try to do even worse things with the language coming up here, bro. They're gonna try to change the outright syntax of our language.
I already know this.
Yeah.
They already syntaxed it in the 1500s. You're going to syntax it again. How do you think people go dumb? You think people just forget how to read?
This word is pretty good, but it could use a little salt.
My salt comes with iodine, so it's good for the brain, apparently.
It's good for your thyroid, Eggsy. It's good for your thyroid, mate.
Yeah.
Secrets in Plain Sight. That's the video I was trying to think of, and I just put it in the live stream.
Can you DM me that? That's all right, bro, please. Yeah, and the other one as well. So, God the Creator, whatever you want to call him, he does not want to see you suffer. He's like impersonal. And then there are other two forces that go along after that. But God doesn't come down and smash a building. Like, he's the creator of the place. He could just snap his fingers and electricity off, electricity on. There's a deeper meaning behind some of the things. And I had to struggle with this for quite a while. And you have to ask for the man upstairs, as it says, ask for revelations and you shall receive them, So it's, as the brother was saying before, like it's hard when to grasp the flat earth, but then there's still bits that we're all hanging on to, even me. Sometimes consciously, sometimes subconsciously, you hold on to bits and pieces. It's very hard to once you've had everything bashed and smashed, then to bash and smash it again, and then to bash and smash it again, and then to say, all right, I know something, but really I don't know everything, so I'm going to be open to being bashed and smashed again, and keep on going.
Well, see, here's the thing here's the idea of coming full circle is it's almost, if you let the ego win, it will convince you that you can change things, number one, if you let the ego win. So when you come full circle, you can appreciate the knowledge that you have, whether it's good or bad. But you can appreciate, if you come full circle, you can appreciate it.
I appreciate it.
If you don't come full circle, then you end up, you literally just end up wasting your time. So I know that the fundamental principle of any syntax change is involving, you need subjects to change that syntax too. So in Western society, you see that happening. You see them trying to change the syntax of Hollywood.
Just with everyday words.
Yeah, exactly. Just everything that's going on. And what I was paying attention to is that very thing. And it was polarizing me. And a lot of people won't come full circle to that awareness. To the point where you can now, if you become aware of it, you can look at it much more objectively and not have an emotional response. Now, a lot of people cannot do that. They want to have an emotional response, right? So they all know these consequences. When I mean the people that are injecting the syntax change, the division tactics, so to speak, they know the consequences psychologically for all of this. But anyway, I had a point. I'm going off my point. I don't know what my point is now. What were you saying?
That you've reached ascension and you want to teach us how to get there.
No, full circle. In other words, if you're going to any avenue you take in your life, whether it's a research avenue, you're learning an instrument, you got a job, you're going to play a video game, I don't know, you have all these avenues to choose. They want you stuck on one avenue, right? That's how they win, is stuck on one avenue. So they're stuck on the syntax, you're stuck on flat earth, you're stuck on all these other things. Now, what one should be grateful for is when the knowledge is revealed to them, is coming full circle and going to the next avenue. Because if you're, for me, it would be more into navigation, not necessarily arguing about flat earth. It would actually be about navigation and hunting. That's another avenue through flat earth, because without flat earth, I wouldn't have been really interested in navigation and actually the world around me, like the stars above. So when I say full circle, you have to have learned something from all of this and then apply it down another avenue. And I think if you can do that through all of these psyops, whether it's a housing crash, the environmental, whatever it is, if you come out of it full circle and you change your avenue because of that, then I guess you can change the climate of your life, so to speak.
Well, yeah, so flat Earth is useful because it's like it makes it easier to see through everything else. It may not be that we're going to get any kind of vindication about, them telling us the truth, and if they do, we better watch out because it's probably the truth they're telling us to sell with more lies So it's not really about changing things because we're demanding anything, but it's about getting people to be aware that the lies can be that big. So then when the vaccine comes along, you might be smart enough not to take it, or, some of these kind of things.
Exactly. It's just it's a fundamental lesson in critical thinking.
Yeah.
And coming full circle to that.
But then it can work. They use it also as a way of tying it into other things that may not be true, or conflating it, so that then if you think you're a person, or if you meet someone that realizes that we're not on a spinning ball, then you're actually suspicious of them because they're a flat earther. It's been linked to all these other incriminating ideas that they just put out with like QAnon stuff and whatever else.
Well, exactly, right. So
do that on purpose. Yeah.
I'll give you a personal example.
Wait, hold on, this guy's trying to talk. He hasn't talked yet.
Yeah. Well, so did Q say that the Earth is a flat and level plane?
No, he didn't.
All right. Oh.
They're conflating it, and I'm not saying Q's part of that. I'm saying that they're saying flat earther, QAnon people.
Well, I'll give you a personal experience here. My daughter met one of the neighbors, and my daughter said to the neighbor that I was a flat earther, and then the mom spoke up and says, "Oh, he's an anti-masker." So yeah.
Yeah, exactly. Anti-vaxxer, anti-masker, and QAnon, flat earther.
The connotations
all one
there.
thing for them.
Yeah.
The one thing they kept on yelling, these Q people or dumb people or whatever you want to call them, where we go one, we go all. They don't even know the meaning of it.
Oh, what's your
people
what's the real meaning of it? What's the real meaning of it? Is there something that coded in it that we not aware of?
Yes. They're shouting it and doing dumb shit and believing in a man and saying where we go one, we go all. So if I'm going to go, decide to jump off a bridge, I'm going to take everybody's coming with me.
Right, exactly. That's the crazy doublespeak about it, because it makes it seem like a unified thing. But on the other side, they're like, group them all together so we can take our shooting range practice on them or whatever. It's like we're gonna all be fucked.
You can't be putting that stuff out there. When we go one, we go all and act like a retard.
It also ties into the we're doing this together, right?
Yeah, we're all in this together. Yeah, exactly right. Well said, brother.
The amount of propaganda we get in the Netherlands, so during this current situation, right, with the thing, right, we're doing this together. We're doing this for the hospitals. We're doing this together. So it also ties in with each other.
Yep.
I'm sure that lemmings think the same thing. We're all in this together.
Right. It's all about grouping us, and that's what the digital age wants to do, though. Not to excuse it, but the information age is all about getting as much information and data on every single thing you possibly can to, make the system more predictable and more efficient. And then that's exactly what they're doing. It's a technocracy, obviously. So the more they can group you, and whether you're even, of that mindset or not, the more they can break that down, though, the AI will be able to analyze your profile and, the second flat, and control maybe your options and all that. But I don't think they can just kill our spirit. That's the one thing that, it's ironic, because if people totally stopped believing anything they said, then they would have no more power, but then they wouldn't be amused with us anymore. And so it's like the only thing that we might save us is if enough normies still believe the bullshit, because otherwise they're not going to be interested in keeping the game going.
You see, I think
you're onto something. Sorry, continue.
I was going to say, I was thinking, well, isn't there the opposite of that as well? Like people that are in that position of elite are hoping for the little underdog to be like, hey, that guy knows the truth. Those, you know what I mean?
There's a few good people there. Yeah.
Well, that's what I mean. So wouldn't there be a couple of elite billionaires that are like
trillionaires?
Whatever.
Quadrillionaires.
Exactly. Whatever the case is. Like I would think that you would want to be. It's like Brewster's Millions. That's what I think it is, right? It's just a larger scale of Brewster's Millions,
and they get a kickoff if for instance, like if you're into this, because it would only be a small fraction of people from that group. It wouldn't be the, when you put propaganda in, like it rains diamonds on Uranus. Somebody's thinking, who's going to respond to that, and let's study them, right?
Yeah, it's all about
respond to it. How?
Well, let's say,
however,
you post an article. You post an article of it, and then all of a sudden you read the comment section, and then maybe 5 years later, flat earthers are doing a video on diamonds on Uranus.
Oh,
and
they know. Yeah, they know how many people think a certain way about it. Definitely, they've got a profile.
Yeah, that's what I mean, right?
And they use that, and they use our energy. And that's what I was saying about. I don't think they're going to kill our spirit, because they do need to feed off of us in that way and make us. They can't just never follow through on anybody's. Like the QAnon thing. There might be some truth to it to a certain degree that they're going to reward these people at some point with, to make it seem like it was, because otherwise they're never going to fall for another psyop their life. They don't get some kind of like, well, at least this happened or this happened.
Yeah, that's why they're getting these conservatives.
They were just playing
so-called conservatives.
Right.
What are they conserving?
They'll tip the scales, and then the liberals will have to deal with a little bit of shit for a while, and then they'll tip it the other way. It's just a game, Hegelian dialectic. But
do you know how I know it's changing? It's changing now as we speak to the right, because I'm actually seeing a lot of videos that used to be would be banned. Like 4 years ago, you couldn't talk about transgender on YouTube; it gets banned. Now you can. Not only can you talk about it, you can actually make fun of it now. 4 or 5 years ago, you could not make fun of transgender shit.
It's actually worse now. Transgender stuff's totally protected. You could get, at least they're telling us that you could get in trouble for saying things you're not supposed to, even misgender.
Yeah, but I'm watching. Like, I'll give you an example. Tom McDonald, he's a rapper. He's got a couple of rap songs already would have been taken down 5 years ago. 4 years ago. Yeah, it wouldn't take it down.
He's controlled opposition, obviously, in a way.
Dude, he's flashing the 33s. Come on, man.
Yeah. You know what? There's a funny theory about him being Macklemore in disguise.
No, I don't know who that is.
You don't know who Macklemore is?
No.
Oh, okay.
Well, they're all wearing disguises.
Who's Macklemore?
I do.
Yeah.
Thrift shop.
Who's Macklemore?
Yeah, thrift shop. You never heard thrift shop?
Who's Mac-a-less?
Hey, I want some burrito. Can you cook me a burrito?
I've never heard of thrift shop. No.
Thrift shop.
Oh, that's the shit.
Only takes a minute and 15 seconds.
Yep. It's just a band, or is what?
Macklemore. He's been big for a long time. But here's one of his best.
That was one of my favorite songs.
Yeah.
Name one of his songs. I've never heard of him.
Shop. Here,
Thrift shop.
Chat right now.
I used to go to the thrift shop. I love the thrift shop.
There's a really funny remake of that called The Pot Shop, and he actually makes a cameo at the end of it.
Now I'm curious about the syntax change in the language. Are you talking about the excessive use of the word "like" that you see a lot, or is it something else? Can you be more specific with that?
Yeah. So there's a guy, and I'm sorry, I don't have it prepared to tell you. It's not going to be much help to you, but there is a gentleman that's been around since the 2000s. He's been holding seminars. Anyway, the point is he's now coming more and more out, claiming that the language we speak is very racist. We have to change. I wish I could be more helpful, but we're talking about like sentence structure, dude, and how we remove these words to create sentences. And he actually gives you examples of how we're going to speak in the future, bro. It's fucking crazy, man. I can't be better help to you right in the moment. I'll tell you where I got the information from. There's a guy online called Southern Israelite. Mm-hmm. And he presented a video of this guy. Now, this is about a year ago. I looked this up, so I'm sorry. It's just bad memorization skills. It's a little too much.
I've heard of this concept before in George Orwell's 1984, the Newspeak, where they limit the language in order to control thought.
Yeah. So if you go I think he does have a video. I wish, you know what? Maybe I can see if I can find it because I wanted to watch it again anyway. Because what I remember is how what I recollect is very little, but what I do remember, his sentence structure blew me away. Okay, now what it was and how he organized it, I have no idea the context. I just remember reading it and going, "What the fuck?"
Fascinating. Yeah, I do. It's
To put it this way, you wouldn't know how to. It would be like a different language to communicate in.
It's actually communicating with the proper volition using correct terminology to convey your thoughts, emotions, feelings to another man or woman.
Who is it you're talking about?
No, it was very. It wasn't. Okay, so put it this way. Okay, yeah. So maybe our language is a little bit more poetic and flowery, if you will.
The English language was made to be
Francis
poetic.
Bacon?
Yeah, it was the devil's language. The English language is the devil language. It's meant to have 50 words mean one thing. That's what it's meant for.
It's spellcraft. It's witchcraft.
No, it's English. It's 50 different 50 different words meaning, the same thing.
Yeah, it's ridiculous. But if you look at the Old English, it's different.
Yeah, I mean, obviously.
By the way, about the Old English in that Bible, is that just going to be ridiculous? Is there a way to translate it or anything? Like, is it just kidding.
Yeah.
Is there like
I can't know more.
Is there like I'll just look up reference for Old English.
Hey,
yeah, have a look at that.
What was it about that version that you were sending that to people for though? Is there something in it that's different, that's significant than like a King James version?
Well, you'll find this. It's got different. The start of it's different.
Okay.
The creator invokes.
Is it just the Old Testament?
No. New ones there too.
New and old.
Yeah, new and old. You'll find that you'll see that there's letters that you don't know that existed. Quite a few of them.
There's probably letters that hadn't been invented yet as well, right? That they don't use.
Oh, that they got rid of. So like you'll find like S and T together, or OO, or a lazy O, or a long O.
Right.
And
W's and U's are kind of mixed up.
Yes. Yep. Yes.
V's and U's are all interchanged, maybe.
Yeah, and you'll find it's very interesting. I'll concentrate like on the start.
Okay.
Just the way that creation begins. He invokes the force twice. You should be able to read that.
Okay.
He invokes light not once but twice for some reason.
Okay, so for the sun and the moon?
No, as in light.
Light.
Yeah, specifically light.
Okay.
He invokes it twice.
I have a friend who's more of a Bible scholar than I am.
I've read too many but that's the thing. Invokes the light again, like twice. Once he's done the major work, then there's a coming again, and then there's evoking of the light again. But once you've evoked it, you should still be there, but saying it again, but that's completely gone from the new one. And then he separates.
What do you think the significance of that might be? Why they would get rid of it?
Well, people I said this last time, and I got me into a lot of trouble. If you think that God is certain somebody or certain thing or whatever it's thought of as in your mind, and it's not, it's like the globe hiding God. What about
if you have some kind of conception of it, then you're automatically limiting it to what it might be.
Exactly. So then that falls into who are you giving your energy to? Like who are you praying to? Who are you petitioning?
Right.
Right. So yeah.
Hey
like
guys, I think there might be some new people in here. Can we ask them what they think they are standing on?
Who is it?
Yeah, go for it, brother.
Who are we addressing?
Aldean and a couple other people in here.
We're gonna get gang stalked here.
Darkness
Who wants to talk
itself?
first? One at a time. Be best, right? Who wants to go?
Yeah, we have Aldean and Darkness itself.
I'd be surprised if anybody of them spoke.
Well, I have been speaking, but what exactly do you want to? What do you want me to answer?
Who is this?
Do you think you live on a globe?
I honestly don't know.
Have you looked
That's
into
an
Flat Earth
honest
at all?
answer.
Yeah,
I don't know.
Hello.
Flat Earth.
I mean, I've been in airplanes.
Sorry, I wasn't focused. What's up?
Hey, we're just trying to actually talk to Aldean first, if that's all right, real quick.
Oh yeah, of course. Sorry.
All right, no worries. Aldean, have you looked into any like the main Flat Earth videos or any of that?
I've seen some of them, and I've flown in airplanes before. But you notice every single airplane has a fisheye lens type of window, so you can't really discern the shape of anything looking out of those windows.
Well, you don't see curvature if you really look. It just seems like it just fades into the distance.
Well, with the fisheye shape, it makes
Well, it's not
everything.
really fisheye. It's just curved at the edges.
Yeah, everything looks
It
curved
can't
out of
give
one of
you
those
that.
windows.
But even so, the more important part about that what videos have you looked at as far as like?
I mean, I couldn't recite the name of the videos, but
No.
I've seen a bunch of Rob Skiba stuff testing
How'd
the
you
globe.
find the server?
The Virtual House Church.
Oh, okay. Well, what we like to do is go through 3 different questions. Start with as far as just your idea of where you live might be. So you said you don't know, but if you had to guess, do you think that you're living on a spinning ball, or do you think that it's more likely a level plane?
Well, there are holes in the spinning ball. Obviously, it spins 1,000 miles an hour. That doesn't make any sense at all. But look at the World of Warcraft, right? It's a video game, and the main setting's a planet called Azeroth, which everybody knows it's a globe. You've seen it from a distance, but the plane on which you actually play the game, it's flat. Everything is designed on a flat surface.
All video games are like that.
Yep, they're all. Well, I don't know. I saw a Mario game that had globes.
Do you want to do yourself a favor then? If you're into video games, then you should look up. This is a known fact for robotics and a known fact for video game programmers. It's called egocentric distance. Now, in video games, they have to estimate this approximate distance of compression between the observer's point of view and the object in front of the observer, and how far away it converges. They do it in robotics as well. Basically, we know it as perspective, but they have to calculate a convergence point. So you can research egocentric distance in video game. And so when you wear a pair of Oculus and you see a horizon there, that's a convergence point based on perspective, nothing to do with the shape of the Earth. Just so you know.
Well, I mean, so when I'm playing World of Warcraft, no matter where I am in the game, it's a flat surface that I'm playing.
Yeah, I know, but the depth of field between the observer, your character there, and the distance in the horizon objects are related to the position of your observer, the distance to it.
Mm-hmm.
That's a calculated function based on perspective optics of the eye, nothing to do with the shape or whatever. So any programmer has to program this junction, right?
Mm-hmm.
Based on optics. That's all I'm saying.
It's they're going to be giving us some virtual worlds here pretty soon, so they may allow the flat Earth to become something they use as a way of like redefining our reality with some kind of like, jeering announcement, maybe even. I don't know. It could be leading to that. Just absorbing it, and making it so that the virtual environment seems more like our, because it's going to be hard to maybe almost hide it that way. If you're walking in a virtual world and you realize that you're going to China and you're not hanging upside down relative to where you were, then it wouldn't make sense. And then it could also be a way of getting people to just hide away in these virtual environments, because what they've learned about their real world and the way the real world is so fucked up and contradictions everywhere. That could be part of the psychological strategy, is to get us to just plug into the matrix.
So Aldian, what would be the best? Because you said I don't know, but what would be the best globe proof?
The best globe proof? Well,
you said 1,000 miles an hour doesn't make any sense, right?
No, it doesn't make any sense. I mean, does it make sense to any of you?
Of course not.
No, it was not.
It's not just 1,000 miles an hour. It's 67,000 miles an hour around a sun that's 93 million miles away. And then the sun itself is supposed to be going at 500,000 miles, which would displace us in space and time by 12 million miles every day. You add that up, and then there's no parallax shift in the way we see the stars.
And the fast speeds and everything like that, the constellations would change on a regular basis, wouldn't they?
Absolutely.
The Earth presents itself as motion. No motion of the Earth that you're
to put also the 1,000 miles in perspective, it's effectively between 350 to 400 meters per second at the equator. So it's about 4 football fields every second that Earth should be moving underneath your feet.
Plus, they claim that the only reason we don't feel it is because it's just like being in a plane, and one linear direction at a speed that's way less than the measurements that they're giving us, and that doesn't add up, because orbital mechanics requires a constant velocity shift, and so it doesn't even that doesn't work out. Even with, they think the math works out so that it's just one vector, and you can. That's the reason we don't feel it. But regardless, there's difference in momentum. There's also a difference in direction. And it's just a pipe dream that somebody could actually believe that, if they're being intellectually honest.
And if there was a hole in the atmosphere, it'd suck everybody out, wouldn't it?
You would think, yeah.
Moving at that speed.
Entropy. Second law of thermodynamics.
You went one step too far. Orbital mechanics requires a radius.
Right. Yeah, that's the other thing.
Not only does orbital mechanics require a radius, it uses Euclidean geometry and then calculates an elliptical path using a formula that you can only calculate the eccentricity. In Kepler's equations, he uses Euclidean and then has to calculate what's called the true normal, which is, I'm going to use a circle inside of an ellipsoid sphere. So they use Euclidean for everything, and then need a fourth measurement for spherical geometry.
They treat 600 nautical miles as flat. I mean, it's like all the manuals and everything say it has to be flat, but then they're telling us the opposite through the propaganda. So,
well, when you just said hole in the atmosphere, I think what you meant to say was hole in the container that holds in the atmosphere.
Well, no, they pushed the hole in the ozone layer myth. I don't know if that was more prevalent in the 80s. But
we were talking about that earlier.
Yeah.
So you guys remember Spaceballs, right? With the big vacuum coming in. You have to realize they put a sphere over a sphere to keep the gas in. So they must have known the gag.
Oh, yeah.
Right? They must have known.
Obvious,
yeah. So that's what I mean. They must have known the gag. It just, they show you. And the funny thing is if you want to see something that I find interesting, is in the book of Zohar in chapter 14, verse 141, it describes the earth as a ball that's spinning with people living upside down. But then if you look at Job chapter 38, verse 14, or Daniel 4:11, these are incompatible scriptures between the two of them, and they're clearly describing a difference. And I think a lot of people don't realize what the metaphysics and the perennialism involved with the Zohar and Greeks and the Kabbalah, and how modern science painted a picture of the Ein Sof, the sphere Earth, as being a god, right?
Yeah. Let's get back to Aldean.
It's Aldeon.
Aldeon. Ret Pally DPS.
That's for Warcraft. So when I join a group, whoever's assembling the team knows exactly what I do.
So, okay. Go ahead.
What intrigues you about the flat Earth debate? Like, what brings you here?
Because it's.
Can I just add? Sorry, before we go on to the question, it was something that the previous guy said about how, how we presumed that we discovered that the Earth is a sphere. The way that I always thought of it was that effectively you cannot prove it from the ground unless through some really magical mathematical formula, which only a genius could have figured out to have proven, which is why most people then just presume mathematically it's been proven, is this concept of them. You cannot see it locally. It's observably flat. It's measured flat. But yet through some sort of a calculation, we generate a circumference or a radius. And that therefore made them so great, or made those mathematicians so amazing that they could figure out the calculation to make it into a sphere. And now looking back on it, you realize it's all transform equations turning a flat land into a imaginary sphere.
Reverse engineered.
Yeah.
Claim the biggest proof is that Magellan sailed around the world. That proved it, but all that proves is you can take a ship from Portugal and sail a great distance and see different lands and eventually wind up back at Portugal. Doesn't prove the shape.
Right, and just the actual, yeah, you already got it. You're right, and you've seen the idea that you just be going around in a circle and the same thing is going around a sphere. So you're
seeing different land masses, but it doesn't prove the shape of the world.
Yeah, and the whole thing is just a misnomer to begin with, because flat's not a shape; it's just a description of a shape, and round isn't a shape; it's also a description. So they have the debate with flat against round in the lexicon or in the minds of anybody that looks into this on the surface, and it just seems silly. Like if I were to ask you what shape your state is, what would you say?
I would have to say an irregular.
You can't say that.
Yeah, but see, that's like not even asking what the shape is. It's just asking you what the perimeter looks like.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Exactly.
So it's like you're not. It doesn't even make any sense because we don't know how much land there is. We don't know. We can't know.
The thing is,
how far it goes out. So how are we supposed to have a model and all that kind of stuff?
Yeah. We don't feel like we're going upside down anyway. We're not going upside down anyway. I don't know why you people don't go there. We don't go upside down on the board. Simple as that.
It would be silly. Simple. It would seem silly at first if anybody wasn't believing that from a very young age. If they just knew that their reality was what it seemed, that's all we're saying. That's all we can assume is that our reality is as it seems, until there's something else that we're not going to believe in. And again, because we realized what we were told is not true. So, that's pretty much where we're at. It's not like flat Earth is, this model that we're trying to convince people of, which is how it gets misconstrued.
Exactly. It's amazing how it does get missed because we're not pushing a model. We're telling you the surface looks level. It doesn't look spherical. And that's what you're supposed to home in on and pay attention to. And then try and find this spherical ball. And when you don't find it, then what are you left with?
And the theories that people are walking upside down relative to us and we're spinning without feeling it and everything don't check out.
Yeah.
So we no longer have that belief. And so they want to make what we're talking about a belief. It's not a belief. It's just a default reality, I like to call.
Then somebody climbs on a sea ship that has waves and they get seasick, but you should already be used to all that motion.
Yeah, I like to say if you went to the doctor and he told you were dizzy, but you knew you weren't, would you believe him?
No.
Exactly. It's true, yeah.
Of course, I don't. I don't believe doctors on a lot of things.
Yeah, exactly. But it's similar in the way that people look to authority, and they could believe that they've been spinning and not gotten dizzy, because they've gotten used to it. Like if the doctor said, well, the reason you don't feel like you're dizzy is because you've been dizzy your whole life and you've just gotten used to it. It's just ridiculous. But that's what they're basically convincing people of.
Here's the concepts I struggle with is the sun. For example, if it's nighttime right here where I am, but if maybe somebody in Australia, it's daylight, isn't it?
Well, yeah, it's a local sun, so it would have to be a local sun of some sort, or local energy, or local reflection of the sun. If there's a dome, and it could be that the source is just local in it, and it doesn't light the whole thing up.
And there's an actual great demonstration of that by who's that flat earther, the African black guy who stayed in his vehicle for like a year or two. Something with a D Marble.
Murphy?
D Marble.
Oh, that's right. Yeah.
He did a video where he spoke to someone in Australia, someone in the UK, and someone on the west coast of America, simultaneously on the same call, and they could all see the sun.
Oh.
The one in Australia, it was sunset, and then the west coast of the US, I think it was sunrise, and then there was basically a third location where it was midday. And all three people on the same call. So look through D Marble's videos and you'll see a fantastic one, which was nail in the coffin, because effectively one of those sides has to be on the dark side of the ball. It has to be completely obstructed by the light. No matter how you shine the light onto a ball, it cannot wrap around to that degree. But you'll see that 3 continents can have daylight at the same time.
He also got one, I think, of the 24-hour sun up in near the North Pole.
Correct. Yes,
Right.
He's actually doing the experiments. Yeah.
He's also known for being first, or the one that did the video that got popular about taking the spirit level on the plane, right?
That to me was such a nail in the coffin, and the Globers just, I don't know if they couldn't understand it or chose not to understand it, but they've effectively said that the spirit level was constantly calibrating itself.
Adjusting, yeah, right.
Yeah.
Which level was calibrating?
And so he took a spirit level on the plane. He opened up the tray table, put the spirit level on, and then videoed it for the full flight. I think it was like an hour or 2-hour flight. And the little ball, the little air bubble that's inside the spirit level remained between those 2 black markers indicating level, or slightly nose up, but basically enough to call it level, for the entire duration of the flight. And when he landed on the other side, he put the level on the floor, and he showed that both airports were level and the entire flight between was level.
There was no change, yeah.
I think Flat Earth Brothers also did that, or Flat Water might have also done one of those where he went cross-continent and he started off zeroing his phone. So your phone has a level built in through its accelerometer. So he would level the phone at one airport, then turn it off till he got to the next airport. And when he turned it on, it would still be set with the calibration of the previous airport. And when he put it on the floor of the airport, that was also level. So both airports are level, and you flew level to the next land. But yet they believe the ball constantly rotates underneath you, so you remain at the topmost point of the ball always, while this object rotates underneath you, so that level can be maintained.
Yeah, they have this thing called the Coriolis effect, if you know what that is.
Yeah, where the water goes down the drain.
There would be a difference.
So that's not Coriolis.
Well, yeah, that's not. It's not. It's actually, that's a myth. But the Coriolis effect is the north to south change in speed of the ball, the said ball, because of the diameter of the Earth would be a different size circle. So then there would be a speed change because it's all rotating at the equator at 1,000 miles per hour. So if you were up from that, you could be going 700 miles per hour. But we don't feel any of those adjustments to that change if we go north to south from the equator in a car or on a plane or anything else. So it doesn't make any sense. But they have to have that in there because their model dictates that would be the case. So they say that snipers have to account for Coriolis, but any true sniper, you've had a lot of them in here, would tell you that they don't ever do that, even if it's in the manual.
Well, artillery doesn't even do that.
Who?
I saw artillery.
Artillery. Oh, I think you said Atari.
No, artillery. They fire at greater distances than snipers.
Oh yeah, exactly.
But they don't calculate the rotation into their shots.
Oh, it would be impossible.
Yeah.
I mean, think about it. You'd be aiming at something, but then you'd have to adjust, not aim at it, so that you could hit it. But nothing makes sense for what they're saying, and it's funny because the manuals do tell you the truth, and then they could tell you the opposite at the same time. That's how they maintain control, it seems, because they can own science and own advancement that way by saying they're more advanced than anything, and not even telling you the truth about it. So any advancements would be second to that, and it's based on a lie.
The issue with that, though, is when you think about it on a larger scale, that would have to mean that most of the military people involved think the Earth's a ball.
Yeah, I think a lot of them do.
Right?
Even pilots.
Because if the military, and if there was there's an elite patriot group, then you would think that they would pick up onto the flat Earth and that it would, explode sooner, especially in the military if it was true. It would only seem logical. So, it's definitely either kept hidden or, the programming is too strong.
I think a lot of them know. I think a lot of them know. Yeah. I think a lot of people in general know, but they just think of it as a ball, kind of like gravity can act like a force. They just think of it as a ball. But most people, I think unconsciously, don't assume it is, in a way.
Well, see, my father was a U.S. Navy pilot flying P-3 Orions, tracking the Soviet fleet in the Pacific and other areas. And he believes the Earth is a sphere. But see, the thing is, your physical eyes can only see so far. So even if you're on missions that are great distances in the Pacific Ocean, there's still, even by doing that, you don't know if it's round or flat. Because it doesn't change what you're doing.
They treat 600 nautical miles as flat. So
I think here's a simple thing that you could, for a thought experiment, is because I've done this, and I've done this to people, that still think the Earth's a ball, but when I present them the way I present it to them, they go, "That doesn't make sense." But in the same time, they say it doesn't make sense, but it's pertinent to the ball. And I'll give you an example. There's a video of Michelle Pfahler claiming that boats go over the edge, right? And usually people, when they're subjected to the video, they're like, yeah, boats go over the edge. And then when I ask, how far away is that? For the average person has never thought about it before, they will say 30, 40 miles to the horizon. And then I'll say, well, what if it's 3 miles? They're like, no. I'm like, it's only 3 miles. Are you saying 3 miles, boats go over the edge? They're like, no, that doesn't make sense. I'm like, no, listen. That's what they're saying. 3 miles, boats are going way over the edge, right? So some people will get it. And here's a really good clincher that I've tried is landscapers. I've done it to a couple of landscapers already. I say, listen, man, you and me put our heads to the ground, and 1 foot above the ground, we're going to see the horizon of the Earth at 1.22 miles away. I don't have to bring up the black swan. I don't have to do none of that shit. I just go, that's the edge of the Earth, right? That things go over. They're like, fuck no, that's not true. And then I show them NASA's mathematics, 3,959 miles, and I break it down for them. And they're like, NASA's full of shit. They're fucking lying. And I'm like, well, wait a second. You just debunked the curvature of the Earth. And I love it because they'll still think the Earth's a ball, but debunk the math because they know that for 1 foot off the ground, there's no fucking way the horizon of the Earth is 1.22 miles away where things go over.
Right.
If you're familiar with how the land works, and if you're in landscaping,
most people's brains hit a panic mode, and they can accept all of what you're saying, except the whole idea that so that means that we don't know where we are. They can't go there. They're just going to assuming for the cognition.
Well, we don't even go that far. What ends up happening, because I just stop at that point because I prove my point psychologically. They are really not aware of it, but the fact that
I can get them to disprove NASA based on just rational thinking. When I shouldn't say disprove NASA, disprove that the Earth's curvature at 1 foot is 1.22 miles away, and that is not optics, right? It's Earth curve. In reality, it's fucking optics. The point is they will themselves acknowledge the math is wrong if presented with that.
Sure.
Right.
A lot of them just assume that the sun's not moving too. I found that a lot. Like to tell them that the sun's supposedly, zipping through the galaxy at 500,000 miles per hour. They're like amazed because we were given the solar, the little what do you call it? The paper or the model that hangs from your ceiling with all the planets going around the sun, as if the sun doesn't move. We were never shown that growing up. That it's actually corkscrewing supposedly around the sun. It goes that.
Well, here's another thing that you might find with the average person, because I've also done this as well. If you ask them simple things like, how long would so how do I verse it here? I haven't done this well. They'll describe the sun as it moving, not Earth rotation. Never, ever will they describe the Earth rotation unless they're kind of onto your questioning or they kind of, you know what I mean? Like, but they'll always conflate observe the sun moving. Right? They'll never
don't think about it that we're falling away from the sun when it's
none of it. It's the sun that's moving always. So these things are self-evident for them when they say it and they admit it and they acknowledge it. But then when the thought goes deeper, they don't see how that conflicts with their first initial belief. They only rationalize that first observation as what they think about it further after that point, which is
they have to save their psyche. That it's just a protection of your.
It's an amazing thing, though. It's an amazing thing what they've done with the human mind, because to divide it that easily and not even have the human mind understand that's how easily it's divided. And like using that 1 foot off the ground, 1.22 miles away, not even talking about the black swan, just that geometrical boundary itself is based on Earth curve, physical Earth curve, right? Anybody with a logical deducing brain will know that's not true.
Right.
For the most part, if you don't approach, like, obviously you don't have this awareness. Because people who come into, let me rephrase that. People who come into this Discord are ready to deny what they're presented anyway. They're ready to fight against it, usually. So it doesn't matter if I say the 1.22, 1 foot. But if I talk to just somebody and I say, hey, by the way, do you think Earth curve, like there's no threat, there's no apprehension here. It's just a straightforward question, a straightforward acknowledgement of observation and reality for what they perceive. And maybe two. Or no, let me say how many people out of the.
Hey, real quick, let's get to the other guy that's here, because it seems like Aldean's on the right tip already. And if we had another guy speak up, if he's still here, maybe he wants to say something about what he thinks, unless he left already, but he did.
Guten Tag, Harms. My name is Klaus. I'm from Germany. It's nice to meet you, Harms. Do you believe that you live on a globe?
Me? Well, I've already talked to people. I'm just here listening.
Do you have an opinion at all at this point?
Yeah, I already clarified to people. I hold the same opinion as you guys, but not to the extent where I explain the other things. But definitely the curvature is definitely wrong. That's about it. And I think the other things, it's you can't prove it as easily as the curvature thing. You can definitely speculate. You can definitely try like visualize it, but in comparison to the curvature thing, you can actually like test that. So the other stuff, like I heard someone talk about there not being space and stuff like that. I don't know about that stuff, but yeah.
Well, yeah, the claim that there is no space is an assumption as well. We don't know what space is, but a lot of the times they'll try to pigeonhole us into saying that space doesn't exist, which, what are we supposed to say? Like, what is space? We don't even know what it is. How are we supposed to know how to define if it exists in whatever way? The way they're telling us doesn't seem to be the case.
It's not the way that they're telling you.
But that's the thing. People don't want to give up their answers that they were given, because there's not definitive answers that we can give them about what the whole thing is. So it's just more secure to hold on to what their idea of what the whole thing is, because there's nothing to replace it. If we're intellectually honest enough to say we don't know how big it is or what it, but it's also interesting to embrace that and just say, look, there's something, maybe we don't need to define it, the whole thing, that's not necessarily the most important thing. It's just about realizing how big the lies are, so you can look into other things and have some discernment.
I do know this much. I used to live in Hawaii on the island of Oahu, and on some mornings you could see the island of Molokai, which is more than 20 miles away.
Oh, yeah. There's so many long-distance observations. Ridiculous. I don't know how this debate's gone on this long. I thought it was going to end when I found out, like 3 years ago, at least. I was like, this is going to be over. It's just like basically there's no debate won by a globe earther, because they're basing their information on a false premise. So even if they can, out argue somebody, it doesn't mean they've won the debate, because it's obviously a false premise.
Look, when we get them to say that science doesn't prove anything, then, it's pretty much they're using that cloak to hide
That's
the
all
fact
they got
that,
now.
Yeah.
Science doesn't prove anything. They've gone the opposite direction.
Yeah. Refraction is the cause for everything. And in doubt gravity. So we're definitely proved our point.
Well, the people in the game on their side at this point have to know, or they're just newbies and just believing. But I mean, if you've been in this argument for this long, you have to have some common sense about it at some point. And then you just decided to argue the other side.
When Blue Marble Science tells me that pendulous veins correct for every 1 degree tilt, and he tells me that after I'm asked a question, and then he tells the audience that at the end of, like, final thoughts, let's say, in a debate, and that's what he leaves with. Like I said, finding truth through deception, right? It's that easy sometimes. When you collect enough deception, you go, well, there's no need for it. So if you're doing it, there must be a reason why. Oh, I see why you're doing it. It's because you actually don't have proof for what you're saying. So you need to confuse people, convolute people, mislead people. And when you do that over and over again, it's really easy just to see.
They know. That means they know. If they start using tricks and conversation manipulation to win a point when it's obviously directly against common sense, that means they either have no common sense and they believe it so emphatically that they, like a religion, that's possible. But they're denying all their common sense this long. It's most likely because they know and they're obfuscating on purpose for the discussion to continue or whatever it is.
I asked Mick West once on Facebook, I said, what causes the convergence? And he goes, I don't know what you mean. So I said, what causes two objects to converge into a point? And he basically said that he had whatever questions I asked him, I was regarding the convergence of optics and the calculation of the curvature of the Earth curve not having it. He goes, I have no idea what you're talking about. That's literally what he responded to me. So I was like, you're going to ignore the apparent convergence of objects or vanishing point, vanishing line, whatever it is, because basically two objects large enough will converge into a point, creating a banding. Right? If you had two big, thick blocks in front of you, huge, and you move them away, they eventually converge into a fucking blob. And
Aldian, do you know who he's talking about? Mick West?
I do not know Mick West.
He actually is the programmer that came up with the Tony Hawk game. That's what he's kind of famous for to begin with. So it's interesting that he would have to create the environment you started telling us about as far as the video game goes. It's based on a level playing. But then he became kind of a figure in this discussion because he had a Metabunk website, or he has one, that was kind of the go-to for the curvature calculator that people would look at. And when these debates were going on...
Hold on. Did you say the Tony Hawk's guy is the Mick West dude?
Yep.
My God.
Isn't that funny?
I didn't know that. That's insane.
Well, what's funnier
That's
is
hilarious.
when Mick West came on the scene, you can go check this yourself right now using Wayback Machine, is that his Earth curvature calculator showed up in 2016. I thought it was 2014. I thought it was 2014, but it was 2016. His calculator showed up, and you can use the Wayback Machine. It was bare bones. Fast forward to now, 2021. Go look at all the stuff he added to his Earth curvature calculator, and the best part about it is that at 1 foot high, 1 mile away, which is 1.22459, which is 0.666 feet at 7.9, or he claims 8 inches in his mathematics right on the front page. So it shows you that he's using the 8 inch per mile square formula. So,
he's done more than that. He's changed his formula like over 4 or 5 times without the span of 5 years.
Yeah.
He's been wrestling with flat Earth.
Hold on. All deriving by the 8 inch. And the only problem is it goes from 8 inches to 8.0001, 8.000001, and so forth. But if you go look at Bislin's calculator, he does the same thing. And you go into the Earth curvature calculation he has. What does he have at 1 foot? He has the same 1.222 and the same 0.666 and the same 8 inches per square. So even in Bislin's calculator, he's equating the at Earth at the 8 inch per mile square as well. So he's still using the same formulation for both calculations.
Hey, real quick, I got to go, guys, but I'll say this before I go. That I was going to tell Aldi, and just for the context of the Mick West thing, there was a point at which the debate changed drastically when he came on Nathan Oakley's show. And you can look him up. Nathan Oakley does a debate show on a regular basis. And he actually admitted that the radius is an assumed value. And it's just the standard value they use, the number they use. And that number is like the most important thing for any curvature calculation that they've kept and assumed ever since. But at the same time, he also was Anthony Riley, I think, had a big part in deconstructing how the measurements were also obfuscated by taking the orthographic view of a distant building and keeping it at its actual size rather than making it smaller from the perspective view, which we know things get smaller in the distance. But the reason that they did that is because they hijacked perspective, and they realized that the limits of perception would match if they kept the building at a distance at its normal size. The hidden value would work out for them every time they took an observation. And they were using that as the formula, and suddenly Anthony and whoever, I think Quantum maybe had something to do with it too, where they realized this is how they're doing it. And so once that was pretty much called out, the ballers couldn't go into Nathan Oakley's debate any longer and use their curvature calculator to show the hidden value and say, look, there's a ball. You see how much is hidden, but it's the same thing that would be hidden from our limits of perception, and it does disappear bottom up, depending on your angle of attack. And it's like, there it is. There's no way.
Plus, your eyes can only see so far.
That's the whole thing. And they realized the distance that you could see and what it was, how much the hidden value was. And they realized that if they kept the other, anyway, he had to change his calculator. Like this other guy said a bunch of different times. One, in that instance, he had to take away the orthographic view of a distant object as one of the calculations, but they kept the R value, and so all the math still works out for him.
So there's a constant of 1.22, and if you look at the Rayleigh criterion, that 1.22 could be used in peculiar ways. Like in one way, if you put 1.22 arc minutes, you'll end up with 0.02 degrees. If you have a 6-foot observer standing on the shore at a 0.02 degree angle, you get the distance to the horizon. The 1.22 is integrated into the Earth curvature calculator. Let me rephrase that. It's been hijacked. The 1.22 is a limited diffraction. It's a constant based on 500 nanometer and the common
size of a human pupil. Out of those two basic functions, they have what's called the first minimum, which is the first angle, maximum angle. It's the first minimum on your lens. The maximum point is the pupil. The outer rim of your eye is going to be your first minimum.
Data, real quick before I go, I put a video in the chat by Decimal Z. I've posted it a few times. But it's interesting because this guy shows how they reverse engineered the curvature with the sunlight, and how that the angles of the sunlight were the reason that they had to make the circumference exactly what it was, and it wouldn't work any other way. So they also had to make the distance of the sun, unreasonably far away, so that they could get the parallel lines and all that. And at the end, he says there's something about the flat Earth that is unexplainable because, well, I think Walter Bislin's the one that has that. The sun is definitely in relation to the viewer, so we all kind of see it at different spots, even though so it can't be calculated or triangulated properly. Possibly due to a lensing effect from maybe firmament or whatever. But it's interesting to watch that video because I sent it to a baller friend of mine, and he was like, this one, he's showing that it has to be that size because that's what it is, and they could totally take that angle with that type of video, which basically shows the reverse engineering, but they can still think, at the end they said they didn't have the exact model for the flat Earth because there might be some kind of lensing effect they can't account for, and so it's a hard thing to convince people, even with something that that's obvious in that video. It seems they can interpret it the other way.
I understand that. So I watched that video and I agree, but I think it's much more simpler than because what Zach's showing is refraction and the effects of it, and that's great, but the way I look at it is back in the day, the refraction wasn't really considered the issue.
I don't think he's talking about refraction in that video, though. I think you might be thinking of something different.
No, because that's what he's showing. He's showing the refraction of light, and he's showing that if there is light is not coming in parallel, it's being refracted. You'll get you'll get
gotcha.
You'll get different results.
It was more about the shadows and stuff too. Yeah.
Yeah, so here's the thing. Basic trigonometry, and we're not talking about triangulating from different observers' positions. Basic trigonometry would show at 500 miles away, if you're looking up at the sun, you would, at 500 miles away, you could measure a 7.2 degree angle to the sun, thereby indicating the sun is 3,959 miles in the sky. This is just basic trig.
Right.
You can reverse that and then now change the angle of light to make it fit your model, and that's all they've done. So using basic
he was showing as you get further out, you'd have to take the average of the three angles or whatever. Anyway, I have to go. Continue.
I'm just talking.
Great night, new perspective.
I'm just talking about.
Take care.
Being back like 3,000 years ago.
You know more about this than I do, actually. But yeah. Go ahead.
Well, just thinking about a human being 3,000 years ago, and the only tool you really have is geometry at this point. So you're going to look at the angle of the sun, you're going to calculate the time of the season, and you're going to say, holy shit, I'm 500 miles away, I've got a 7.2 degree angle to the sun. That works out to be 3,959 miles. Well, that can't be true. That can't be true. Let me figure this out. So what do? You reverse that. You make the 3,959 mile your radius. Now you've got 2 points that diverge instead of are perpendicular parallel to each other, right?
Okay,
so now what do? Right? Well, that's what you get. You have now radius ball Earth. But here's the best part about it is your vision is the Rayleigh criterion. Using the 500 nanometers and the 0.5 centimeters of the eye, you end up with a maximum resolution angle of 0.0069. Well, if I know that if 6-foot observer sees 3 miles away, I take 3 miles divided by the tangent of that 0.0069, and I'll get 24,911 miles. Right? So they're calculating vision.
Mm-hmm.
Right? That's all it is. So Eratosthenes just looked at his vision and said, oh, the junction of the sky is there. Now, what I assume they did
is
They're reverse engineering it. Yeah,
that's all it is. Well, what I assume they did to calculate the distance from the 6-foot observer. Let's say Eratosthenes was 5'7'7". At the end of the day, it's going to be calculated from the center of his eyes to the distance of the horizon. So you're going to get a boat riding out there waving a flag. How are they going to judge the distance? They need a way to measure the distance between the observer and the junction point, because that's what they're conflating to be a ball. The similarity between the angular resolution of 0.0069 and the radiance value of 0.69 to give me 24,900 miles is definitely a coincidence, is it not? The point is a radiance is 0.000122. So yeah, so 0.0069 is the degree. So if I can use the Radic criterion degree to determine the apparent circumference, well, we know that if it's a circle, if we know we're calculating our vision, then it's basically a circle we're calculating. We're not calculating a sphere, we're calculating the circle of the observer. And if he can see 3 miles away, when we divide that with basic trigonometry, we got this apparent circumference size that seems to match every 70 miles we go upon. We see the drop in Polaris a degree, right? So it's this complete hijacking of our vision, and then trying to use straight lines on a refracted surface. So, example, in the globe model, every sunrise and sunset you see is a refracted sunlight, meaning a bending position of the sun. Well, how can you tell it's bending? You need a straight line to measure it against, right? So how can straight lines exist on a ball if every straight line curves? How are you going to measure refraction of the sun? So there's just a lot of these
Euclidean geometry is used for everything, and they're basically selling us non-Euclidean. I gotta go, but I'll be listening. Good talk. Good to talk to everybody. All right, take care.
Anyway, I'm talked out, man. Thanks for listening. I'm out. Thanks for letting me rant too.
Keep on ranting, bro. What are you doing?
I used to live in most of my life. I lived in Orlando, Florida, and I've seen a lot of space shuttle launches, rocket launches, Delta rockets with my naked eye. But based on what I've seen, I can't draw any conclusion one way or another just by seeing that. I've seen rockets go up, space shuttles go up, and
How far away were you?
It's a good distance because the rockets and the shuttles are launched at Cape Canaveral. So
all they are, dude, is glorified missiles, bro. Missiles are real.
Oh missiles did they make you feel patriotic?
They're just glorified missiles.
Oh, they look cool.
Yeah, salute.
Yes, that's it.
Fellas.
So estimated distance, I guess, 20 miles away, something like that.
Have you ever looked at a side-by-side missile and rocket takeoff?
No, I haven't seen that.
Just take any launch from a distance, like rocket launch you see, and then put a missile launch behind them. Yeah, the missile might move a little faster, but you'd be hard-pressed to know which one's a missile and a rocket.
Well, those things, they made quite a light show when they would launch them at night, or even you could see them with the naked eye during the daytime. The enormous flame coming out the bottom of it. It's really cool looking. One time I was watching a Delta rocket go up, and I said, watch this thing blow up, and as soon as I finished saying it, it did. So that was kind of fun.
Do you know what's pretty fun about, I said I was going to go, but now you got me talking about rockets. We know what's pretty fun to recognize is if you look at the literature, 1945, shortly after, there was this big push to go discover the world, right? You had Operation High Jump, Operation Fishbowl, Operation Dominic, all these operations, right? In particular, the rocket equation. Do you know when the rocket equation was put in to this education system?
No, I don't know.
1960s. So how old is it really?
Well, I don't know when they originally invented it.
The rocket equation, as far as going to the moon and shit.
Yeah.
And it was all in the 60s, man. Maybe late. Maybe I have to go back. Maybe it was early to mid 50s because they had the theoretics
in the mid 55s. Werner von Braun, they said they had the theoretics. So maybe they had the equation then, but I don't think it was put into the books until the 60s.
Well, the Germans were launching rockets at Britain in the 40s.
That's what I mean. It comes from 40, 45, and then what they did is they after World War II, they did mad rush to use all the military, the ships, planes. They did Japan. I think there were 4 nations involved on the Antarctic discovery. There was, I can't remember how many nations were involved with Operation Dominic, but they all basically were like, "Where are we at? Let's go discover Earth and let's find its boundaries." So they went to Antarctica, and then they shot missiles in the sky, and very 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 exciting, adventurous data they were collecting. But if you look at it in the school system, it's fairly new. All this shit's fairly new. It's like only 70 years old. Yeah. And we have all of this craziness in 70 years. It just seems a little, I don't know, isn't it suspicious a little?
Yeah.
It's very suspicious.
Same with the airplane. Have a look at that.
What? Have a look at the what?
Airplane
technology.
Oh no, with the compression of the nitrogen compression versus no. See, the thing is
no. When it was made, supposedly.
Oh, 1914.
Oh, yep. This little shitty thing that was made with matchsticks, and the guy almost broke his head. One of the Wright brothers, correct?
Yeah.
Yep. When was the first commercial plane apparently launched?
Oh, it was first commercial thing? Oh my goodness, I don't know, maybe early 30s, maybe late 30s?
The first airline company used Zeppelins, not airplanes.
When was the first commercial
well, it must have been after the World War II then. It must have been after World War II. No? What do you mean, like commercial jet airline?
Yeah,
it must have been
for people, for serfs like us.
They were using balloon technology after the American Civil War in Germany. There was a company, and they were using it. Converted to military use in World War I.
Yep. So there weren't any rockets. So all right, we'll scrub the rockets. So maybe they were dropping like big grenades from balloons. How does that sound?
A lot more plausible, sure.
Yep. Okay. First, what is it? Commercial plane for people is apparently in 1945. They say. So all of our serfs, rich serfs, they get to go on these airplanes, but they managed that year in 1945 to start spraying the sky. So there's a bit of conjecture there.
Well, the how
see
you
what I mean?
The time of travel for the serfs, they started weather control. Weather control, as far as I know, is not privy to the United States of America by no means, and I think it's even written in older literature hundreds of years ago where they used to seed the clouds. So it's not privy. Climate control is not privy to that.
Yeah, as I'm saying, like modern day as we know it now. Like if I want to go off on a tangent again, like I did before, but as we know it today, yeah, like you'll find it on Wikipedia, and it'll say that and then 1945. So they're using one technology for one thing, but for us to harm each other and to do other stuff, they're giving us, like the blimp balloon, the Michelin Man, whatever you call it, those big, Homer Simpson blimp balloons.
The Zeppelins?
The Goodyear blimp?
Yeah, there we go. Definitely is. Yeah, the big blimps.
You know what I find quite strange?
Yep.
Admiral Byrd, right? A year after he did the Antarctic expedition, he mysteriously died. And he had already gone on Longinus and was talking about finding land beyond the pole bigger than America.
Now, what's weird is not just Admiral Byrd died, but there was another Admiral or Secretary of Defense Forstall died. He got suicided by quote unquote jumping out of a window.
Right.
They already had that mapped off. They already had an Antarctic treaty in 1912. I posted it. Was it last week in the live chat or whatever it's called, live stream chat text something or other.
Yeah. If
so there was already
it's gone.
Yeah, there was a treaty in 1912, 1913 by all the major powers in the world. So then they switched it from, the health, something to do with health and safety for the people traveling on ships, whatever. But nobody could go past certain points. So what a load of baloney. And it was, I can't remember the name. It's like the Antarctic Treaty. It's the same thing. And all they did was just, rename it, give it a different name, flavor, shake and bake, and sell it again.
Yeah, they just wanted to help prevent you from getting a cold.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. Or what was it? Oh, yeah, they wanted to install fire hoses. I think I read. But I don't think you did. Or maybe the fire hoses they're thinking of. I don't know how you install a fire hose on like one of those ships back in the days. But yeah, apparently they were scared for their, for their slaves on their ship. How to get from point A, the cargo from point A to point B. They've been running this game for a while. It's the playbook is, they're wearing it out, sort of.
Hey, can I ask Hams a question? Hams, do you understand how gas pressure we can only have gas pressure if we have a container? I'm asking because you said something about space. Never mind. Continue, Iggs.
Yep. What was that? Oh yeah. So yeah, because when you look at even the English when they were going to Germany and supposedly attacking the Germans, they were just dropping stuff all over the place. You just destroyed like all the towns and villages and whatever city that was. When they were doing it, same with the other lot. They weren't hitting no targets. They couldn't hit a target if their life depended on it. So it's a bit, I suppose weird, very sus. When you look into it a bit more deeper, not to take this conversation off topic, but it's interesting how they, from a paper aeroplane mache to still using blimps to like 1930s, even up to 40s, as you said, with the Zeppelin, and then first commercial flight apparently in 1945, and that was probably for only a handful of people that had the money. So these guys are ahead a lot. That's why I said before what I said. And the whole point is, it's either we're together or we're not, It's the only way you're going to move forward.
Yeah, he was asking if you could repost that 1912 treaty.
Let me see if I can. Okay. No problem. Look.
All right. So I wonder what they're really doing at McMurdo.
There has to be some crazy ass electrical phenomenon they can't understand.
Right.
Oh, that's what I wanted to say before.
Because all earlier explorers, and I can't recite the names, Captain Cook comes to mind as an obvious.
Correct.
The other names are Italian, and I can't remember them. But they account for strange magnetic and electrical anomalies all through the sky, like weird refraction effects and light, like basically really weird sunlight effects in the atmosphere. That's what I now thinking can deduce from their writing. It could be this, though, when I think about it, because there is truth in how somebody perceives a boat for the first time, never seeing a boat, never being told what a boat is, and then seeing it. First somebody told what a boat is in a picture, and then seeing a boat. The two experiences are different. Do you follow what I'm saying?
Yeah.
So if somebody prepped you and you were going to see a boat, never saw a boat before, but somebody showed you pictures, you probably wouldn't, you'd probably be in awe, but you would be like, oh, that's a boat. That's what a boat looks like. I saw a boat before, but only in pictures, and that's a boat. And then somebody who never saw a boat ever, it'd be like a spaceship. So when you look at these astronomical effects and these when you observe astrological events, you do it culturally, which ends up to be philosophical, essentially, right? So if these guys didn't know what refraction was, or didn't understand how light went through the atmosphere, didn't understand why their compass was going all wonky, what are they gonna report? They're gonna be honest, and they're gonna say, I saw this orb in the sky, this light, strange pattern that they say. That's it. And then what can we deduce from those observations, right? If you guys know Travis, he has a channel on YouTube called The Plain Truth. He posted a video today or yesterday. I think it was today. Oh, well, yesterday now. Of a PhD physicist, I believe, regarding refraction. And in the video, it's quite interesting how he has an anthropological story from Israel regarding an observation. And because they didn't understand what refraction was, so what they did is when they looked out into the desert, and as people moved into the desert, it looked like people were drowning into water, right? So people would write, people are drowning into the Dead Sea but what it was is they were walking into the refraction along the flat plane, and refraction would be covering them. And so what this PhD physicist I think I can't remember who he is, but anyway, go to Plain Truth on YouTube. He will tell you that refraction will lie at the bottom of objects. And, there's a vanishing line there. So it's really telling of the simplicity of our observation, but then the because most people don't look really at the picture plane that way. They are programmed not even to respond truly. So if you look at all these stories, people are going to have, I suppose, feelings about them over the picture plane. In other words, they're going to interpret refraction as a water. People are drowning. But in reality, in 2021, it's just what happens when there's an energy exchange between hot and cold and light passes through it.
I just posted it. I hope I posted it in the right spot. Live stream voice text. If anybody wants to have a look.
What am I supposed to be looking?
I've posted. Well, it's got stuff about flattened ice, and it's got the treaty on there. It's from my book. I took a photo from one of the books that I have. Old book. So it says the Ice Patrol. The vessels of the United States Coast Guard, which operate off Newfoundland. You know, the new found land that they found, the land of. In the spring and early summer to
Do you know what Acadian is? Have you heard of the name Acadian?
Yeah, I know what Acadian is.
So a lot of Newfoundland. So from whenever they came over across from the seas in Ireland, Scotland, and all those places, the Acadians landed in Newfoundland and Nova Scotia, and I think they made their way. Some settled in Nova Scotia and then Newfoundland, and then most of them made their way to the southern states, like in Louisiana and stuff. And I think the Acadians, they eventually settled there. Anyway, I don't know why I'm saying that, but that's what I remember about.
It meant something. It meant something.
Well, here's the thing. This is the. What's the point of that? The point is, I think there was a militia group, or from what I remember reading, there was an army, an Acadian army, right? Like a small fraction. It was like resistance, if you will, that made their way. Some, like, they have enough strength, obviously, to fucking settle, and they had enough money and strength to move from another country to come to this country and settle in droves and battle their way through whatever territory they had to get to end up in Louisiana. So it's interesting. And that was sorry, what year is that? Give me a second. I have to go back and look at that up. I think that was related to you're talking about the Ice Patrol, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, 1 second now.
It's got the treaty on there with the Ice Patrol thing. Apparently it's for
Arcadia.
The safety.
That's where I spent all my quarters.
This where you spent your what?
Spent all my quarters. Playing the games at Arcadia.
It's awesome. We used to own one. Never used to move from there. beatings galore from my dad. The arcade. Sometimes you need aid to arc you up.
Hey, yeah, so I was talking about the Acadian, right?
Yep.
Yeah, so, yeah, that has everything to do with, hold on, where was I reading that now? So you're talking about the port there and the ice patrol. The Acadian, hold on, where the fuck did that go?
When did the first ones settle there? According to the
1700s. They settled in
1700s.
They settled in Nova Scotia, Newfoundland. So this was a very sophisticated people, right?
Yeah, I know. Tough people too.
Oh yeah, buddy.
Yeah. Tough people.
Yeah, it'd be hard to beat their high score.
Just need to practice.
The funny thing is, you don't really hear about their history. You have to look into it, and it actually has a lot.
Because they're the same people as other people. So what these elites like to do is they take a people and, you know, just say your name's Bob, but you know, your proper name's Bobby, but I call you Bob, and then I call you Bo, and then it's B. So I've just given you 5 different names, yeah? And just say if somebody else comes over as well, they might not be able to say your name properly, and they might stuff it up or pronounce it, whatever.
Can I give you a better example of what the Acadians have done? You know the word jambalaya?
Yeah.
That comes from the Acadians. So it's a mixture of food culturally into the South. When the Acadians passed through, they were responsible for help creating jambalaya.
Yeah, that's one of it's a native food. So yeah, what these people do is they like to obfuscate somebody's, you know, say heritage, where they, you know, originally come from, what part of the land.
They founded all of that stuff, right? All the structure. And then what you find is in that structure you find parliamentary Freemasonry. Right? Canada has all these beautiful parliament buildings. Right? Beautiful architecture throughout each province.
Mm-hmm.
In Winnipeg, I have to say my mind is blown at how much Winnipeg, Canada, how much Freemasonry is there. And it blew me away how much is there. The city design, the structures. There's a signature, right? Every developer or architect, there's a signature, right? And I find every Canadian city has these particular signatures. Victoria, for instance, and Captain Cook, Parliament Grounds. What I find really amazing is these buildings and the way they're designed. They're old and new at the same time. It's mind blowing.
Yeah, I know. It's amazing what the people can do. But when the people get shut down and, you know, get tormented for a long time, and then they have to run around and, run from one place to another and then go to the, even though they've been to America like thousands and thousands of years ago, they'll have to go back again because of other stuff and just, this is escape tyranny. But they'll build stuff, for everybody and share knowledge and whatnot. And then there'll be pricks that will come and take that knowledge, use it and abuse it. That's how it's been for a while.
I think it's the small man's. It's the small man. Sorry, the little guy. We got. Well, I would say that our parents. Listen, man, that 50s, 60s, 70s era had to have been great and fun, but the 60s and 70s knowingly were ideas were knowingly perpetrated on innocent human beings for the purpose of cultural and racial division, right?
Yes, correct.
That
with malice.
That existed. That existed before, to some degree, but what I find really intriguing about our apparent existence, and we've been on this earth for thousands of years, is it really truly just our generation of manipulation? Because you think that if they were manipulating this well, that they would already have achieved their goal earlier. But it doesn't seem the case. It seems that everything is fairly new.
I think it's they can't take true knowledge. They can only take our minds away from true knowledge, because true knowledge is actually within everyone. We were born with it.
Well, there's definitely an innate or an inherent belief between right and wrong. When you've done wrong, and there's like a code there. And if you lack that 100%. Code, then I think if you lack that code is a sign of psychopathic.
Something's extremely wrong. Yep.
Yeah,
just
for
like
sure.
You're not an architect, but you can appreciate that thing that some dudes from Arcadia, that aids the Ark, came to build.
That's how I knew I wasn't a psychopath, because I actually did feel, I knew that I did feel like feelings in a sense. So I knew I wasn't a psychopath because of that, basically.
Yeah, that's the biggest thing. People have lost, keep on saying, they've lost intuition. They've lost the put the other person in front of themselves. It's love thy neighbor like thyself. So put him in front of you, not this number one comes first bullcrap. Like, if number one comes first,
isn't it?
True.
Hard to do.
I don't know.
How many people do it for their own loved one, their own partner? If like how many people actually do so for their own partner or a family, let alone neighbor or stranger? Yeah. I totally agree with you.
Not much, but that's what irritates me. It's if everybody did that, everybody would be good. But everybody wants to be number one, put number one first. So everybody wants to be number one. Nobody's coming in number two or number three or number four. If we did
know love for ourselves, we would actually know love for others, because we'd know that we are basically nothing without others.
That's exactly right.
Just to go back to the Acadians there, what do you know about them?
I know who they are, where they come from.
Yeah, I know, but how did you learn about them? Because very very little people that I know about the Acadians.
It's just something that's been with family for a long time. It's just something that's there.
Because I come from Nova Scotia, right? So that's Arcadian. My heritage is Arcadian, so that's how I know about it. So I'm just wondering, how did you know about it?
No, the Acadians originated near Greece, right?
I don't know. I know that my family. my family ended up. Well, maybe I haven't actually heard that before at all.
I could be wrong, but I could have sworn they were in my college art history.
Greece doesn't exist. It was made up in 1912.
Well, that area, you know what I'm talking about, that region.
Yeah, Macedonia. If you just look at the Bucharest Agreement of 1912, and you see the land that was taken.
I didn't pay much attention in history class, but they did mention the Arcadians in that movie 300.
Yeah.
Oh, there you go. There's another little. See, they like to put stuff in some places.
I still have my textbook. I'm going to look and see if I can spot it quick.
That'd be very nice of you. Yeah.
You see, it's French though, right? It's the French is like it's different because I'm not looking at the Arcadians and the Greek. It might be because
it's got nothing to do with Greeks, but Greeks is it's a made up fiction. Like it's a.
Well, this is descendants from the French, right, from the 17th and 18th century, right?
This is going to go from people I don't know, might not want to. People have their own views. I don't want to go into too much. Like Paris.
I can't remember where I heard Arcadians.
Paris is one of the Macedonians' prince's name. That's where the word Paris comes from. Like the Scots and the Celts, so like kinfolk, same sort of tribe, and then you've got other ones here and there.
Yeah, so I'm talking about the right ones. This is right. This is what I learned. They moved to Louisiana, dude. They migrated to Louisiana and developed the Cajun culture. Yeah, I was right. So these are from the 17th and 18th century French descendants. So.
Hey guys. Okay. Just wanted to ask if any new people wanted to come in. We had VC Verified, Money Thief. Are you there? Velcher, Moist Muffin, Hams.
Moist Muffin. We're dying to hear from Moist Muffin.
Here we go.
Aldian. Any of you guys new VC Verified? I mean, thanks to everyone for the chat before. Just wanted to jump in and see if the new VC Verified people want to contribute.
Yep. Okay.
Money Thief might be able to answer a few questions. We've been looking for a few missing dollars.
Yep. So am I.
Maybe he's working for NASA.
Yeah, definitely. Follow the trail, right?
I swear, bro, you with it's not even one-liners, it's like 2 words, 3 words up.
Would you end up just hating if you're working for NASA or something, would you end up hating your job or would you love coming here?
I'd love going there because I'd plant little Easter eggs, like obvious Easter eggs.
So
not too obvious, but I'd plant them, yeah.
Well, give me an example. What would you do?
Just things in photos that's like, I know there's just obvious things in photos, like fucking repetitious cloud patterns, things like that, but I don't know, just something that if you looked at it in the right light or under the right light, you'd see I wrote basically like, this is bullshit, or something like that.
Too funny, yeah, you totally, yeah.
Like, I wouldn't care about my job that much. I mean, I'm sure they get paid well and all, but fucking, I mean, I could get a better paying job than the one I'm in now, but anyone could sort of make money if they apply the effort, I guess.
But hold on, the whole premise of your paycheck is to fight against Flat Earth, right? So you'd have to be acknowledging that the reason why I'm fighting against Flat Earth is for what? You're saving people from Flat Earth? That wouldn't make sense.
Maybe he's not fighting against them. He's just a dude there that knows the truth.
Yeah, they don't know what they're doing. They're just fucking, they think it's all real, man, just as real as we did. Everyone thought it was real until we came across something that inspired us or pointed something out, but they're still stuck under that spell. It's a spell. Everything's a spell that's being placed upon.
Well, you don't create a job unless there's a reason to create a job. They've created a job for this agent to come and debate flat Earth, right?
To reify the model, yeah.
To reify flat Earth or to reify the globe model?
Reify globe Earth, yeah.
Well, here's the thing, right? So you'd have to ask yourself as a logical person. You now have got a tactical department of sorts, let's say. You have a leader and you have a crew. Now you have to put that crew to work and you have to say, okay, we're going to go on these flat Earth channels. I'm just trying to picture them logically doing it in the rationale behind creating a position as a crew to debate flat Earth.
It's bloody narcissistic, psychopathic people, man, that just don't give a shit about anything like that. They don't care about truth or fucking love, relationship, fucking community. There's just people like that. I know that I could have very easily gone off the rails like that if I didn't have the circumstances I had growing up, like the mum that I had and shit. But who knows who I could have turned out to be otherwise.
Yeah.
Well, you could say that a lot of us are groomed. A lot of people, shall we say, are groomed into being sociopaths in the sense that all you care about is money to buy houses and buy cars and
okay. So set up the premise. You're going to have a tactical group debate flat Earth.
Tactical group.
Well, you have to have. Well, think about it. If you are an agent and you have a department, let me rephrase it. You're a government department. You're head of that department. You need funding. You need to have employees. Unless you are the department, which I don't think there's just one of you. There's probably a handful of you. There's one guy and there's 5 other characters. Let's say. You'd have to think logically if we're talking about agents and what they do and right? So
crack squad.
Would they care about the
debate flat Earth squad?
So now you don't actually have a room with all these people together. Everybody can be in their own room because of the digital era, and you can communicate over this platform for your strategies. The point is that the job has now been created for you to fill a position. That position is providing you a paycheck. Now, what do you think your leader has told you? Because you're saying to the individual, or at least you're admitting to yourself what it sounds like, is that there's some sort of rhetoric or speech that would provide this narcissist enough reason to do his job, completely believing the Earth is a ball. That to me seems like pretty far-fetched. You would have to be already in a position to know that the Earth's flat and that the psyops exist, and therefore you're prolonging the inevitable because there's a greater psyop at hand. So part of this process is also part of the other process. This is just one hit. This is only one hit management that is figuring this.
You think everyone at NASA and that believe that or know that the Earth is flat in a sense, and they're actually protecting the lie? Is that what you're not saying that, are you?
What I'm saying is when you get people here debating on the flat Earth forum, people, like if you were considering the concept or you're going to have conjecture towards the idea that agents are going to come here, there's not going to be just one. There's obviously going to be a group of them.
Okay, I got what you're saying. Yeah. Yep.
That's the whole point. Now, in NASA's aspect, you don't have to worry about agents on every level, because the suspension is in disbelief, the suspension of disbelief is overcome by the delegation of each department, and each department is compartmentalized to a small section of the puzzle. And as long as that structure is put in place, you can fuck every department over, because no department knows what each other department is doing. But that's the simplicity. That's the simplicity of the nature of it all.
I think somebody pointed it out. They're all like building and correlating with a program itself, like the space that they're building and such. It's all built upon like presuppositions to begin with, and then it's just built upon correlations of presuppositions and indoctrinations, and they're just building a database and system, like computer and real world model wise, not real world wise, but a model in a sense, and just building it and correlating with it.
Well, it sure creates a lot of jobs. Imagination creates a lot of jobs.
Yeah, that's what I tell some Globers. Imagine the benefits that they could have, society could be having with that money. You know, it's still creating a lot of fucking jobs, but jobs that are actually benefiting society, not fucking astrophysicists and people like that.
If we actually put our minds to it in the way that you would see it, there would be no poverty. People would be able to still make an income. There would still be an economic growth. There would still be...
exactly.
There would still be all the benefits of...
Education should always be educated to progress society itself and work on the absolute necessities, make sure they're absolutely at their best they can be, like the food, water, shelter, things like that, health. Should always just be the main focus.
Do you know what I just realized that may be possible? So let's say the outer ring of Antarctica is based on the inner, two variables. There's 2 points here, but let's say it's based on obviously the pattern of the sun, circular path, but also perhaps the climatization developed by vegetation and population. So in other words, if the population kept getting bigger and bigger, vegetation would get bigger and bigger because the side effect is CO2 emission. So there'd be bigger consumption. So according to the data that I've come across, Earth is the greenest it's ever been in 20 years. So do you think on the expansion of vegetation and the expansion of population, that the actually outer ring could grow larger? And I think that's maybe what they're afraid of. And they need to cool it down and shut it down because they don't want the outer ring to grow larger and have more landmass. Right? Just think about that.
Yeah. I got you.
Right? I just thought of that now.
I also like the idea of like Aryan races and like Hyperborea and Lemuria and Atlantean in a sense with the rings and all the different like wandering stars are like suns and moons for the outer rims in some way.
Well, I'm just thinking practicality. I'm not going that far out into the metaphysics on that there, but I'm just thinking on a practical level. Like, would it be true that if more vegetation grew as the population grew, then it may push the ice ring outward more because the vegetation would generate heat and moisture.
Nature seems to accommodate, like whatever is happening, nature definitely seems to accommodate and always be a step ahead.
Exactly. There's no. It's not thinking of self-preservation. It's thinking about growing and flourishing, and producing.
Can I interlude? So people must stop thinking as this Earth as like a fossil or a rock. It's a living organism. Yeah.
Yep.
So take that and picture it as you may, to the best of your ability, comprehend it. So then, as an organism, and as the organism and or gases, we'll call them gases, whatever, as they build up and or expand and get lighter and go up more and go to the side more, said container might not be fixed. We might have some give in it, as in like to be able to contract and expand.
Adjustability, yeah.
Yeah.
Possible. Doesn't the torus do that? Like expands and contracts?
Yeah, precipitating and precipitating.
So yes, the torus would do that, but do people...
Just the theory that... Yeah, it's like...
I think because we've got
torus energy field,
it should be pretty apparent that we've got a toroidal field in a sense. If we, depending on what we go to with how magnetism works in a sense, but even globe model will tell us that were enshrouded by toroidal field in their ball, but just having magnetic north, I think that sort of confers. It's like the gas pressure without the container. We can't see the container, and so, but we do know that it requires one to have the pressure we have, to have like our magnetic compasses adhering to a magnetic north. Yeah, seems to correlate.
So now I'm just going to go back to what I said before, just as trying to put things in line, sort of. So now when they spray this stuff in the sky, what are they spraying? Aluminium, barium, strontium. It's all like metals.
Apparently barium, strontium.
Yeah, but here's the problem. It's all conjecture again. And the issue is...
it's not.
It's
not conjecture.
It is, because I'll tell you why it is. Because there's no way that you and I can admit this, that I've gone and tested soil samples. Now, what I've done is a couple of years ago, is I inquired at a lab where I was living if they were able to deduce chemical. Like if I said, look, I wanted to find out some samples of soil and leaf vegetation. Could you tell me what's on them? He goes, yeah. Could I bring a hair sample? Could you tell me what's on it? They could tell you what's in it. So until you go to a level where you observe it and see it and take it to a lab and test it, see if it's in there, it's just conjecture, dude. So I agree that they are modifying the weather for the purpose of climate change, the faking of the world dying ecosystem, so they can impose taxes, lock us down, and remove our freedoms based on climate change and take property from us too. So,
there's more to it. I was going to say. So, I just said apparently that's what they tell you, me, and everybody else what they're spraying up there. So mostly what they would be spraying up there is aluminium.
Definitely aluminum, yeah, for sure. Nanoparticle aluminum for sure.
Yep. So
that's how they manipulate the weather, right?
So aluminium, how would that do with electricity? Good or bad?
Pretty good, man. They're shooting a laser in that puppy.
Okay. So you've got all this great aluminium, and you're just spraying it everywhere. We know that air is ether, ether is air. It's the same thing. That's what air means. So just a retarded word for saying ether. So if you just hang even a normal cable line that's for electricity, that cable will harness the ether and actually just transfer it can do it via certain cables across and bring it from house to house. Those big, massive things that they have. It's normal cables that run across the plane.
Yeah.
So they've been doing that for ages. They didn't want to do it like Tesla in a modern way. They chose to hide it from us by supposed cables hanging off and supposed somewhere else we're throwing in coal to make electricity, which is dumbass. But anyway, so if you have these things hanging out there and now you need more electricity because said plane might be expanding a bit more, might be a good idea to do that, to spray, and as well on top rob, pillage the people and make them sick and all the rest of it. So you can't go wrong. You know what I mean? It's just a win-win situation.
They usually have like more than one meaning or outcome for things they do. Yeah.
That's just like on top of the stuff that they do is just another great thing.
While we're here, while we're here robbing the fucking till, we'll take the cigarettes as well.
Yeah. So it's kind of it's pretty like there's
It's not all bad, boys. We have running water. We've got our computers. We got nice, comfy beds with pillows. We're lucky that way, man. And this is the funny thing: is the inherent good is here, and the opportunity to. What's that?
When I can't buy weed anymore, that's when there's a problem, you know. Just don't fucking stop me from being able to buy me weed. I'll work for me money, but let me buy me fucking weed.
The problem with that is that eventually you have to grow up, and if you don't, well, then you end up fat on the couch, eating more potato chips, wondering what happened.
I worked too hard to become fat, and I've got too high metabolism. But if you're going to make me work day in, day out, you know, and fucking be subjected to bullshit day in, day out, and, you know, and all that, and keep a smile on my face, I can do that, you know. Just let me have a little bit of weed. I'm only fucking human.
Yeah, that's fair enough. I mean, I'll tell you, that's what I said to you before, you know, once you smash somebody's world, as you admitted yourself, you ruins your world. Imagine, getting smashed, quite a few times.
Yeah.
Oh,
it's something to wind down, you know. Everyone likes to wind down. I can just sit there, you know, after I smoke a bit of weed and all. I can sit back and just fucking not need to do anything to wind down. Just fucking sit there and go off of me thoughts and all, you know.
Bro,
that's my hobby.
I get it, bro. Because at the end of the day, anything to escape the agenda-driven media is a welcome conversation, for sure. And if
I've got something for you. So, what about if you've got no medium of discourse with anybody, and no medium of to be able to, you know, what's it called? What's the phrase? To be able to, just a brain fart. To have a joint or whatever, and that's full time for over 10 years, 20 years, you know, another 10 years, you know, solid hard work. But 10 years is nothing but that. You've got nobody to speak or to unwind and whatnot. And if you did, they'd look at you and they'd think, what the
Well, it reminds me of what's really important, you know, sitting back and remembering that I don't know shit, basically, and there's something going on here that's just fucking awesome, you know, I won't make the mistake of running around and, you know, going, oh, everyone, fuck, do you know who you are? You know, sounding like some crazy person that just realised that, I don't fucking know, you know, all I know is that I am, that's all I fucking know. But that was the most best experience I've ever had in my fucking life, is just realising the most simplest of things, but how enlightening it was, basically. You know, just knowing that you are is more enlightening than thinking that, you know, I'm my name, I'm my country, you know, that's all bullshit, you know.
Yeah.
You know you are. You didn't make that shit up.
Suit and all the rest of it. Yeah. But everybody's got a piece of the creator, the one and only. And on top you have
separated from anyone, it's always within us in here. Yep.
Then you have he gives you free will to a certain extent. Now that free will,
to be ignorant, you know, free to be seek and find, or free to fucking be ignorant again, you know. I've done both.
Exactly right. So this is the thing. You're put here for a reason. Everybody's got their own reason, I suppose, and everybody can find it out for themselves. But
I think it's a constant journey, just a constant journey. I don't think there's ever, we like to imagine just an inevitable end of, you know, just eternal heaven forever, never again any of this. I don't know if that's going to be the case, you know. I'm not saying it can't be practically eternal, you know, for as long
I mean, when it's practically eternal, then fuck, isn't that just as good as eternal? But I think at some point, it's the same thing's going to take place, because I don't think it was ever like what we call God or the Creator's choice, in a sense, to create our experience for us, but rather realize us and its realization of what truth is. And that's the journey of realizing that there is only us. It's always us. We don't know what us is. I don't know what the fuck us is, but that's what truth is, I'm pretty sure.
Yeah, but you need to wake the others up, because maybe you're...
Yeah, you can't fall again, but can you? If you come back to others and you think, oh, I'll help you wake up. Hey guys, did you know that you're not really who you think you are, and life's fucking eternal, rah rah rah, and then they start talking to you like you're an idiot, and oh fuck you, rah rah, and then you fall yourself, and then you're asleep again, trying to wake up other people asleep.
It's not you're asleep. It's just it's painful watching it, and you have at your disposal to see what's going to come, and you're trying to tell people. People don't want to listen.
It's not commonly taught in our culture, and such is it, like to adhere to these kind of things. If I had somebody to sort of hey, this is what's happening, this is what you've done, you've obviously done something like this, what happened? And telling me a little story. Oh well, fuck that. That's what happened, bro. Now take a step back, breathe. But yeah, it's like in India and places like that, or American Indians, and just these kind of cultures and tribes and such that engage in spiritual journeys or whatnot. Like they know how to sort of teach their young or such to sort of what's going to happen when this happens, and just prepare for this. And at the end of the day, it's your own journey. You got to take it yourself, but at least give them some form of preparation. I was basically just somebody that, truth was what I always sort of wanted to find. It was nothing but truth, and found some inspiration, and I found my way there. Didn't know what I was doing, but knew, I guess, what I wanted to try to do, and it seemed to work out. And I found truth. As far as I'm concerned, it's good enough for me at the moment, as far as I could sort of go. But then I just had this, I fell basically, and didn't know what happened. Well, obviously I denied. I know what happened, but at the time I was just denying shit. But yeah, in that fall I just didn't get back, and I couldn't face it again, and all that kind of, there's like the struggle, oh, I'm not worthy, rah, all that kind of struggle, even though what I was communicating with or experiencing gave no reason, and never gave any reason whatsoever to ever think that it was like a bad thing, something to fear, or any shit like that. That's how you're talking the truth, when it's without a doubt obvious.
Correct.
And it's just delivered so perfectly. I mean, if it's me, if it's like, oh, that's just your imagination, I wish it was me. I wish I was that clear and on point with my delivery every time, so perfect. It's just, no, that's not me, that's something else.
It's always somebody else. You can't take credit for something that's not yours.
Yeah, well, it's us, it's ours, I guess. Everyone has it within themselves, like for anyone to say, oh, it's just your imagination. It's like, okay, well, maybe I understand my consciousness and such is like not at a level or state that is so clear to be able to, correlate and deliver in such ways. I guess it doesn't have that kind of perspective to do so. I can go with that understanding, but as I am currently here and now, it's like, no, that's not fucking me. It's something else that's just got a perspective that's different. It's not hindered by our experience of survival, life and death, birth even.
Yeah, because it's insignificant in one way, but significant in another, which is hard to kind of, I don't know, put across or convey.
To me, it never told me to do anything. It never gave me any answers. Only just taught me and helped me guide my, basically learn to answer the questions basically with more questions, but it never actually gave answers unless they were answers that it would have understood that I already knew. If we already know the answer, then it would probably point something out in its way that it does, and we'll have to have that realization of the answer. But it's never going to say, what's this and how does this work? Oh, well, this is this and this is how it works. Rah rah rah. It's just not what it was.
It doesn't happen like that. But
it is all knowing. Hey, it is all knowing though. That's the thing.
It is all knowing. It depends how much effort you've put into something. You'll get 7-fold back on what you've put in if your heart and mind are in the right place. So when you do ask for something,
it is us in a sense. That's what I'm saying. It's all knowing because it's us basically. And when we realise that what we actually know, we're one and the same in a sense. But we can't understand that because we're so fucking different from our,
we think we are.
Well, we think we are. That's what I mean. Yeah. Thinking itself, when thinking's actually said and done, no thoughts. Yeah, that's the clarity, That the stillness and the bloody silence and such. All of that stuff was mumbo jumbo to me. I was thinking something, but especially these people chanting their bells and banging something and going, doing that kind of stuff. It was weird to me in a sense, but it just there's something in it,
Yes, there is. At the end of the day, you are given an opportunity to kind of go, have a bigger role with your own, I suppose, I don't know, it's not even the right word, autonomy. Is just still a part of, the creator sort of. Your free will gets kind of extended or whatnot. It's up to you if you stuff it up or don't stuff it up or whatnot. It's complicated. I don't even want to talk about this. My head's gonna start to melt.
Well, I never lost it. At least I definitely stuffed up. But one thing I never did was throw it away, lose it, forget it, deny it, or take it for granted. In the sense, it's always been with me. It's always here to remind me. You're being a hypocrite.
Yeah, that's always the toughest. It's hard.
Yeah. Oh, it was easier when you could just point fingers, this one and that, you and that one over there, they're taking everything, they're bloody, it's them. And then you realise,
well,
it's the guys. How far do you want to play the game? Do you want to wake up or? Because if you want to wake up, you're not allowed to point fingers no more. You got to understand we're all fucking lost here.
Yeah.
No, I'll just go back to sleep just a little bit.
Some people know where they are. That's the thing. That's the problem.
That's what I don't get. Yeah, on those levels, I believe they do as well. But I. It's hard to let yourself go, isn't it? Because we've got so much invested in ourselves. It's all we know is the self we're experiencing here and now. We don't know anything else.
The ego. The I this, I that, I phone, I fucking whatever.
Exactly, and I was one of the most self-centered people you would have met, man, growing up. Not a bad dude and all, but I was definitely self-centered, when I realised stuff and just realised, fuck. Hypocrisy wasn't something that I liked, even though I didn't adhere to any specific religion in a sense, but I love that saying in the Christian religion with Jesus, do unto others as you'd have them do unto you. Basically, that's how I tried to live my life.
Yep. That's the way it should be. It's the way He only said one last thing before he went. He said, "I'll leave you with one command: love one another like brothers."
Exactly. Yep. Because it's what we are.
Yep. Apparently, we can't even do that.
No, not even the ones that aren't our enemies.
Yeah, like, I don't know.
You guys are funny. Hi guys, it's Tony here. Just taking shots of the moon. I hope you don't mind me throwing them into the settings. But anyway, just downloading stuff. Excuse me.
No, go for it, mate. Sorry. What did you say?
Yeah, tell me to shut up, man. When I'm ranting on, hey, don't be afraid to do so. Fuck, I butt in with people throughout my life. I can get in there. Tell me to shut up. Back in the day, I was the person that would walk up to two people actually having a conversation and then just start ranting on about something because apparently my fucking story or words had more fucking reasoning or purpose. I look back on myself back in those days and just think, fuck, what were people thinking? They really, he's a special case. That's just him. That's how he is.
I was the person being talked at all the time. For some reason, a most special person on the street would come up to me and tell me their life story.
Yep, me too, yep. I had an awesome chat with somebody at this bus stop van, and when I got on the bus, I seen this person actually go beeline straight for the next person and start ranting on just as they did me. But when they did it to me, I didn't see anything weird with that. I just realised this person's a bit special. But what does that make me? Because, I just had a good chat with this dude.
There's no harm in talking as long as it goes like that. People they don't want to interact.
They're some of the most nicest people, man, like actual special people, because they can't.
You chopped off. Or maybe it's me.
No, I can hear you.
I think you're fine.
Oh, okay. I thought I dropped off. But it's the other bro.
I had back in the, I guess it was late 90s, maybe early 2000s. Used to work at a Kinko's night shift. The Kinko's is a photocopy shop, basically. And this guy is just raving about, he's putting these books together saying that there's an alien invasion and there's reptilians posing as humans. And he just had he had copies of this book of this crap that he just compiled together. He gave me one, and I guess I lost it over the years through moves and things like that. But I would like to have a look at that book again and see if any of that bears any relevance now, 25 some odd years later.
Did they have green eyes?
It was a black and white book, so I wouldn't, wouldn't be able to tell color.
Yeah, I don't know. I'm not a David Icke. He copied. What's his name?
Aliens
Cooper.
are a psyop, man. If they told you about aliens, they lied to you about flat Earth.
No, but
that's the way I see it.
Yeah, of course. So
we can still have horizontal aliens, bit vertical aliens. No bullshit.
Spiritual, spookier versions of aliens.
Well, Earth cosmology was not a hot button issue in the late 90s, early 2000s.
No. Well, flat Earth wasn't, was it?
No, nobody was talking about it back then.
Yeah.
I'm pretty sure 2013 was probably really the earliest most people heard about it. I didn't hear about it until late 2004.
There's probably some liars that will say, oh, I was into flat Earth back in such and such. Not really. Most people weren't.
Yeah, there'd definitely be a handful that sort of were for whatever reason and all, but it's hard to sort of determine, when somebody says that, how truthful they're being.
No, aliens were the convincing. I think everyone believed in aliens. It was a good story. It still is a good story.
Isn't it arrogant to think that you're the highest form of intelligence and such in life? I mean, that's just.
Absolutely not.
We're the only ones here, so we have to be.
Well, aliens are one of those things that are like, they have to probably exist if you buy into the globe model or whatever. But when you think about flat Earth, no, it's not the same story. No way.
Life had to come from somewhere. If aliens are so advanced, they could actually, surely they would be able to create fucking or life would come from their race or their reality or something. But for us, we understand, like, where did consciousness come from? Or life, aliens must be, But we don't need to go any further than that because they're aliens. They're so awesome. They could do anything.
Anything but get here.
It's a pretty big if, but if there is extra territory out there, then perhaps on that extra territory there could be extraterrestrials. It's a big if, though. I don't think there is.
Yeah, I don't think so. Aliens maybe in a different form. As Aleister Crowley said, today we call them demons, tomorrow we will call them aliens. That's a direct quote from him.
Yeah, I think in life itself, there's definitely, in some way, shape and form, other beings around. I wouldn't say humans are the most intelligent and all, But, yeah, what's actually going on, whether they're in the reality we're experiencing, other forms of densities, other dimensions, whatever. Some people think they can change dimensions, come from one dimension to another. I don't really care with that. I don't know.
If you're demented, of course.
Yeah. But if they if they do exist, I'm pretty sure that the Queen of England would be one of them.
Fucking
yeah, she's a lizard woman. David Icke.
I'm not into really going with the elites eating babies type, fear-mongering type stuff. But the Queen, if anyone is eating babies or something, I'm pretty sure that the Queen would be up there on my top 5 list.
How old is that woman now?
Well, into her 80s.
I think she actually just turned 100, didn't she, recently? I think she might be 101 or 2, maybe. I don't know.
Fucking
damn.
Or she might be a shape-shifting reptilian that's just changing her fucking skin every, 100 or so years.
Oh, yeah. Mate, that was just... As soon as he came on TV, he came on, and that was his initiation, He claimed to be Jesus Christ and got ridiculed for so many years, and then, he became a truther. So that was Ike's initiation. Your dues. Yeah. That was the first thing he said. You apparently quit his, sports casting, and he came on,
back in the 70s or something, wasn't it? Or 80s? Yeah.
Yeah.
What do you think about Ike?
The key.
What do you think about?
He holds a very small key. Yeah.
Yeah.
Key.
Yeah.
Ike.
Yeah.
Ike key. Ike. The key. He holds a very small key. Not much.
Yeah. Definitely.
There's a little bit of truth. Most of it's information that's been taken from other people that he's put into his own words.
He doesn't really teach people to seek truth, but does he? I'm pretty sure you were here, with the leader. True leader teaches people to lead. He doesn't. He's just one of those very many that just doesn't seem to do that. He just wants to sort of project information and indoctrinate it. As flat earthers, I'm pretty sure most of us, we understand that we're never going to be able to convince anyone as such. It's them that has to do so for themselves with their own discernment. But all we can do is show them the information, but David Icke doesn't seem to tell his audience something like that.
Yeah, he could have done a lot. He still can do a lot. He's got a large following.
I think he's an idiot. At this point, if you're not into flat Earth, I'm skeptical. First and foremost.
Oh yeah, I've been like that for a long time.
You cannot know enough about what's happening and not address flat Earth. It's like the elephant in the room.
Yeah,
you can't
that's
just
true,
ignore flat Earth.
Even to be, like an ass and not address it, you could still help our people and the majority. He's got to be following, but he doesn't want to address flat Earth. Doesn't want to do certain other things, So
I think he's one of those types that has big enough of a following that he wants to stay monetized in some way. And I understand that, right? We got the Ken Wheelers, we got the David Ikes, we got a lot of people like that. But because they don't want to address flat Earth, it's kind of like
that's a
suspicious.
Flag,
It's suspicious that they wouldn't have caught on by now.
Yeah.
And the only reason why they haven't embraced flat Earth is because they're trying to hold on to that monetization. And I think that's just about all that it is.
Yeah, no, you're correct, because there still has to be a fantastical big lie, and he can't. Yeah, he can't. He's not.
I've noticed that with Ken Wheeler. Ken Wheeler is practically a flat earther by all means, but from what I understand, he rejects flat Earth for the sole purpose of holding on to his monetary, his channel, his viewers, his everything.
Didn't I get kicked off?
But you're gonna have to deal with flat Earth one way or another. Yeah.
Yeah, you will have to address the subject matter. You can't avoid it. You can't tell you're all special this, that, and talk about reptilians and flying space monkeys, but you're all special with infinite consciousness and some other fucking you know what I mean? People don't get it. And the moon is hollow, and
no, I think a lot of them do get it. I think a lot of these guys know what they're doing.
Oh, those guys, yeah. I'm saying the people that listen to that numbnuts, The moon is hollow, and there's people banging inside, and they're gonna set off this frequency or whatever. Oh man, bro, come on. Infinite consciousness.
There's no more. I can remember back in maybe 2015, they would have every sort of conspiratorial video on YouTube, banging out like a million views here and there. Everyone was like, the hottest shit was conspiratorial, flat Earth, concave Earth, hollow Earth, aliens in pyramids in Antarctica, all this type of shit. You know what I mean?
Boxers.
But ever since they really tried to double down on the censorship, what used to be the biggest audiences on YouTube are now scarce. You're not going to see the most popular videos. It's a different landscape than it was 5-6 years ago. It's a whole different fucking world. It's a different platform now.
Man, this is the thing I don't get. Why can't one of our boys I'm definitely sure there's enough intelligent people amongst our crowd to make like a thing like YouTube, backwards engineer the thing.
I don't think Flat Earth is going to grow from YouTube anymore. It may have had I remember back when Eric Dubay and all these guys were, even Crow 777, just looking at the moon got you a fucking million views. It's a very different landscape now. I don't think Flat Earth is going to grow on YouTube any more than it is now, unfortunately. And that's kind of one of those it is what it is kind of things. It used to have a time and a period where we were fucking thriving on the internet. I'm pretty sure most of us got into Flat Earth when it was at its best. But it's not the same anymore, unfortunately, and times have changed.
Are they pushing us into the community that we come into and we debate the world like they call it anti-mask protesting and whatever? So maybe our protest needs to be, guys, wake the hell up. You know, we've got the banners out there. We are doing it. So we need the media coverage. Exactly. I don't think YouTube is the answer anymore, but it's definitely a fun place to hang out.
Yeah, I mean, Flat Earth hasn't absolutely been completely canceled out from YouTube. They give a sort of little pity roll to Flat Earth. They say, "Oh, it's nice that you used to be something, but now you know your place, so you can do whatever."
Flatten the curve, you know.
Whichever way I look at it, and I've looked at it a lot of ways, guys, because I am silent quite a lot listening to you guys. It's going to come down to a fight, and how many of us are really going to fight?
Let me ask you guys this question. When I got into Flat Earth, it was one of those conspiratorial things that captured my imagination. I was looking into Hollow Earth, and then Flat Earth was banging out some videos about, holy shit, have you checked this out? Look at that. It was capturing your imagination. That is very much, as we all know, censored. And times like now, it's just not, you're not going to see these videos anymore at the top of the feed. But when I got into Flat Earth, it wasn't about the cold hard facts. It was about, have you heard about Antarctica? It was they captured your imagination into getting you to investigate and research into things. It wasn't fucking lambasting you with facts and the black swan, the radius of the fucking geometric horizon, blah blah. No. It was a much more fun, imaginative way of looking into things. And that's gone now. That's absolutely fucking erased.
We have police on the media that are saying, what is sovereignty? Guys, don't even pay attention to what the word sovereignty means. And they're just the programming that they're putting in is just the fear-mongering.
Oh, that radar
unbelievable. The acting. The key word is the
constable.
Like when the non-citizens wake up, honestly, when they wake up to the word act, and they say the globe is CGI, it's an act, it's all fictitious, man. So when you wake up to the word act, everything is an act. It's just like, wow, man.
Yeah,
how simple does it have to be? You know?
Exactly. I don't think there needs to be more said than that. Yes. Because, I mean, that's true in so many different ways, man. You're right.
I get quite passionate, but I've spent the last 4 years of my life in solitude, man. Like self-prisoning myself. But so I also sort of tend to, if you're going to make money, you are part of the system, and as hard as what that is, as what that is to understand, dude. If you're not,
I understand what you're saying.
If you're adding to it, you're part of it, and it's a harsh reality for me because I live the reality. I don't make any money, man. I take it. The government pays me to take photos. I've posted a few in tonight. Pretty cool. Then I'm actually
right. Well, I mean,
at the moment, so.
Flat Earth has some sort of community where we. I'm not going to speak for everyone, no chance. But it used to be a conspiratorial rejection of what they were telling you the whole time. If you were a flat earther, it was probably because you kind of were like, "Fuck, I don't watch the news. It's intolerable. I get sick. I get pissed even watching it."
Dude, if like seriously,
I don't. Everything's different now. I don't even know how to relate to flat Earth anymore. I don't know how people even get into this shit anymore. Like I'm lucky to have got into flat Earth when I did.
Sorry,
If you watch the news and now you're a flat earther, holy shit, you paid more dues than I ever did. It's harder to get into flat Earth nowadays, I think. So I pay respects to newcomers. If you're a new flat earther, holy shit, welcome. God damn, you probably put in more effort than I did when I got into it.
I got to get out, man. Yeah.
Too scared. Can you guys hear me? Yeah, okay. I would have been too scared.
What up?
What's good? What's good? I would have been too scared to jump in these chat rooms as a globe earther. Like, I'm lucky for YouTube back in the day.
Yes,
you know, anybody joining these Discord calls is brave as hell.
Well, it shouldn't be. It shouldn't feel like that. It should be like, okay, so you got into flat Earth. You should expect people that in this community that are well established, and there's not anything that they could tell you that we wouldn't have a response to, at least from a flat Earth perspective. Flat Earth is such a well established community. It's almost impressive half the time that, holy shit, we've been doing these things for so long and we have an answer to pretty much every one of their complaints. But here's the impressive part, is that we're not exposed anymore. It used to be the biggest videos on YouTube. Now it's the most censored and most mocked and ridiculed.
Shut up.
Flat Earth is one of the most ridiculed topics on YouTube. We used to be the most fucking
I've got more
powerhouse of fucking ideas.
Sorry, man. I really don't mean to talk over you. Yeah.
No, you're good. Absolutely good.
I've got more deleted videos in my save list than what I have actual videos now.
Oh yeah, same.
Yeah, same. I got a whole flat Earth library.
Even my music playlist, man. I like it. Are you kidding me? This is the reality is so harsh, man. It's just shocking. I can't believe the world isn't screaming this from the rooftops, man. That's my reality. I'm like, wake the hell up, guys.
Well, it's for us to know, and them to find out.
Yeah, I know it's like it's an inner peace. So maybe we just all go down the spirituality role and say, okay, and like I've had plenty of arguments with individuals offline, clearly, but the guys are like, who gives a F? I'm like, all right, you're not making any money. You're unemployed. You're like, you are so pigeonholed, and your mind just, they're not saying, I don't care whether it's a ball, I don't care whether it's flat. You don't care if you're getting police then. Oh, fuck off, blah, blah, blah.
You're missing the forest and the trees, mate. Yeah. Flat Earth is the thing that, it's pretty much the common denominator for all conspiracies. It's going to come back to what do you know and where can you find it out. If you trust yourself and you go with empirical understandings, you're going to see, holy shit, the Earth is flat. I just went to the beach and look how flat it is. You're going to actually learn how to educate yourself through Flat Earth. And I wish I would have known this back in my teenage years. I wish I could have known Flat Earth when I was a teenager.
I chose to go to the beach every day to film the sun and the moon, so I have a beautiful life, man. I only live a few minutes from the water, so each morning I get up, I take the sun, I post it, I save it, I share it, I'll put it all together once it all makes sense. I'm trying to do a 12-month period. I've got a couple of months to go, so I'm trying to be a little bit. I'm trying to put it all together so it all makes sense.
Of the sun?
Yeah. Every day I film the sun. Yes. The sunrise.
Nice. Collect it, man. Yeah. Collect it for yourself.
I've got terabytes of this stuff, man. That's
what Glober
sun footage. Jesus Christ.
Yeah, so the stuff that I post in line on the Discord live stream, mate, that there's a tip of the iceberg, man. I've got heaps to show you once I can put it all together, and I'll try and make some sort of a movie up. And I don't know. Who knows?
Have you seen?
Sorry.
No, going on. Never mind. I was going to ask if you saw what Radwin's been doing.
I'm following Jimbo quite a bit, if that makes sense.
Well,
I'm not sure who.
Radwin in here has been doing this tracking of the sun and the moon and eclipses, and plotting the luminaries into this program. I don't know what he's using, but you could go on. I'm sorry.
Yeah, like the Elalina sort of stuff. Like is that what he's tracking, or is it the gates that he's trying to?
Honestly, Sin Cleanser may know more. What I don't know. I've just caught a little bit of it.
What I can tell you is I don't know necessarily what Radwin's doing, but I remember back in 2015 when there was Crow 777. He used to watch the moon every single night, and he documented. He said, "Listen, here's how it's changing. It doesn't sort of make sense with what they're telling us." And he kept doing it, and the more videos that he produces, and you can even check back into a lot of his old videos, even now if you want to start from the beginning. A lot of his old videos were kind of him being impressed how much it didn't work with the heliocentric model. And that was an adventure all in itself. Him alongside with Flat Earth, like kind of finding its feet. Yeah, you should go out and find for yourself, because a lot of people have found peculiarities in all this shit, and if you've seen it for yourself, you have your own discovery, you know?
Yeah, well, it is a personal journey for sure, and if I can share a little bit of truth with you guys, so be it. I'm not a very good talker, as you can clearly see. So
I'd love to see the footage, though, man. If you're able to actually record the video of these things, I guarantee everyone here is going to want to see that. You're not going to find someone here that is against it. No.
I've got a P900, I've got a P1000, and I would like to get more, but I use my phone quite a bit as well. It's a lot easier to do it on right in front of me and throw it out to friends and family, whatever. And that's just me. But so some of it's quite rudimentary before I got the P1000, but yeah, it all works. And I've got like shadows going through the sun and the moon and all that sort of stuff. So yeah, there's plenty to come, but I don't know. I don't know how to express myself without interrupting people and just going, guys, look at this. I'm amazed. I get excited with flies on the wall. What can I say?
Well, like doing the basics, like observations, you got to remember Galileo and all these other fucking guys were just looking at the moon every night, you know? They do it for maybe about an hour and they'd call it, you know? I fucking looked at the moon for an hour and I wrote down what I saw. But now the benefit of having a camera does us it's much better as a fucking entry for a diary or a journal. So even just the consistency of you journaling these things throughout the course of a year can even give us a little bit of a help in the sense when we see things, because you're not the first, and there's a lot of people in this community that have seen what you've probably seen from a different angle and a different place on the earth, and it's cool to compare and contrast. So yeah,
well,
I keep documenting it. Yeah, that's sick. That's good shit.
Well, I do happen to my favorite spot, which I go most days. I don't go every day because I have to travel and do a couple of things with life. Unfortunately, life gets in the way. But I have a pier, so the lighting that goes down the pier and everything is just perfect for what I'm doing. So it seems to work out. So I'll put a little snap in the thing so you can see it.
I wish more people did that, to be honest. That is such a luxury opportunity.
Well, once people stop working, we'll all have the opportunity to have a free life and.
Well, let me ask you: do you do time lapses? Is that what you do?
Oh, for sure, yeah. The P900 is pretty much predominantly time lapse.
Well,
it doesn't need it.
Yeah, how long are your time lapses? I don't have a P900, but I know they can do it. It's like a 2-hour, 3-hour sort of setting, set and forget type of thing.
I have one. I don't know how to do a time lapse with it though. I'd like to hear too.
I almost bought a fucking P900. They had one up for $250.
I'm on my second one. The first
How come
one
they're
got
fucking
stolen.
so cheap over there? What the fuck?
They're not. $600.
$250.
Oh, they're less now. Good, but I've spent $500.
I've seen some. I've
$1,000
seen from. Yeah, I've seen some for $1,000. The new ones I've seen for $250, and then most of them go for about $450 to $500 from what I see.
What P900 or P1000?
P900.
I'm getting confused.
Yeah.
P900.
I only spent $1,000 because I had to buy two.
So that's off my phone. I just threw it in the live stream, and that is my view. That is my view every day of the sun, where the sun comes up. So I've got it documents all the way along. So I've got most of. That's
incredible.
Yeah, I've got most of the.
That's
hey, brother, whereabouts are you?
I'm in Geelong, Victoria. So yeah, not far from you, man.
The gong. You're in gong.
Hey, I spell it with G3 LONG. just to confuse them. Buggers. Hey, my number plate says 0.
That's an incredible image, man. That's good shit right there. I think that's good shit.
Geelong's nice.
Oh, look at it.
They just fucked it up, taking away all the work and stuff. That's the only thing. They did that on purpose.
Yeah, all the Fords and things. Yeah, Pilkingtons and all that. Yeah, they've raped everything, man. It's fucking unbelievable.
Is this the same time?
That's what it is. Sorry.
I'm sorry. How is this logistically the same time every? Like, what is this?
Oh, we're currently in daylight savings, so I think it changes on the 21st.
Well, yeah, but anyway. for this photo or for this image,
yeah, just probably 10 minutes before the sun comes up. That one.
Oh, that's not the sun. Oh, I thought those were stitched together.
Oh, that's the moon. Yeah.
No, the reflection on the water.
Oh yeah, no, that's a reflection. It's just a nice still calm.
I thought that was like the sun every day or something. Like, how the heck?
Oh yeah, no, cool. Sorry. Oh yeah, that's a good idea. No, I get that. Now, Alalima, I haven't got that sorted out yet. I haven't picked a time to do it each morning, but I get up every morning and whenever the sun comes up. So, but it changes 1 minute every day, as most people know who follow the sun. But anyway, I'm just dribbling on.
Do you do most of that during the morning? Is that what you're saying?
Yeah,
most of it.
Yeah, each morning I get up. Yeah. And until the sun comes up and it's too bright, and then the pictures seem to get a little stagnant. I can either go around, like I followed the moon through Geelong and posted a few of those. Would you like to see one? I'll pick one. I'm only off my phone at the moment, guys. So,
is this image like just as you took it, or has it been airbrushed?
No, I've colour adjusted.
I was gonna say, like, I live in Victoria, like
yeah, they're hard to get those on. Oh, look, I get a lot of colours, but you can't adjust it if there's no colour there, though. I must say that. So, like,
true.
As much as I play with it, you do have to have colours to play with. You can't just pull colours out of the sky. But sorry, that was a punch. That was my attempt at humour. I'm sorry. I'm just looking for one on my phone. Talk away. I've got so many good shots. Don't wait for me.
How do you do your time lapses with the P900?
Oh, generally 10 minutes. In the morning, when you start off in dark and the light comes, it overexposes. So you can really do 10 to 25 minutes, but you need to be quite early. But in the evening, as the sun goes away, you can do the 50-minute time lapse. If you've got the moon in there, it just looks beautiful. Tonight would have been magic if I went to the Yuyangs down the road. So they're about a 25-minute drive.
I know. I could probably look this up myself, but when you have you done any star photography, any time lapses of the stars?
Yeah. Star trails and night skies. Yeah, for sure.
When you do that, do you have to like have a separate light, or can you just use just the night sky? I thought I heard you had to have a boom light or something.
No, well, I don't class myself as a professional photographer. I just take happy snaps and try and make sense of
I'll do that
around me. Oh, there they are.
No,
Sorry.
if you put another light on, you'll obfuscate from the
That's what I thought, but
original source.
That's what I thought. I thought I read that somewhere. Never mind.
Yeah, exactly.
I just use my common sense, bro.
Yeah, well, I was just going to say.
I didn't think it made sense, but
I was going to break it down quite simply. The more light you've got, the less stars you can see. So.
Right. Yeah. Makes obvious sense, but yeah.
Right,
It's like trying to catch the stars in the middle of daylight.
Yeah. So when I was in Queensland, I spent 15 years in Queensland. I moved down a couple of years ago to Victoria, back to home, Geelong. So
back to Vicky.
Queensland, the sky's a lot more beautiful and warmer at night. So I did a lot more outside work at night. In Victoria here.
The best.
Yeah, I know. It's so
yeah. Victoria sucks, huh?
Victoria, you get that afternoon chill, so you get a little bit more moisture in the air, so it fogs up the lenses. It plays a little bit of havoc. Plus, we're getting mucked around. Whenever the helicopters come around, they mix up all the Angel technology that's up there, and it's pretty crazy. All the chemtrails, as you guys were saying.
You're hearing them too, so it's not just me.
Oh, dude! My mind
everywhere.
is so mixed up. There's so much information. I don't try and decipher it. I try and just listen in and think. My computer up there will just it'll all flow in a minute. Once I can put it into a movie and make sense of it, I'm just like, this is what I say, guys. It is that simple. I'm not trying to say or do anything and change anybody's mind. It's like you guys know how to talk about, what's really going on in the world and the curve and the spin and the gravity. So, you don't need another voice that mumbles away like I do. So. I'm happy listening.
Mumble.
Yeah, exactly. Mumbles. You might as well call me Mumbles.
The mumble rap.
It's
a mumble rap.
You're good.
Yeah. Oh, cool, man. I don't care. Honestly, I am who I am. I only have a couple of friends, so I'm cool with that.
No, they've actually got mumble rap in the US.
Mumble rap? Oh, really? I could almost class myself as a singer then. That'd be beautiful.
You don't give yourself enough credit. I've understood most of what you said.
Yeah, no, you sound fun. All right.
Hey, I just like going with the flow. I can't see any text, so it's probably a good thing. Otherwise, I'll just shut up. Everyone's going, "You're an idiot! Just shut this guy up, mute him, put him back into dissonance."
That's in your mind, just like the globe was.
Yeah. So they just uploaded. So one's obviously of the Geelong, Corio Bay, the Geelong area down Cunningham Pier and whatever. So, and the other one is actually looking through the courthouse, the old courthouse to the old courthouse, and with the moon up above it. So I chase the moon through Geelong every now and then when it's clear. It's not very clear down here very often. So that's what I do. It's a sad life, but someone's got to do it, and I put my hand up. Okay, thanks, guys. I'm not sure what happened, and I don't know whether Duvulac is going to go off or to mute or do whatever. So, yeah, cheers, guys. Thank you very much for listening and accepting my dribble. Ciao.
Keep talking if you want. Jeez. It's like 5 a.m. on the East Coast of New York.
Hello guys, how are you? How everyone's doing?
Good, thank you. How are you?
Yeah, I'm
What
fine.
up? What
I'm
up?
fine. Doing good. Doing good. Do we have anything to discuss now?
Well, yesterday someone found that there's an Australian space agency called the Australian Research and Space Exploration, otherwise known as ARS. And yeah,
Nice.
I posted a photo and live stream voice text from their merch site. They these guys about their merch is funny. They have another shirt that says Clint, and it looks like something else.
Well, have you heard of the North Korean Space Agency? It used to be called the KCST, but now they're officially known as the NADA, which is NADA.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, come on. They go by NADA now. Are you kidding me?
You know, I want to share one of my experience that that has happened to me in past 2-3 days. So I've been talking to few globe heads, and the problem they face, or the problem they face while accepting that the earth is flat is just ego. They just don't want to believe that whatever they've read all these years, whatever they've read all these years is a hoax or is just fallacy. It's just not correct. So they just don't want to come out of that, even though they agree to your points, but they won't accept it as reality.
Right.
They just keep on going that it's not correct, it can't happen. Why they are fooling these masses of people, what they will get. So all those things are later part. First of all, I asked them, what do you think about gravity and all, and no one had, as expected, no one had a satisfactory or convincing answer. I said them, they're the globe headers, how much you guys know about earth or globe, more than that the flat earthers know. And they were just stopped their conversation and they went away. But
yeah, man, they get offended. They get offended by it.
Yes, they get offended by it.
Yeah,
they are. And few of them were accepting the facts, or saying that yes, this is possible. I mean, that I've discussed that gas pressure thing and all, so they accepted it. But ultimately, when I was saying, so do you think that the earth is flat or something, anything other than a globe at least? So they were saying, no, it can't happen. This I am accepting this theory, or this is a reality. I won't say it's a theory, it's reality. Everyone has to accept it. So he said that I'm accepting it, but only this can't determine that the earth is flat or round. So I said, God can save you and me. Nothing else can be done. Even if you showing them the right path, even if demonstrating them and trying to explain, still people who don't want to come out of that shell, nothing can be done, bro. You should keep your mind open.
That's exactly where you need to leave it at, man. We can show them evidence all day of how flat the earth is, long distance laser measurements, basic understanding of geometry and straight lines. There are so many different pieces of evidence that prove it's a flat earth, but you cannot convince them for themselves. They're going to have to convince themselves in this. You can't force them to believe flat earth. They're going to have to find out on their own, unfortunately.
I agree to that. But at least they should have that right attitude towards learning. That yes, if somebody is claiming something, he has also gone through, he's also part of the same system that they are in. So if he's saying something again and time and again, then there must be some sense. There must be some logic or some reason he's doing it again and again. So what's there to give it a try instead of directly rejecting it? And that do when I'm giving them evidences and all. They should be open. They should be,
Nice. Yeah.
energetic and
Should be the
enthusiastic
thorn in their
enough.
side.
Yeah. They should at least start exploring things. I won't deny that I haven't went through that phase. I also used to behave the same way. But one thing I find, different between me and them is that I had the urge to learn, and that's when I started, exploring things. I started researching, but they lack that, and I just, hate people like that who don't even want to learn. So till the time they don't come out of their ego, they are not gonna, or it's not gonna be worthy for us to explain them. It's just time waste, nothing else. I don't know if you guys ever experienced any such kind of, incident in your life till now, but yeah, it's so annoying and so disturbing. As a flat
Well,
earther.
listen. Here's the thing, man. You cannot capture their imagination for them. They have to want to explore it for themselves, and all you can do is open the door for them. You can't make them walk through it. You can't make them investigate for themselves.
Yeah. But when the things are quite clear, and earlier, even if you say 4, 5, 6 years back or 10 years back, if we go, then we can say that there were a handful of flat earthers, and nobody would dare to speak up, in mainstream media, or open up their thoughts regarding flat earth. But these days, it's not the case. It's completely different. People are opening up. People are accepting that they are flat earther. We can take example of our server. We can take example of YouTube channels. There are n number of people out there who are claiming and giving proofs at the same time that the earth is flat. But the kind of indoctrination that has happened to us, oh my god, I just can't say. It's going to be really difficult.
I've discovered that it's one of those things that Christians, Muslims, and Jews all sort of agree on. It's such a thing that it's so ultimately true that everyone kind of understands it. If you read the scriptures and you just, it makes sense in pretty much every religion. Every religion has always ever said the earth is flat. There's only a new religion called heliocentrism that says it's not.
Which religion?
Every religion before the modern one, before heliocentrism, pretty much every religion, Judeo, Christian, Jews, Muslims, we all have always ever said it's flat. Only until now do they say it's not. So I'm pretty convinced that the people that were before us had it right on this one. They nailed it early on.
Pretty much being flat earther, it's really difficult to believe any article or anything that we read these days. Even if, who knows that they might have manipulated these Bibles or Qurans, whatever it is, these holy books. No one knows. They will try their best to, they will try to their best to, keep all these things as secret. They won't allow, or they don't want us to go to, the ultimate truth. And that's why they have planned a society like this. They've planned the whole world like this. Whatever is happening is just illusion to stop us from going or inching towards the ultimate truth. Anyways, it's a revolution and we are part of it. We need to keep fighting till we are able to convert people from globeheads to flat earthers. I can see Jamsi in this VC. Jamsi, why don't you say your points, or why don't you unmute yourself? I see you are there, but you always keep yourself in mute, and you just listen to what people are saying, but you don't open up.
I mean, I think the problem is most people don't know where the heliocentric model comes from. It is a Catholic Jesuit belief system. And these guys were pretty much the scum of the earth for the most part. They used to walk into a community holding a globe saying, hey, we know everything about the world. And they were really twisted people, actually. And maybe that's forgotten because they conquered a lot of people. But these guys were pretty much scumbags.
Yeah, bro, I just have one question to you. Straight up to you. Do you believe in God and Saturn?
Absolutely. I think the world is ruled by Satan and there is a God. Absolutely.
Yes. Me too.
And unfortunately, everything that the world tells you is pretty much a lie. They're conning you. We're living in kind of the upside down realm where pretty much everything the mainstream tells you, you can almost rest assured that it's a lie. They are trying to... it's ruled by Satan in many ways.
Yeah, by now I'm pretty much convinced that whatever I hear from the mainstream media, it's just a lie and nothing else.
Good.
Yes. It's, by now I've seen many, instances where I was proven wrong. I used to believe, as a child, we all used to believe that whatever we get to know from mainstream media is the correct and refined knowledge.
You gotta talk yourself out of that. Yeah.
Yeah, but
it
with
tricked
time,
all of us, man.
But with time we know that what they are doing or what their motive is. So by now I'm pretty much convinced whatever we hear from the mainstream media, it's all planned. They are all puppets and nothing else. They are just reading.
Exactly.
The main thing we need to learn is they are not telling us what we should know. They are just telling us what they want us to know. It's simple as it is.
You're right. Yeah, the world will lie to you. They'll lie to you for as long as they can. It's up to you for you to decide what's really happening. And God will show you the truth. And he'll let you see how much they deceive you, because all you have to do is just pay attention. It's a very obvious, cheap little trick that they're trying to play on you. And the world is ruled by a lie, unfortunately. But if you believe in God, in every walk of life, you'll find out how much they're lying.
Yeah, eventually you'll find out how much they're lying, and you will one day, get to know the ultimate truth.
That's why I love so much about Flat Earth, is because what other idea kind of unites pretty much every walk of life? You have Muslims, you have Jews, you have Christians, you have every sort of Buddhist, Hindu, everyone agrees the earth was flat as we used to know it. Only until now did they start changing this and changing the mantra. And then they've also said, deny God. Are you kidding me? No, this is a fucking sleight of hand. They're tricking you. It's not what we knew, and it's not what we need to know. They're lying.
It's just their pseudoscience which denies the existence of God.
Absolutely, my friend. Yes, you're 100% spot on that one.
Yeah.
And it's refreshing to hear people that acknowledge this, because everybody sort of knows it. If you believe in the globe, I will tell you, if you're one of the people like I was before, I used to think the globe was real. I watched space documentary. It's a nihilistic, depressing, meaningless life to believe what they're telling you.
It's not you.
You need to go back to God.
It's not you.
Need to come back
I guess
to God.
we all are, a part of it. We all, at some point of time, we used to believe that the earth is round. We are all victimized.
Everybody did, yeah.
We are all been victimized, and that's pretty much it. But yeah,
well, it's such an imaginative philosophy. It's a religion, but it's a new religion, very new religion.
Flat Earth should be the religion instead of Hindu, Muslim, and Jews, all these things. Flat Earth unites us.
Flat Earth does unite us, my friend, and that's what it does best, because at the end of the day, you got to realize where you're at. What are we living in? We're living in a creation created by our God. And our God created a world for us. Yeah. And it's not meaningless. It's not just fucking pointless. Nothing.
I've seen
it has
people.
a meaning.
Yeah, absolutely. I've seen people, they say they agree that there is some superpower. When I ask them what is that superpower, and they say, I don't know what it is, but it's not God. How can it be? You are believing in a superpower, and you just don't want to accept that God's existence.
Yeah.
How is it possible? When you
Why do they limit themselves? They shouldn't limit themselves.
I really don't get. Maybe they are followers of Satan. I don't know.
Unfortunately, there probably are. A lot of people are now.
And even if they are not followers of Saturn, they are being controlled by Saturn. I don't know if it could be anything.
No, I agree with you. Yeah, yes.
Yeah, bro. Who's that?
That's me here, Anchor. The irony in them falling away is that a lot of them I know, they fell away because of Catholicism to begin with.
Yes. The Catholics really fucked shit up, unfortunately. Unfortunately, they did fuck a lot of things up. But yeah, I mean, I would still call myself a Christian, maybe culturally, but the Catholics are a whole other different problem. They mess a lot of things up.
Yeah, someday they are also going to realize what the truth is. Maybe before death or after death.
Hopefully before death, yeah.
Yeah, before that. The sooner the better,
Yeah.
But yeah, in your life, you would, today or tomorrow or any day, you are going to realize, my friend, that what the truth is. Today you might be following or worshipping someone else, but there is a superpower that we call, or that we know as God, is the ultimate supreme.
Call him.
We're not supposed to talk about religion normally, but just like to extend the invitation to you, Shubro, that there are a lot of born again Christians here, and there's a biblical section for those who believe that Jesus is the Savior, Jesus is God, and is the Savior. Thank you.
Well, hold on. It doesn't. You don't need to say that or acknowledge that to know the Earth is flat and believe in God, right?
No, I just wanted to share with you, bro, who's new. I
have many Muslim friends that are just as flat Earth as anyone else, and I would call them brothers, because in this fight we're fighting a lie, and this lie is widespread.
Yeah, I don't want to get into all these things. Being a flat earther, there's only one religion that I follow, is flat Earth. I respect everyone and anyone. I don't believe in religion discrimination or any kind of racism or differences. We are all equal and creators of God. Creation of God, sorry.
Right on.
We are all creation of God. We are all same, bro. We are all same. We might be living in different part of the world, but we are all ultimately same. We have the same blood running around your body. If I cut my hand, blood will spill out of that. If you cut your hand, blood will spill out of that as well.
Animals bleed too.
Hey, Moist Muffin, nice to hear you speak. Shubro, do you want the flat earther role though, since you may not be on the fence anymore?
Shubro sounds like a flat earther.
Yeah.
Yes. Yeah. You can change my role. I don't know.
I can't. I'm only silver. You have to ask a mod.
Any moderator out there, you can change my role, because I've been speaking this from a time.
No, we're always going to need more flat earthers, my friend. It's always good to hear another flat earther. Yes.
Yeah.
I can tell you, Moist Muffin. He hangs out in Nathan Oakley's with me. He's a good dude. He's a flat earther. But
once you're a flat earther, is it? Maybe you need a role as well.
Well, I don't know if he's spoken yet to you guys, but I know the
Moist,
guy
you
is a
there?
good dude.
Nah, hasn't said nothing.
We want to hear more from you,
Nothing.
Moist.
Tell him about how flat our Earth is, man. Go ahead.
Dry muffin.
Dry muffin.
Guys, it was great talking to you guys. I gotta go. I'm having some work, so yeah. Bye. I'll join up again and have a good conversation with you guys.
Absolutely,
Thank you.
man. Good talking with you, brother.
Bye.
Have a good one.
Yeah.
Okay,
Yeah,
bro.
thank you.
Bye.
Yeah. Bye. Bye. Bye.
What's going on? Moist went. No, moist. Dry.
That last character got his role and disappeared rather quickly. Whoa, that's a bit of
What up, Jen?
Did
How you
stitch you up?
doing, mate?
Jid man.
I'm doing fine, guys and dolls. I'm listening. I'm just listening at the moment. And,
Good.
that guy went a bit quick. Got his flat over run and disappeared.
You're suspicious about him,
Wait to
Agent.
see. Yes. We should wait and see. We should wait and see. Remember India, you know, the Johnny-come-latelys with the Mars and the satellites. They've got a probe orbiting Mars at the moment. They're looking to land on Mars very soon. They have the record for having the cheapest mission to Mars. India qualifies for that. They hold the title. The cheapest mission to Mars. I think it was $60 million or something like that, which is relatively, not even a quarter of the price what NASA uses or expends.
So Jin, let me ask, you don't think we should call people flat earthers unless we're absolutely sure?
Yeah, I mean, I'm going with like Lunatic and others. They have a high standard here.
I think we should lower the bar. If you're going to be someone that says in their lifetime, I believe in the flat earth, that's good enough, right?
Yeah, I don't want the word belief to come into it. They've got to be saying, I know it's flat.
You're a hardcore motherfucker.
That's right. This is not my standard. This is standard of like Lunatic and others who are more learned than I am, So,
I mean, I don't.
Let's not answer that too quickly.
I don't think we have to appeal to others. I mean, there's a lot of really good flat earthers, but I'm not appealing to someone else to tell me or confirm whether or not I'm a flat earther. You know what I mean? That's for you to decide and me to find out most of the time.
Yeah, I
So
understand
if you
that.
tell me you think the earth is flat,
course I
goddamn, I
understand
want to
that,
hear
but-
that. You know what I mean? But I understand. I think there's a lot of. You don't want to just give it out too freely. It should be an honest, convincing thing.
No.
Hello, sir. I am new here. Hello.
Holy shit, man.
Sir, I am new here.
Hello and welcome to the server.
Welcome.
Sir, I
What is
want.
your name?
Sir,
Your
beer.
Your
Excel, Sai, Iron, Alex, Mr. Beer.
Can you give us a nickname that's easier to know?
Beer.
Speak slowly.
Beer.
Beer. I like that name, Beer.
Thank you.
I don't know. Even that,
That's
even
a very
for me, I'm
nice
suspicious
name.
already. Why beer? Why beer? You know what I mean? You sound.
I
drunk.
like to drink beer. That's why I have written this name.
Like
You're
Al
sounding
Biruni.
drunk.
Al Biruni was named after a beer.
That's it.
Jen, I'll let you do this one, man. Investigate. Let's see
Okay,
what
so
are you
like
up to,
beer,
Beer?
my son. Yeah.
Sir, I am new here. I want to know why are you speaking that Earth is flat? Because from the beginning we have known that Earth is round.
You've made a mistake there straight away.
Yeah, it's not round, my friend.
That's a mistake straight off the bat. You were educated that it was it's a spherical ball. Excuse me. Yes, you were educated on that knowledge. Right. Doesn't mean that that's not the truth, though. What you were educated to believe is not, in fact, true. Thousands of years before, men and women knew that the Earth was a leveled, flat plane. The spherical ball, as it's taught in our schools, is only 477 years old, to be exact. The heliocentric model is 477 years old at the moment and counting. So that's relatively young when you can think of thousands of years.
The globe is a new idea. It's not not an ancient or a heritage idea. This is a very new idea.
Yes.
You shouldn't be convinced. It's so new that it's unbelievable.
Yeah. Idea come lately.
Yeah, it's just. So, what do you think, Beer?
Yeah, Beer. What evidence do you have?
What nowadays in every school, everywhere, everyone is teaching that Earth is globe.
That's correct. That is absolutely correct. My question to you then, Bear, is what evidence do you have? Even though you've been educated, have you actually checked that what you've been educated is correct in the life you live? Have you checked that?
No. No.
No. There you are. So now that you've come, now that you've come to this server, you will now be asked to do so. And I'm going to ask you 3 questions. Okay? These three questions that I will ask of you is to give me and the people who are listening an idea of your understanding of the heliocentric model that you were taught. That's all. It is not to degrade you or belittle you or to make you look stupid. No, because the questions I'm going to ask you, I didn't have the right answers myself. So, I'm not judging you. We're not here to judge you, but to educate you and uplift you. That is all. Question number 1 will be about the curvature of the Earth. Question number 2 will be relating to the spin of the Earth and how fast it spins and how it was detected. Then the third one is the Earth as a ball in the vacuum of space, and how is it that it can be there with the air pressure we have and no barrier in a vacuum. Okay, I'll explain that better later on. Are you ready for your 3 questions?
Yeah.
Okay. We'll ask you them very slowly and take your time. The first question is this. With the education you received, do you know when or how the Earth's curvature was measured, what method they used, and when, in the past or in the present time now?
When and how Earth?
Yes, Earth's curvature. The curvature of the Earth's spherical ball. How was it measured, calculated? What method they used? When, in ancient times or modern times? And if you don't know, then you don't know. That's fine. Remember, it's not a crime. You don't know, you don't know. Or if you don't remember, you don't remember. Fine.
I don't know.
No, you don't know. Okay. All right.
Fair enough. Well said.
Do you believe that the Earth has curvature?